Sound check, sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2. Probando. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. ¿Qué? Pepe. Con Sage. Con Sol. Díselo Sol, pero lo más realmente donde tiene que estar es detrás de la tarima. Detrás de la tarima pienso que es donde debería estar. De la tarima, porque por ahí sale más rápido para allá. Igual, acuérdate que de situación muy heavy no lo vas a sacar por aquí. Sí. Y entonces, importante que dile a Sol que corrobore que haya una ambulancia allá en Fura. Eso está cuadrado, pero que lo corroboren. ¿Ok? Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. We're here in La Marginal Surfing Pro WSL QS 3000 in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. My friend Alfred Bobe. We're gonna be here all day with you guys. We had a great day start of competition yesterday. Day one, we went through the first round of men, first round of women. We already got it started here. We had a lot of rain last night. Waves came up substantially, Alfred. So
Absolutely.
we got some little technical difficulties because it's been raining a lot.
So
But
sorry
we're
for
ready.
the-
We're ready to go. We have the first heat in the water. Who do we have in the water there, Alfred?
We have a couple of competitors. Surfer in red. We got Reed Plansons, right? Juliano Usueli, surfer in white. We got Dane Matson and Carl Berger. They're in the water right now, actually. The swell has picked up significantly in comparison to yesterday. We're going to give you guys a view on that in a few minutes as we get this crew going here. Kind of give you a sneak peek of what's going out there. The heat started a few minutes ago. It's 16 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock here, and yeah, it's today we're action packed. Thrown. We are absolutely gonna have a blast of a day as far as the waves.
Definitely. As we had said yesterday and the forecast showed, we were going to have an increment in the swell. We have a fresh new northeast swell, 8 foot with 9 seconds. That second is going to keep on getting larger. It's going to be 10 to 11-second intervals. So the waves are just going to keep on getting better and better.
Yeah.
We've seen some barrels this morning. I think you saw Alan Cleanan get shacked out there in the free surf. So
yeah, a few minutes ago, just before the heats got started, Mr. Alan Cleveland drops in on this bomb going left, and I think he gave us an idea of what is to be expected for today. So
definitely, we're hearing some comparisons with like reverse Haleiwa out there. It's like Haleiwa in Hawaii, it's a right, but here we have that power left. Kind of wave. It's got a barrel. It's got a strong section. So it's going to be, look at this double up right there, everybody. Big drop from red.
Free falling into
that wave
pocket.
Spits.
That just gives you an idea of what we're going to be working on today. We got Surfer in red. He was looking for a score. Surfer in white comes in. His first wave came in at a 4.0, and his backup score for the time being is a 0.5. So he's currently sitting in first. Surfer in red right now with his second wave. Now, for the moment, jumps into that first transfer spot. But yeah, 15 minutes left, and you can see some significant
swell out there.
Like I'm looking at it, I'm trying to describe it. It's a little bit difficult to get up onto the face of it, but once you do hook one, you're gonna be in for a thrill of a ride.
Definitely. So it's a gladiator pit there today. There's going to be a lot of paddling. We're going to be running men's round of 96. We're going to go through that the whole round, men's round of 96, and then we'll move into men's round of 64. We're going to run 9 heats of round of 64. Those are going to be 25-minute heats. Once we get into that round of 64, it's round 3, where we have some of the best seated athletes. That's where we're going to see some big names like Kanoe Igarashi is out there. We're going to have Lucas Messina's in the water today.
Kaloha Andino is in the house as well.
Andino. We're going to have Tothy also, Brian Toth, our local legend. He's going to be out there today. The Froth. He's stoked. He likes those bigger conditions. So hey, everybody, the level is going to be up there.
And he's goofy-footed, so...
exactly. So
it suits him.
Stay tuned. There's a lot of action going down today here in La Marginal Surfing Pro. We're in El Rastrial in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. This is the north shore of Puerto Rico. The center of the island, the epicenter of the surfing world is going to be here. They're going to be with their eyes. And here we have Blue and Wave trying to get around that big section. You guys can see we have a lot more push in the water than we did yesterday.
Yeah, we do.
You got to be very selective with your waves today. It's not like yesterday where we saw the athletes were catching a lot of waves in their heat. They were catching 8 to 10 waves in their heats.
Right. Today they're going to be a lot more selective based on the size and conditions.
And just to paddle back out. It's not like yesterday. Yesterday they were paddling back out in 2 to 3 minutes. Today it could take 8 minutes to get back into the peak, or you could lose your heat just paddling if you take the wrong decision.
Absolutely, and it's a game of managing the clock using your priority properly. And yeah, I mean, if you get stuck in the inside here, it can cost you about a 10-minute paddle, depending on your physical ability here and your conditioning, but usually even the strongest guys right now is taking them approximately 6 to 8 minutes to get out. So,
Definitely. You could see the current right there. Surfer in green, Carl Berger. Just you have to keep on paddling here. If you stop, it's going to take you west. So there's strong current out there. A lot of waves moving around, but that's what we want. It's better this than have it flat, right?
oh yeah, all day long. I mean, we were saying we're talking about this yesterday, and we did say that the swell was going to increase. So here it is. It's just one of those beautiful predictions that we can ask for better conditions. I mean, the conditions aren't quite as ideal, but it's the same.
It's not a fizz. It's not a friendly section. You are going to get rewarded
You
today.
are absolutely going to.
Here we go. This is green. We
They
got him out.
Burger here.
Just going through those little glitches in the morning.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to get the team there caffeinated.
There we go. Yeah, I see the coffee's coming in. That'll help us out.
That'll
A little,
help us
right?
out. A little
Poquito de
caffeine.
café. Gracias. Hey,
Dame
Rincón,
café.
Rincón Specialty Coffee. Y
Ooh,
Fito de allá de Rincón. Gracias, Fito. Gracias, Rincón Specialty Coffee.
Gracias,
They gave
Rincón.
us all the coffee for all our boys,
Delicioso.
all the judges. We keep them nice and concentrated and looking at those waves, you know? So gracias, Fito. Rincón Specialty Coffee. It's local coffee. And, yeah, thanks
It's
for the
delicious.
support,
Great
guys.
espresso. Really appreciate the support.
Muchas
Caffeine.
gracias, Fito, de allá de Rincón.
Tito.
I know all of the boys are watching us from San Juan all the way to Rincon. Everybody's looking at
The
this.
world is watching.
And the
They told me
world is
yesterday.
watching. So we're here
Thank
for you
you
guys
for-
today.
Thank you for being with us. I am your host. I am Alfred Bobay Jr. here with Oscar, and we got Surfer in Red. Surfer in Red currently sitting in first.
Good
That
car.
goofy with a nice car right in the pocket. You can see how punchy it is. You know, and these surfers are being a little bit, trying to figure it out. This is the first heat of the day, so they're just trying to get their feet under them and trying to get through this heat. It's not really easy. I guess all the other competitors also are like keeping an eye out and seeing what other
Yeah.
guys are doing in the previous heats to kind of match that or do it better.
Where you should
But-
sit. And I've seen some
Right.
equipment changes today also. Seen some of
Yeah.
the competitors with some round tails out there,
Yeah, they're-
changing their boards from what they were using yesterday because there's definitely a lot more punch in the water.
Yeah,
You could feel that Caribbean juice is out there today. And
we're gonna see some high flying, some high action today, I believe. Like we have a huge potential here. These guys, we have incredible surfers in the house.
definitely.
These guys are gonna be laying down some rails. We're gonna see some airs, potential barrels here. So hopefully, it's gonna be a beautiful day. What do we got on the clock here, buddy?
12 minutes left in this heat.
No, actually, it says a little bit less. It says 8 minutes and 40
we have a-
seconds. We have a
Oh
bit
yeah,
of
the
a
clock
delay.
here stopped on our other. So yeah, that's 8 minutes 30 seconds. We have that last of red was a 5.17. That wave of blue that we saw that was good is at 6.50. So as we expected, it's the best heat score right now. He just needs to back that one up. You see green here.
All burgered here in green, the young lad. See how it's a little bit difficult to hold on. That
Yep.
wave is punchy. I'm telling you, that section there is like a full-on close house. It's kind of like hitting a sandbar, once you
Definitely.
get into that zone. But, surfer in blue, Matson, he just dropped his highest scoring wave is a 6.5. And that 6.5, with a backup score, could potentially, there you go.
There he goes. He's right back up just with a
right back up.
small score.
Right on cue. And
There-
that's our beautiful sight of Arecibo here. As you can see, early in the morning, people are still waking up. Coffee's flying around. But that is us in that little box.
Right there. That's the
right
judges
there.
booth right there. We're in that little booth there. That's a commentator's booth. We got the athletes area right in front of the peak for their athletes have massage there. They have some physical therapists helping those guys out. We got our sponsors there, Medalla Light, Ocean Vibes, which is a local clothing brand, another sponsor. Winmar Home right there with that Tesla truck. We have Acai Express, so there's gonna be some fresh acai, some fresh fruit today.
Awesome.
And I tried that ceviche yesterday, Alfred.
How was it?
So good. So
We love
good.
ceviche.
Some fish tacos also, really good. So if you guys come down
Nice.
here, there's great food,
Yeah,
some
we
good
have-
music. We had some fun time yesterday, a little happy hour when we were out,
yeah,
right?
for a Wednesday.
For a
We're
Wednesday.
trying to behave, actually. We're
Get
trying
it.
to be
That's
good
a long
here.
week. It's a long week, so
It's a long
we
week.
got to keep our and this crew is here up early in the morning, so
Yeah, we're getting it going here. And these guys are up right before the sun.
I had
And,
texts at 5 in the morning. Woke up, already had some texts from
Yeah.
production. Hey, we
Yeah.
need to do this and that. So
Yeah.
people are around the clock, just working hard. Huge staff, so many people
It's like a
behind the
Broadway
scenes.
production.
Definitely.
It's like a Hollywood movie.
So much happening behind the scenes just to get this the best event for our surfers and for our viewers,
Yeah,
so
for our
they can
viewers.
enjoy this event from their home, from their office. I know there's a couple of the boys that are working, but they have their cell phones there in front of their computers, and they're just
Yeah, they're-
keeping in touch with the action. And
Shout out to all the homies.
yeah,
And
saludos
with
a los
us.
muchachos, and
Hello, boys.
we're gonna have a couple of our local boys out there today also. Keep on competing. We had Sebastian Jompart making his heat yesterday, one of our local Groms. We had Nico Epps also making his round 1 heat yesterday, which is, that's really big for those
It is huge.
juniors who are starting their QS campaigns. And then we're gonna have some of the guys who are seated out
filling,
there. Yeah, we have Juan Carlos Serena in this round also, one of the QS competitors. Longtime competitor here from Isabela, Puerto Rico, Burger. We're also gonna have Dwight Pastrana, who's seated in round of 64, and we're gonna have Coffee from the local contingency there,
Right on.
taking them down. So still have some of the local boys in the water. We had a blasting heat of the women's yesterday. We had that first round. We saw some big
That was
names go
awesome.
down. I saw some super young girls out for just ripping. I mean, it was
know.
incredible.
Zoe, what's her name?
Zoe, I saw
I'm
these
like-
girls are like 14 and they're just ripping out there. So
Her level of like she was so
Sponsor
conscious
Winmar
and in the moment, and she was also like so aggressive, such an early age.
Yeah.
She was like charging,
Same
she was,
as-
like, looking
as-
for those sections.
same as Corey Lopez's daughter. I saw her also super very good competitor. She waited almost 10 minutes to grab her first wave, but
Wow.
when she got it, it was a wave, with good points. And then
Corey Lopez's daughter.
yeah, she's here. She rips.
What's her name?
Alana Lopez, right?
Is that right?
Home, right there. Alana Lopez. Yeah, we saw her
Alana
yesterday.
Lopez.
Yeah, great competitor. And as I said,
So rad.
she's got, it comes in the blood. She's a
Yeah,
daughter
man.
of veteran
It's
CT competitor from the East Coast, Corey Lopez. One of my personal favorites. I used to
Yeah.
love watching
Great
all those
attitude.
clips.
Lopez brothers. Are
Yeah, bro. Yeah, both.
Super,
and
super
just
cool cats.
great surfing. They got the air game, the barrels, the rail surfing. It's just
All Burger here. They did their thing. We got like a little bit of a replay here.
Got some
Another
replays
replay for
here.
Red. 4 minutes and 10 seconds here. So the situation is Surfer in blue. He's currently sitting in first with a 6.5 and a 1.83 as a backup score. And then we also have Surfer in red, who's currently
through
second,
those little
not too far
glitches in the
behind them
morning.
with a 5.17 and a 2.83.
there we go.
And then
I see the
we have
coffee's
Surfer in
coming in.
white,
That'll
who needs a
help us out.
4.01 in order to get back in the game.
Gracias.
And here we saw
There
Surfer
we go.
in green.
Taking a chance there.
Burger, he only needed a 4.48 there, so we'll see if judges award him for that last maneuver. But he's staying busy. He's got a couple of waves. Surfer in green. We'll see what that looks like. Let me try to refresh.
So bear with us, guys. We're getting through those little glitches. As we said, we had heavy rain last night here in the contest site. That affects all this electronic equipment, cameras, HDMI. We have a lot of things going down here, so bear with us. But we do have that drone shot, which is we got a professional drone pilot here, Manuel Andres, working all these beautiful drone images that keep us. We see green, his last wave. He was looking for a 4.07.
Here we saw
There
Surfer
we go.
in green.
Taking a chance there.
Burger.
Now Red pushes up to the lead with his last wave of a 3.90. He's got a combination score of 9.07. That's Red. And Blue moves to second with a combination score of 8.33, but he's looking to replace a 1.83. And here goes Blue. Looking for that wave to stand up for him a little. That's it for Blue. But we'll get it. It's
Sorry.
internet's down, everything, but it happens. That's part of production.
Sorry about that.
Replace a
guys.
1.8 still going, so let's
We'll sort it out.
look
We
at
got
that
2
wave
minutes
to
on the
stand
clock.
up. Look at
here.
those
We
waves
got
out the
Surfer
back.
in red
That's it
so far with a 5.17 and a 3.9. Surfer in red turning heat with the last 2 minutes. Now Surfer.
And
Yeah.
Blue still needs to get a backup score because he does have the highest heat wave score, which is at 6.5. But he needs to get that backup because Green only needs a 4.07, which it's a very easy score to get today if you get a solid maneuver
Yeah, he
on
already
the
has
outside.
He already has a 4.7. So
Definitely.
yeah, it's definitely possible. We see these scores around 4s and a 5. What that's gonna look. Got a minute and 30 seconds. Unfortunately, he doesn't have priority. Surfing back against it is against the wall
Yeah.
for the time. So yeah, surfer in red right now came back with a 2.9 and
It seems we got Surfer in green from the next heat. He's in the competition area, so that could be an issue for our priority judges.
yes.
We must remind all our surfers that are watching the live feed, if you do get in the competition area before your heat starts, you might get penalized and you'll start in 4th priority. So that's very important, guys. When you paddle out, stay away from the competition area. As we see paddling here for Blue, he's looking for his backup score. Here we go. He's trying to replace that 1.83, closes out that section. I think definitely Blue is going to replace that 1.83 and just make it a lot harder for Blue and White. He's still on this thing, closing out there. There we go. When we've got a little bit over 30 seconds to finish this first heat of the day, there you see how the waves are pushing. There's another keyhole for the surfers to come out. For Blue, here we go. White's looking for a score.
Swell is not giving up that easy. Right? He's got a little bum knee or something.
Yeah. White reminds me a little of Joan Duru. Like right? That style. I saw him there. I'm like, wow, is that John?
Yeah, for a second.
Yeah, but he rips.
But
see that little keyhole there, Blue just coming out right by the wall.
Yeah.
We have our water safety, that red shirt right there. That's one of our water safety crew, just helping the boys out to get out safe. And that's where everything's going to happen today.
Yeah, that area is super gnarly. If you get caught, you will won't suck you under, but it's a bit of a whirlpool towards that side.
A lot
of
water moving,
That's
definitely.
A lot of water moving.
Oh, there goes green. That one was before the horn, so that one's going to count. Let's see what they gave green. I think so. But Blue got a 4.37 on that one, so he goes straight to first.
Go.
Blue, and then let's see red. I don't think this one counts at all.
This is off clock right now. We're waiting for the next heat to start, number 2. I think we're going to be featuring 16 heats today.
16 heats, round of 96.
Round of 96, 16 heats.
And then we're going to go through the first half of round of 64. It's going to be 25-minute heats once we get into round of 64.
Right. Do we see the ladies?
No ladies today. Ladies get a break today of the action. We'll be seeing the girls tomorrow, round of 32.
Right on.
In the water tomorrow, where we see
the girls are probably happy about it.
Yeah,
like day off.
I've had a couple riding already in the morning, so they're watching the webcast, so they're looking at the waves. I saw some of them walking also around, just keeping competitors, seeing what the other competitors are doing, and have their strategy set for tomorrow. As we see that beautiful air shot of beautiful Arecibo town.
So colorful.
It is. It's a beautiful place. We have that mountain range in the backdrop. Just a wonderful place to be. We've got surfing, we got restaurants, we got music. You can go to the river, the rainforest, Puerto Rico lo hace mejor. Vengan para acá a disfrutar en Arecibo. And let's aprovechamos.
Agua, papito. ¿Quién tenemos en el agua, caballero?
Tengo aquí vamos a ver los nombres, pero tenemos en rojo a Mendia, en azul a Pereira, en blanco a Dodson, y en verde al matemático.
El matemático.
Math.
He did his math yesterday. He was able to find his way over onto the round of 96. He was able to pull it out towards the end. So math, congratulations. Currently he has 3rd priority right now, or 2nd priority.
Definitely. Here we go. We got that first wave. Just take a chance to thank all our sponsors. El Municipio de Arecibo, Honorable Alcalde Tito Ramirez. Thank you for having us. This is a presenting sponsor right here. Boom. Municipio de Arecibo. So thank you very much to El Municipio, all of their team. It's, they're working behind the scenes and they made this possible. Thank you to Medalla Light. It's our local beer. Medalla Light, that's our beer sponsor. Thank you to Winmar Home, Acai Express, and Hospital Dr. Susoni, which is right here in La Marginal, keeping us safe, keeping our boys ready. They have some paramedics here for any kind of cuts and urchins, and just keeping everybody safe out here. So thank you to El Hospital Dr. Susoni right here in La Marginal de Arecibo. Still don't have anybody with waves yet on this heat, just duck diving those sets right now. See if we can get a little more information for you guys here. Those outer reefs weren't even breaking yesterday.
No, not at all.
Now we could see that swell. And it's just going to keep on building, Alfred.
I know. You see these guys, I believe. What did you say? It was about 11 seconds, 15 feet or something?
Right now it's 8 feet at 9 seconds, but it's going to keep on going up, and it's going to be about 10 10 feet at 11 seconds by this afternoon. So we're going to get some punch in the water today and tomorrow. And it looks like a great forecast for finals day. I mean, Saturday and Sunday, it says offshore winds,
Beautiful.
solid swell. So it's turning up looking up like a great finals day for this La Marginal Surfing Pro WSL QS 3000.
3,000 points, baby.
Yes, sir.
He saw
Here we go,
red
red.
dropping out of the sky there. I don't know, holds his rail and is able to drive down the line a little.
Might stand up here at the end, that end section. Let's see if he hits it.
Yeah, maybe he can go right and hit it again, but unfortunately he chooses not. That was Surfer in red there.
So Surfer in red comes from Canada. That's our Surfer in red is from Canada. Our Surfer in white representing Brazil. Surfer in green from the United States of America, and Surfer in blue. Oh, sorry, that was the last heat. Sorry, guys.
I was like,
what are you talking about? Here we go.
But no, it's
Now
okay.
we go.
He's
Now we
number
go.
2 here.
He's number two. Sorry, it's Surfer in Reds from the U.S.
It's been a long day already.
And we're just getting started. I need that coffee. Where's the coffee, guys?
All right.
And then we have blue, Rafael Nono Pereira from Venezuela. White is from the U.S. and so is green. Here we go. Now we have our live action.
Beautiful.
Thank you to all this production team, which is behind the scenes. You guys can't see them right now. We have a full production team behind us just giving us a hand. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
Where's my makeup guy? Makeup? No, we're having fun out here. This is like super cool just being out here. First wave for red comes in at a 2.5. And he's currently sitting in first with that opening wave. But yeah, like you were saying, we have a couple of surfers. We got Rafael Nono Pereira.
Nono Pereira, a ripper.
A ripper from Venezuela.
Yeah.
He's familiar with this area. He's been here quite a few times, actually. And yeah, he's got something to say. He's here with his family, I believe. He was here last week.
He was here for the Alice Pro last week that we had in Hovos, Isabela.
Unfortunately, he got knocked out.
He had an interference call. He was actually winning that heat, and he had an interference call, which cost him the heat. So even the most experienced surfers, when we have here green, Math starting off his heat with his first wave, trying to get his feet on his board, and he's going to close this one out here. Still going on that one, green. So we have the high tide today is around 8:30 in the morning, Alfred. So we're going to see that high tide in the morning, and then it'll be going down all through the day. So condition expected just to get a little better. We were expecting. All right, guys, we're going to our heat winner right now. All right, guys.
All right, sorry about that. We were actually trying to sort out a little bit of the timing, so we apologize for that. And I bring you that interview properly. So 16 minutes left on the clock here. Heat number 2, a round of 96. Yeah, we got a nice little aerial shot here, kind of giving us
look at that double up over there.
Exactly.
The most experienced surfers when we have
the replay here. They're showing us a bit of a replay for Surfer in green, driving down the line. Comes in with a 2.73. I think he could have potentially have hit the lip a little bit better and gotten a little bit of a higher score, but he decided to go around that second. So gives him a 2.73.
Yep. There's a lot of opportunity out there, but the judges definitely want to see those critical maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. And if not, you're not going to get the scores. See Brian Perez there getting into the competition side. We had Brian Perez putting up a 7.43, I think, yesterday in his
wave
debut.
Conditions, and he said he was having fun going left.
We're used to seeing Brian in those perfect point breaks in El Salvador. We saw him beat Italo Ferreira as a wild card in that CT event in El Salvador this past year. So we're used to seeing Brian go right and just destroy those rights, but now we see his backside attack is just as solid,
as dangerous.
Just as dangerous. Brian is
a solid server. He's a big
guy,
dude.
And most of all, Brian is just such a humble person, man.
Like, that's the best part about him. He's
just
a nice
great guy.
Always smiling.
Always smiling, very humble.
Yeah.
And he's been coming to Puerto Rico for a while. He loves it here also. He's been here for like a month. He won the Corona Pro, and then Then he went to do the Alice. He made finals. I think he got second place in the Alice. So he's got a first, a second, and now he's here in the QS trying to back up this,
Yeah, you got trying
we
to get
could say,
some points out
triple
of that.
crown of Puerto Rican surfing pro events.
Hey, no.
Yeah. Here we go. When we got 14 minutes left in this heat, no scores of consequence until now. So this is anybody's heat. We're waiting for Blue to get his first wave.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through the heat. Is halfway point. Typically, what I was saying yesterday, at this point, I like to at least have one wave belt
Definitely.
to kind of get it going or have something to work with. But
You viewers that are watching us from home, it looks a lot calmer than what it really is in the video shots. We're looking at it from right here, and then when we walk outside, it's definitely rowdy out there. You know, there's a lot of current, a lot of wind, and some swell. You could see the surfers don't stop paddling. If you stop paddling, it's just gonna push you all the way west.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of work out there, guys. Even if it looks nice and pretty in your screen, those guys are battling out there.
Sure, those 20-minute feel like 2-hour paddles.
You know, when you get out,
you get out there, you're pretty exhausted. So, but getting through this heat and this round is gonna.
Oh, look at that double up wave just barreling. It's gonna spit. There we go.
Bomb it.
That's what we want to see. That's the Puerto Rican juice.
Yeah. That's why we're here, actually. That's why we chose this place.
That's why we chose this place.
And it's a wave of consequence and potential high scoring possibility. So this is the reason why we're here.
And that's why the ISA chose La Marginal as the spot for those qualifiers. They were trying to look for some heavy waves.
Yeah.
And that's why they chose that spot. And now the WSL is right back at it right here. When we have red in wave, starts off with a good turn off the top. Little transition move, trying to finish off strong. See if he gets another section here at the end. It looks like he is. A gobbler going to get out.
He gets ahead of the gobbler.
There he is. So that's going to be a score. I think that's going to be their best heat score until the moment, Alfred.
Yeah, we'll see. He's currently sitting in second, so that would be his backup score. So that's something to look forward to.
So green and red staying busy. Blue and white just being very, very patient, waiting for a good wave. But they definitely got to get their heat going. Yeah, if not, the clock is ticking. Here we go. It's white.
Dotson.
Seems like it's got an ankle brace there also, Dotson.
Yeah, maybe hurt his
foot. Yeah, it seems it's not.
Shows he can't turn
yeah,
a little bit.
Having a little issue there with his foot.
He may have an injury. But he's still out there giving it his all. So
yeah, you still get your points if you paddle out, you know? You have to paddle out to get your points. So all these competitors looking for those important tour points, trying to make the Challenger Series. So this is a QS 3000. It gives you a lot of points if you make it into finals day. So these guys are just putting it all out there, even if they're injured.
Yeah.
I know another of our local surfers is Sage Katz, who is also injured, and he wanted to come here just, get his points, but you got to watch those injuries. So
especially at that early age.
Definitely.
You don't want to sustain an injury. Right. 10 minutes, 30 seconds clock. So for what I'm watching here on my screen, 4.5 surfer in red, 4.5, and his backup score now is 2.5. So he's currently sitting in first, surfer in red, followed by surfer in green, currently sitting in second with a combination score of a 4.56. So that's the case scenario right now out in the water. We got 10 minutes here and 10 seconds left.
So out of our local boys, I did grabs his first wave, but he makes it count.
Yeah,
that was a good wave.
That was a good turn. You can see the difference between the turn in blue and turning. But Well, all right. We got 7 minutes on the clock here. We're waiting for the first wave to come in for Surfer in blue. But so far, Surfer in red currently sitting in first with a 4.5 and a 2.5, followed by Surfer in green.
The final, El Gran
Surfer in
Pache,
green
here's
has a
White
2.7
again.
and a 1.3.
Another wave
We're
goes
watching
a
the
little
replay
flat.
here for
And we
Dots.
also had
Personally, I don't think that's the best wave selection. And then here we got Surfer in blue yet again with a nice little bottom turn right into the pocket. See what the judges award him for that first wave. He's got 6 minutes and 38 seconds. We got Surfer in white here yet again. Surfer in white's driving down the line a little, kind of close this second out. Through the gobbler, almost gets in front of it. But yeah, I think that's gonna be the name of the day for that second.
Definitely.
Gobbler.
It'll gobble you up if you don't attack it strong.
Yeah, if you don't come out of there with high speed, exactly what I
And
was
we're
thinking.
seeing there White, it's sort of surfing a little safe. It
Little
seems
timid,
that that
probably his
ankle
foot.
injury is probably
Sure.
affecting him a little bit because he.
But we'll see what Surfer in blue. We're still waiting for his first wave to come in. The judges upstairs are, I guess, they're deliberating what to give gentlemen to see. And I'll give you his requirements soon thereafter. But right now, it seems like Surfer in blue only needs the 4.56 to find himself on that second transfer spot. So with 5 minutes and 45 seconds here, he definitely has the ability to do that. Potentially with his first wave. Not entirely sure why we're not seeing it yet, but as soon as the first wave for Surfer in blue comes in, we will let you know, and we'll drop.
Just waiting for that one to
immediately.
drop down. I guess our judges just looking at those replays, making sure they get the right call,
Yeah.
and comparing with the waves of red and green. So we're waiting for that. What's the next heat coming up there, Alfred?
Well, heat number 3 is up next, and we're going to be featuring Dylan Ford, Christian
De la
Padilla.
República Dominicana, nuestros hermanos dominicanos. Ahí está Cristian.
Then we got Dane Libby and also Nicholas Coley. These guys are coming up next, heat 3. Another 20 minutes of action. On this heat, it's a little bit under 5 minutes here. We're still waiting for that first wave. Surfer in blue. Not entirely sure what the case scenario is, but I can see that it's about to drop.
There we
soon.
go. Ooh, it
And
looks like a
should
big
be
one.
like a decent
We're
score.
seeing some good scores
Which is
dropping on this one.
Exactly what we were just talking about, though.
This will push him to second, even maybe to first with just
Wow,
one
just
score. Let's see what
one
comes down there. Here's
Big,
red.
beautiful hack, although, yep, there you go. Red, unfortunately, Mandia gets caught up on the high line. But Surfer in blue with that power surfing, that's what the
we
judges
go.
want on 6.5,
There we
baby.
go. He took the chance and he
Surfer
got
in
rewarded.
blue. Yes, sir.
We saw him. He was pushing hard on that last section on blue, and the judges rewarded him with a 6.50. It's the best heat score, highest wave score, and green backs up his score with a 6. So a lot of action here in the last 5 minutes of the heat.
Well, there you go.
Blue
Surfer.
needs to get his backup.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. No.
Well, Blue needs a backup. He's got priority. He's got a little bit under 4 minutes to try to get the job done here, and so it's not a huge ask. He only needs a 0.5, so
Just stand up.
basically just stand up, a little turn, and we'll get you into the game. But
Seems it paddled a little there, Alfred, and then
He lost
moves to
priority.
second priority. So now Red, who's in the second place, and can play a little defense here in these last 3 minutes to try to keep
try to
Blue off
hold
the
him.
wave.
Yeah, if that would be high IQ surfing on the Reds' behalf, if that were to be the case, hopefully he realizes that and able to play a little bit defense on surf on Blue.
And definitely still has to play some offense, because with that 2.5 as his
Yeah.
backup score on Red,
It's-
that's not safe.
it's not
If
safe,
Blue gets another score, he's out.
Absolutely, I
So
agree.
Red's gotta keep very busy now in these last minutes of the heat, just watching Blue and trying to better his situation. That's
Yeah.
3 minutes on the clock right now. And as I was saying, that next heat, it's Cristian Padilla from la República Dominicana, nuestro
Yeah.
amigo, nuestra hermana nación, República Dominicana, Caribbean Brothers. And
¿Qué es lo que pasa, manito?
¿qué lo que, mi hermano?
¿Qué es lo que hay?
So the WSL has a stop there also in Cabarete. Here's Red and Wave.
Yeah, Red, he's trying to better the situation, but the Gobbler takes over yet again.
That was
2
heavy there,
minutes and
Alfred.
30 seconds, but
Oh, there's
here
Blue.
there is Blue yet going again. Unfortunately, my
Lost,
cameraman is driving away from it. But yeah,
Here
Surfer
we
in
go.
Blue, not a huge ask. 2 minutes and 20 seconds here on the
Boom,
clock.
hits that section hard there,
Yeah,
Alfred.
That's where he was looking for.
He's going to get the 0.5 and some for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. That potentially might catapult him into that first transfer spot. So
I think red pulled the trigger too early on that one. Maybe blue sold him on that wave. Blue is a veteran seasoned competitor. So and here's our heat leader, Mr. Math here.
So with a 6.0 and a 2.73.
Oh, Gobbler eating everybody up.
Gobblers is having fun today. 1 minute and 45 seconds here. We'll see what that last wave for blue comes in at, but I believe it should be more than enough to push him forward. 1 minute and 35 seconds. And here we are, La Marginal Surfing Pro.
QS 3000.
QS 3000 event brought to you by the WSL. We're super excited to have this here and get the opportunity to showcase our home culture. 1 minute and 11 seconds.
And this is part of 3 events that the WSL does here in the Caribbean. When we see white paddling, WSL QS, they also have a QS 3000 in Cabarete in Dominican Republic. That's another left-hander, which the guys love down there. And they have the Barbados Super Bowls Pro, which is a QS, I believe it's a 5,000. So it's the biggest one in the tour.
A lot of points.
Great wave down there at Super Bowls. I've never been there myself, but every time I'm just watching it, it looks so fun. It reminds me of middles here in Isabela, just a punchy right-hander. And
so it's a little replay.
A lot of action here in the last 5 minutes of the heat.
As you can see, just don't have that off and out of it right away. We're still waiting for that last wave for Surfer in Blue with 30 seconds here, but I believe that if my calculations are correct, he should be taking over first place.
Definitely. We're waiting for that one, but
just waiting with 20 seconds away. We're waiting for his second score to Surfer in Blue. This guy's a stud. Like a small stature, but he goes big.
Powerful surfer.
We got 5 seconds on the clock. 5 seconds.
So still waiting for that score. It's coming down now. It looks it's going to be like in the 5 range for blue. So definitely it's going to push him up into first place. There we go. 5.37 for that. Last of blue puts him in the first place.
Official. So fourth position, we got Surfer in white. Surfer in red comes in third. And Math holds on another day to see another day. And Rafael Nono Pereira, Surfer in blue, that's de Venezuela, comes out with an 11.87. Capitalizes on the moment.
So these guys are on to round of 64, which is valuable tour points for all these competitors. They're out of round of 96, straight to round of 64, which we'll be seeing later on today. Some of these surfers back in the water. So these guys got to get out, get hydrated, stretch, get ready. And then we have a whole team of professional massages down there. They're giving the athletes massage. They're stretching them out. You know, they got all the physical therapists there that are helping our boys out, just keeping them ready for the competition.
I'm actually going to go out there.
Yeah.
A little bit later. I actually fell off my motorcycle. You know, a dog came, like two little.
Those Frenchies are heavy.
Man, like the guy.
They're aggressive.
Unfortunate, but I dodged the first one. The second one was not that. But it crushed my bike, unfortunately.
Yeah, those guys who know Alfred, they know when he's coming. Alfred's always in his bike making some noise, so you can hear him around Isabela Aguadilla.
Motorcycles.
We know when Alfred's around there, he's on his motorcycle.
My bike sounds like a 747. Oof! Look at that nugget.
Oh, another wave.
Vomiting there, huh?
I missed that Alan Cleanan wave in the free surf, but I heard it was a bomb. Just getting behind it and getting spit out of the barrel. So
yeah, it was nice.
There's some potential out there, guys.
Yeah, the judges, right? They all looked at each other like, we're gonna have an interesting day ahead of us.
There we go. There's Red getting it started early, right on the horn.
Yeah.
Not even 15 seconds into this heat, and Red's already getting his first score on the board. That's our surfer from the U.S. Horde.
All right, Horde getting it. Crackling away, heat number 3. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting little heat here with Surfer in blue.
That's Dylan Horde from the U.S., Christian Padilla from Dominican Republic, República Dominicana, Dane Libby from the U.S., and Nicholas Coley also from the U.S. That's our heat right now in the water, guys. Heat number 3, round of 96. WSL QS 3000, La Marginal Surfing Pro in El Rastrial.
El Rastrial, Puerto Rico, in Arecibo. So yeah, got 18, a little bit under 19. Got First wave for red. First wave for red comes in at a 2.5.
Had a little stuck there in that second turn, just affecting his score. But he's got his feet on the board, getting his heat started early. That's always good out here.
Yeah, how about that last heat surfer in blue?
He waited a lot, but as
Yeah.
we said, he waited for his waves, and
Yeah.
that's the difference between yesterday and today. You
Yeah.
got to be a lot more selective in your wave.
It was a little too close for me, though.
You're
I would've-
stressing out.
Well, you know, I personally, you know, if as far as like the tactic strategy, you know, it's a little bit difficult to execute
Yeah.
when your clock is running down. So,
But that's a
but he was
seasoned
able
competitor.
to. The
He just
seasoned
keeps
competitor was
keeps
able to
calm,
get it done, and
waits for his good waves, and all you need is 2 good waves. You don't need 10 or 20 waves.
There
All
you
you
go.
need is 2 good waves. So, just we're gonna see him soon.
That's
in the
exactly
interview.
what he did.
Yeah, he waited for his waves, and he got his highest heat scores, 6.5 and a 5. So,
Yeah,
make it to the next round.
yeah, he's moving on down, baby.
See all that overcast. They tell me it's raining hard.
All
So
right,
we're
we're
going
gonna
to interview.
a little bit of an interview, Pauline. Pauline.
All right, so we're still having some technical difficulties with our interview crew outside. It's that rain that just got all our equipment wet last night, so still trying to get all those little glitches going, but it was Rafael Nono Pereira, the winner of that last heat. Maybe we'll have him in the booth a little bit later so he can talk about his strategy.
Hopefully,
Call him up here.
I'll tell you this: he's definitely probably super happy
Yeah.
to be moving on, along with Surfer and also
Definitely.
Math. His name is Xavier. Is that correct? Yeah, Xavier Math. Right on. Cool name. But yeah, so far it's not a lot of action. Like I was saying, I mean it's difficult. I mean obviously, it's evidently clear that it's taking guys a little bit of time to get the ball rolling. But we got
There's White Libby.
Livy going on his backhand with one turn and doesn't close that wave
Says,
out.
I don't want the gobbler.
I don't want the gobbler or to have to paddle
No.
for 20 minutes. So, it's feeling out the ground a little bit and Surfer and White with the replay here. It's one turn out of that. I don't think it's going to be enough to woo the judges, to be honest with you.
Not at all. And you got to attack that section with speed. If not, going to eat you up with sea green here. Coley, boom, big section to start it off.
There we go. Now we're talking.
On those Mayhem surfboards.
Nice, powerful first turn and
Yep.
blasted it off the top.
Just one turn, but definitely the best turn I've seen on the heat right now. So probably be around those 3 ranges.
Yeah.
See the replay right here of Green getting his speed on, good bottom turn, and hits that layback with a lot of spray. I love those turns.
Blows the roof out of that.
Those Mayhem surfboards on his feet. I love Mayhem surfboards also.
Nice. Shout out to Mayhem.
Yeah. Winning the
Surfer in red or lip slide.
If it makes it off, not really.
Comes loose at the end. That would have been a relatively better score, a decent score for Surfer in red, but he's fortunately wasn't able to hold on.
Nope.
Comes a little bit loose, I think, his fins, but you can see him gliding on the lip, bit of a lip slide, and his fins come loose at the end. Or that's like body position too. You just can't be afraid. You just gotta go with it, I guess.
Look at that. 5.17 for that one turn for Green. Judges really liking that power surfing.
Oh yeah, baby.
Just putting it all on rail.
Yeah.
So there you have it. Just one turn.
The judges
good
will
score.
see it. Yeah, the judges, it's a halfway score. It's a happy medium is what I call it.
Definitely.
So I always rather have a happy medium under the
There's
5
White.
range.
Hitting that section a little better right there for White.
Drives down the line a little bit.
And closes it out. That'll be a score for White.
Those little inside sections, what can make a huge difference on the score is how vertical you hit it. You know, you can just fan it a little bit, but the judges will kind of see that. And but if you come up a little bit more vertical on that section, I believe the maneuver that I'm talking about.
Ahora sí.
All right, then we have an interview
All right,
coming
guys.
up.
Now we're going to the interview outside with Take It Air with Pauline.
no, no.
Ahí, bueno,
Que tuvimos que increíble. Todo el hit, 2 minutos, lograste una ola de ¿ah? Te marcó el. ¿Cómo te sientes?
no,
Right, so we saw the end of a wave of blue there when we were on that interview, and it was Cristian Padilla. I saw him just attack that section. We want to see if he did a little bit before that. We might get a replay on that one from our replay cameras. We have about 5 cameras on these guys. We basically have 1 camera on each surfer, just getting all the action, and very visual just in case we have any kind of interference issues. So for surfers who are watching this, we got the camera on you 24/7, you know, so keep it clean, guys. And then we
Well-
have the drone shot also. If we miss anything, we have that drone shot, which is also watching. Look at this double up. Oh, some power out there.
Sure.
I just want to try to see that last one of white. Look at that. He got a 5.17 also. I mean, blue, Cristian Padilla. We only saw the end of it, but it was a
Yeah.
solid closeout section. And judges awarding him with a 5.17. Same score as green. We got
Yeah.
same scores there.
Pretty good. I mean, these guys are as predicted. You know, Padilla and Coley, and Libby also kind of staying a little bit busy out
Staying
there with a
busy with-
2.8 and a 2.37. Not enough at the moment. He also hosted, oddly enough, combination score of a 5.17.
That's the number. We got to play that
We gotta
number.
play
en
that
Pega
number.
Tres.
Yeah, Pega Tres. It's all over the
Let's write it
screen.
down,
right
Alfred.
here, por favor. Ok. Nos dividimos los chavos.
Sí,
papi.
sí, sí. Estoy escribiendo aquí que nos compren el Pega 3.
El Pega Tres, por favor. Let's play that number. If you're at home and you like lottery, 517 seems to be that mess is probably for you. Go play that number. Here we got the
Red.
replay, the horde. Closes that section
we
out.
go.
Yeah, you see, that's
Lot
how you
better
get
right there.
past the gobbler. That's how you get past.
Green just waiting down there to paddle back out. We have our water safety crew out there, Ramses Morales and Angel Wiwi Maldonado, our local. Really, Angel just really knows these waters perfectly. He's one of our jet ski drivers, and he knows where all those keyholes are at,
Yeah.
where you can put the ski or not. And these guys just put it all in the line to
Yeah,
keep
these
our
guys
boys
are
safe.
brag certified, and they're the real deal.
That's true. Thank you to Otto Flores, who
Right.
brings the brag. It's the Big Wave Risk Assessment Group. They come here every year and they give our crew a full training of jet ski rescues, lifeguard, CPR, everything you need for big wave surfing
keep
and
our
security.
people-
So thank you to Bragg and Otto Flores, Greg Long, all that
Shaka.
crew that gets down here every day and keeps our guys ready. So that's a 5.83 for that last of red we saw, where he started with a good section and then hit that last closing section out. So that's the best wave of the heat. Puts him straight into first red with that last wave of 5.8 free, Alfred.
Nice, that was beautiful. Yeah, now his backup is 2.5. So, you know, it's definitely Surfer in red right now. Got himself into the game. Fortunately, his backup score for the time being is a 2.5. So, hopefully, he can switch that backup score a little bit and gives himself a bigger margin. But I guarantee you this, that as soon as Surfer in blue and Surfer in green grab their next couple of waves, things are going to change. We got 9 minutes and 30 seconds here on the clock. We got 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have what do we have? We have Surfer in white with priority. Second priority goes to Surfer in blue. Right now we're still trying to establish third priority, but here we have Surfer in white Libby. Libby needs a 2.38, which
Shove it.
that's a nice little shove if a Surfer in white, showing us the progression there. Mr. Levy. That was cool.
Good surfing there. So let's see what happens here. Blue's looking for a backup score. Green's looking for a backup score too right now. And there's little bit under 9 minutes left in this heat 3 of round of 96. There's that shove it again from Livy, not able to land it, but
Yeah,
cool to see that progression in the water.
absolutely. I think he should have just, you know, not done anything different. That was pretty
Yeah. Not going to be a score of consequence, but cool for us. That
Yeah, it's cool
reviewing,
for
just
us. Good,
seeing that
it's
surfing.
good visual.
Definitely.
I love it. Yeah,
See
these guys are
Toledo out
pushing.
there from Brazil. We got some of the Brazil contingency there. It's Toledo. We saw him at the Alice Pro also just ripping. So he's going to be in the water next.
Yeah, that kid's got
next
some
heat.
tenacity. He's a shredder.
Yeah.
He's
mean,
coming up in the rankings.
Who doesn't rip that comes from Brazil? It's like,
no,
that's such a powerful surfing country. You know, they just come up and taking over of the tour right now with that Brazilian storm. And I just
I think
love the passion that comes out of those surfers.
John was able to put a stop to it.
He did.
Finally.
John, he had his hands full because Italo was on a tear in that WSL finals at Trestles this year. Guy went from round 1 straight to the finals.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, the monster himself is
John.
waiting. So when Italo opened that
Here's
door,
Blue. I mean, Christian likes these powerful waves. He's a power surfer. Doesn't make that section, but this is his backyard. He loves this kind of waves, and Dominican Republic also has some strong slabs, you know. So he's used to this kind of surfing.
we'll see if the judges award him with that 3.7.
I think it's gonna be a little under. There we go, 2.20.
It's a little bit
really,
under.
he needed to close out that
He's
wave
still
if he
sitting
wanted that.
in second place, but it's dangerously.
It's a danger zone.
It's a danger
because
zone,
Green
yeah.
only needs a 2.21 to take him out of that spot. So
Right.
Blue's got to keep it moving. It's not done yet. It ain't over. And Red, he only has a backup score of 2.50. So it's anybody's game right now, and it's a little under 7 minutes in this heat left.
Yeah. Anything can change within the last couple of minutes, especially with this priority. Depending on what Surfer Red does here, we're going to be able to see a significant change within the last couple of minutes of this heat. So for the time being, we have sitting in third, we have Surfer and Green. Surfer and Green only need 2.21, so not very difficult in my eyes for him to attain that, considering the way he opened his first wave. But with 6 minutes and 30 seconds, the job is getting a little bit tighter, and he is against the ropes for the time being. So that's the case scenario. He's currently sitting in third. That backup score for Surfer and Blue, you know, it's a little bit on the low side for me.
He needs to get. He's not comfortable right now, but he's sitting on fourth priority. He's sitting wide now, which I think is a good strategy. You don't want to, in fourth priority, just sit with a pack.
Yes.
So he's going to sit a little wide. He might get an insider to try to better that 2.20 Surfer and Blue.
Well, smart so, because he's got fourth priority Surfer and Blue, so he's just trying to possibly sneak one on the inside, and which is not a bad strategy
Not at all. You see those boils out there where Red is sitting. That's where the wave actually doubles up and barrels. Where Red's sitting out there. When you see that drone angle, there's some boils out there. That's where you want to sit if you want to catch that.
For sure. And I think this drone angle kind of gives us a really good perspective as to what's happening out there. You see kind of like that outer reef, which is a non-factor for us, but it just gives us an idea when the set is coming, and it gives the surfers a heads up, you know, pretty much.
Here's White.
Levy. Yeah, and gets a nice looking wave here. Something beefy to work with.
Hands up right there. Just taps it a little. Hits it a little harder there.
Kind of runs away from the lip a little bit. But nevertheless,
Green
gets
in the
a
back.
nice little turn.
Oh, this guy's got some power, man.
Totally got some nice flow.
Good bottom turn.
Nice
Good
second
turn.
hack.
Yeah, this guy's going to first or second in a couple seconds.
For sure. He was only he only needed a 2.21, so I think he overexceeded that by a few. So.
I seen him surf in the free surfs a little, but really hadn't seen him a lot before. And holy rips, man!
Yeah, he's a
power surfer.
He's
like
a
his
ripper.
style. There's Green trying to manufacture a score, but he's gonna need a lot more now. I mean, Blue. He's gonna need a big score because Green just got a good score. There we go.
Well,
good closing maneuver.
Yes.
Make sure he makes out of it. That's very important.
Puts
you want
the hands out. Whoop!
Yep.
I got through the gobbler.
You got to ride out. If you don't ride out, the judges are not going to give you a score.
No.
So Christian Padilla in Blue just making sure he gets that important score in.
Yeah, he's trying to replace that backup score of a 2.2, as
I
you
think
were
he
saying
will.
before, and I believe
So there we go. We have
will be able to execute that. We'll see Surfer in White here with a nice little replay.
got a 4.33 in this wave we're watching right now.
Surfer
I think
in
all of that
White.
last turn.
That's his highest scoring wave. It's still not enough, unfortunately. He still needs a 3.78. to get back in the game here. However, he's sitting third, not too far out. 2.93 that last wave for Surfer in blue. So it does better his situation. He's currently still sitting in that second transfer spot, but
He's going to get pushed to third because
we got
Green, when
Green's
that
score
comes
coming
down,
up, and
he's going to go to first.
well,
there we
it is,
go.
6.17. That's right on cue, Oscar.
Judges like that
6.17.
wave. He just two good power maneuvers in that
Absolutely.
wave, and judges rewarding him with that 6.17.
Very poised.
Shoots him straight to first.
Yeah, very poised, right in the pocket, makes two solid turns, and the judges award him with a 6.17.
Great
And
bottom turn there by
yeah.
Green. I love that style.
And now his opening wave is his backup score of a 6.17, which is really interesting because now Green is feeling a little bit more
and
comfortable.
now he's loose, surfing under priority here.
Yeah, dropping in yet again. Super poised, trying to see what the wave gives him. But unfortunately, I don't think that wave is going to make a huge difference for him. But nevertheless, he's riding down the line.
And just for the mental game, just the other guys, when they see the person in first keeps on catching waves, it just puts you against the ropes.
I agree, and also he had fourth priority, so
there we go. I think
okay.
Red is going to replace that 2.50 with that turn right there. So it's going to make things a lot harder for Blue.
For Blue right now, he's looking for a 3.17 or better, and Surfer in White needs a 4.01. He's got a backup score of a 2.8. He may want to replace that.
Yeah. And after that one of Red, we'll see what the judges give him, Alfred, but that last one of Red is probably going to replace at 2.5, which is going to make the situation a lot harder for Blue and White.
I think Surfer in Red was listening to me.
There it is.
I was like closing that section with some authority, and he did
4
that.
point. What do we get there?
Yeah, there you go. He got a 4.83. It's not enough to put him in that first spot, but it is enough to give him a solid second score there with a 4.83. 1 minute and 45 seconds. So you got Levy here riding out that foamy whitewater. The young competitor here in white, he's doing his thing. He's got a 4.33 and a 2.8. He's currently sitting fourth. We'll see what happens for Surfer in blue here. He only has a minute and a half. So.
And last shot I saw, he was still trying to paddle out. He was getting pounded in the inside. So
yeah,
a lot of work there for Surfer in blue with just a little bit over a minute left in this heat, Alfred.
Yeah.
And guys, if you're watching us, if you see this cap I got on, it's La Marginal Surfing Pro. We've got the merch here. It's going to be here all week. If you come down here, get it because it's going hot. It's gonna
it's been flying off the shelves. It's been almost. We had to get a second shipment in because we sold out of the first one.
So guys, get down here.
Get it while it's hot. Actually, literally hot.
Yeah. You don't get it now.
Super cool, man.
There might not be any left for this Saturday, so come by La Marginal. We're gonna be here all day. We're selling the merch. We got food. We got local artists. Vi por allí, vi los artesanos ayer, Alfred, unas piezas bien bonitas, unas piezas talladas en madera. Unas cosas alusivas al surfing, así que de verdad que bien nítido lo que vi de los artesanos puertorriqueños. Tenemos sobre 36 artesanos que están aquí en el evento, así que vengan con su familia, que esto no es solo surfing y deporte, aquí hay artesanía, hay comida, hay música, ambiente familiar, así que vengan a ver a los mejores surfers de la región y a la vez compartan un poco y consiguen sus cositas. Se
y salúdennos si me ven por ahí.
Seguro, si nos ven por ahí nos saludan. Y se compran ahí su merch en la Marginal Surfing Pro, que está súper nítida. El póster está brutal. Ahora me voy a ir de este hit. Estoy con ustedes un ratito, pero cuando me pare les doy para que vean la parte de atrás de la camisa que está.
Showtime.
¿Cómo está eso?
Super cool. La Marginal.
Así que gracias ahí. Oye, gracias a Miguel Musser que nos está mirando por ahí. Miguel Ortiz es un surfer skater de aquí de Puerto Rico y él es el que hace todo esto arte.
Qué cool. Gracias.
De verdad que bien agradecido, Miguel Musser. Si nos están mirando, Miguel Ortiz, agradecido y los veo ahorita, mi gente.
Yeah, buddy. Bless you. Well, that was Oscar, the president of the federation here of Puerto Rico. He's coming up next. We have my buddy, Lonnie. We're going to sit here for a second. I'm going to hand over my headpiece. Y ahora. All right, microphone check 1 2 1 2. We're back here, Alfred Bovet on the microphone here, doing this awesome live webcast. 19 minutes and 28 seconds here. Heat number 4 in the water, like I was trying to say before. In blue, we got Mr. Beach, and red, we got Toledo. In green, we got Asher and El Señor Vargas. White, we got a lovely shot of our El Rastial del Pueblo aquí en Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Beautiful drone shot. So far, Surfer in blue opens up with a 2.0, and Surfer in white comes in with a 1.5. I want to welcome back to the booth my buddy. Buenos dias. How are you?
Incredible out there.
Yeah. Yeah, let me 1 second. Let me try to get your microphone
Oh,
up.
there we go.
All right, you're back.
Hearing myself is kind of scary.
Yeah, I was like, what? Where are you? Come back.
So, but look at the overview of the location here. Just the athlete zone, the judges area, just amazing color, and and what's available to all the surfers out here.
Yeah, I mean,
All the
yeah.
services.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are competing. The waves are coming up, like we talked about yesterday. I think yesterday was one of those days where whoever got out there and got past those heats were gonna be able to see some good waves. And unfortunately, we lost a couple of big names yesterday, but whoever made it through to these next rounds are definitely getting the opportunity to perform here with these.
You're going to have to bring your A game today. You have to bring
Yeah.
everything. No
Sure.
doubt. The last heat we saw Dane Libby get a 617.
Yeah.
Two beautiful turns. I mean, the sprays were as tall as the
Libby
waves.
unfortunately did not on that last heat. I think we were talking about
Oh, that was Nicholas.
Yeah.
Nicholas Coley. I'm
Correct.
sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. I
No.
knew it was green because I saw the wave.
It was green, right? Surfer
was
in
green.
green from that previous heat. Yeah.
So, but he just picked the perfect wave. It was just lined up for him.
Yeah,
and,
Nicholas Coley, he was able to ride that pocket out really patiently.
And yesterday he was really the first surfer to get a really big score. He got a 7.83 in his heat to take his heat down to advance, and that was that really first good wave in the good score, near excellent, and he did it again today.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is to survive to see another day. And,
It is.
These guys are doing that,
But it takes consistency to do that. So
yeah, I mean, you also have to, be at the right place at the right time. Everything has to fall into place. There are many different variables to being able to execute a good heat. Here, we're seeing extreme patience from Surfer in red. Toledo, I see we got Surfer in red right on cue, like dropping down. It's a nice little left-hander, something to work with. I guess he's just trying to get his feet, trying to get a score underneath him. We got Surfer in red yet again with a second turn. And unfortunately, he jumps onto that next section, which is really interesting. And heads up surfing on his behalf, he was able to get something out of that turn.
absolutely, you'll find the surfers in the athlete zone really watching and spending a lot of time down there before they go out, and watching what's really working out there and what's not, which one's not to kind of look at.
Yeah.
And which ones to kind of drop in. And that was kind of a smaller one on the scale that we have today.
Nevertheless, it comes in at a 3.33.
And it gets him going. It's all about getting that rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah, for sure. So that now becomes his higher score, 3.33 for Toledo, with his backup score of a 1.47. So yeah, 15 minutes or so, a little bit over 15 minutes left on this, as you guys at home can't see.
And the conditions, where we're at, can't quite see. We have a screen, but conditions are definitely looking different out there.
Yeah.
In person itself.
You think?
You think? No, it is for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely like a different
And look at-
world out there.
It just looks beautiful on the screen. Look at that left coming through.
That's a nice little drone
Yeah.
shot. I'm a huge fan of the drone shot.
Nobody
here.
was kind of deep enough to maybe look at that one. We got somebody turning around here. We got in green. We got Max Archer. Going to do a bottom turn. He's going to do a nice little carve. Drop back into it. See this here. Kind of kicking out. But that was a good first wave for Mac. And his last name was Asher. I think I mispronounced it.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Asher, please forgive us. It's early in the morning. We still haven't had much coffee. Well, actually,
Well-
it is locally now 8:43 in the morning, 8:43 for you guys that are watching at home. And you have some heats coming up and you're watching the live 8:43. This is heat number 4. Heat number 5 is coming up next in approximately 14 minutes. This is round of 96. And yeah.
So we've got just surface just kind of waiting for that wave to come in that they need to have to get that score. Currently, we have David in third priority in the lead, and we've got Max Beach second priority, and we have Vargas in priority, and Red just kicks out, drops in and kicks out. He still has a 0.80 in the lead. And see off on the horizon, it looks really nice and super clean.
Looks can be deceiving.
No, looks can be deceiving.
But
But
these guys are doing the job. It's what's required of.
From that drone view, it just looks completely different.
Yeah, I mean,
From your
I
edit.
much have that drone.
Just looks more pleasant.
It just I really like it. Like the drones have changed the game completely on how we view things. It gives us a bird's eye view of the action. I mean, I really like this camera angle here.
And here we go
of
at blue.
the drone.
Or that's
I believe that is white, Mr. Vargas.
it is, Mr. Vargas.
Yes, it is.
I've got to adjust my color vision.
It's okay, my friend.
Yeah.
You're only here for a few minutes.
We've got, if you can't see, we've got 2 big fluorescent lights right in front of us.
No, they're
And,
they're. All right, I think we're gonna call the outside for an interview. All right, switch.
Continuamos en este segundo día de evento desde Puerto Rico WSL. Continuamos con los ganadores. Estoy con Nico Coli. ¿Cómo estás, Nico?
Yo estoy muy bien, un poquito cansado, pero bien.
Qué bien, Nico. ¿Qué te hizo regresar después de ese incidente que tuviste, este hit, volver a regresar y seguir sumando puntos para ahora, pues, estar aquí y dar esta entrevista como primer lugar?
Nada, que me tenía una ola buena y me faltaba una más para pasar la serie, entonces cuando me pasó el incidente tenía que sacar algo para pasarlo afuera y hacerlo duro para pasar el hit.
Okay. ¿Algún mensaje que quieras dar a tu familia?
Sí, saludos a mi papá que está viniendo acá ahorita. Hi to my girlfriend and thank you all my sponsors and stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, nosotros continuamos en el estudio. Yo soy Paulín Moreno.
Well, there you have it. That was the interview from Pauline Moreno's with competitor in green, Nicolas Coley, saying hi to his girlfriend. Hi.
And
And,
Pauline
he's-
is actually from Miami. Miami, Florida, out
Uh,
here, working the event.
she's not from Miami. She just lives there at the
Well,
moment.
she lives there.
But Pauline, she is
And there goes White. That's
out of Colombia, and
Mr. Vargas.
there's a 3.1 that he's working with, and he's trying to switch that backup score that he has of 1.5. He's currently sitting in that second transfer spot as we see Mr. Beach Surfer in blue driving down the line with a nice little turn going left there, and gets a nice cutback. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Now, a little bit
But-
on the smaller side, but still, it's a score that's going to add
It
to
keeps
his.
going. It's not over. And yeah.
So we've seen some when I first got here at Don Patrol. Definitely double overhead in some of the sets. And it seems like it's kind of cleaned up just a little bit more out of control earlier.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I think it's the tide kind of changing and affecting it. But definitely a little bit cleaner, a little bit more doable, a little bit more room on the faces to get more work done on these walls.
yeah, we got 10 minutes on the clock here, and this is the situation. Vargas with that last wave he has a 4.17 and a backup score of a 3.1. On Toledo in red, he's currently sitting in second with a 3.33 as his best score and a backup score of a 1.47. Mr. Beach needs a 2.08. Surfer in blue and Surfer in green, he's looking for a 2.74 or better. Surfer in green or Asher, he only has one opening wave, so he's looking for that second backup score. He has second priority. However, as we can see here, Surfer in red, Toledo, he hasn't really his second backup score is a 1.47. Is relatively low. I'm sure he's going to be able to replace that. We got Surfer in blue, Asher, getting gobbled in the inside, but I believe Toledo is more than capable of replacing that backup score. But 8 minutes and 50 seconds here on the clock, and that is the situation currently with Surfer in white leading the heat. A combination score of what's that, 7.17 or so.
And on that last wave of Max Beach's blue, he had just a 2.0. He added a 2.73 to his score line, which gives him 4.73. You saw from the overhead view, you can actually see the breaking out on the outer reef, and the surfers are choosing to sit inside of that outer reef break. And
no, actually, it's just an outer reef. It's just an indicator. There's really technically no surfing all the way on the outside. Is that reef is not really suitable but it's just an indicator as to when the sets are coming in. It's not like the actual break is kind of where Surfer in red is paddling about, as you can see that wave clamping down on Surfer in green, Asher. Yeah, so that's pretty much where the break is. You can see the waves breaking on that outer reef, but
absolutely,
they're non-significant for
the competition.
Correct.
And here we go with White dropping in. Gonna make it around that section and hits the lip, and doesn't quite survive the drop.
We are calling it the gobbler, my friend. Okay, let's
gobbler.
get it together here.
Now in Puerto Rico, did they participate in Halloween?
Happy Halloween.
What's happening? So the gobbler is the perfect name for
Yes.
Halloween.
Thank you for joining our broadcast. It is Halloween, and that being said, it's called La Marea de los Muertos. La Marea de los Muertos is typically the tide of the dead, and it arrives late October, usually around Halloween week. Halloween is today, all the way through November 2nd or so, and this is what is called La Marea de los Muertos. Y La Marea de los Muertos basically is tide of the dead. So basically it goes on, and we can see it's the beginning of our official surf season out here in the Caribbean. And the reason why they call it La Marea de los Muertos is because, once the tide and the ocean starts to rip, it starts to claim lives.
They celebrate with a parade, I believe.
Yeah.
And so this goes on longer
You're
than
talking
just,
about Halloween?
well, for the national kickoff for surfing
Oh,
for
yeah.
the season.
Okay.
So I was talking to Oscar yesterday, and we were talking kind of politics. I noticed out here they have parades for all their politics. They have going through the street, driving through the street, and everybody's lined up. And it's interesting because I live in Florida. It's just a little bit of a different kind of vibe with politics and how they express it locally.
Right on. So, this is the WSL qualifying series. Here we're talking surfing. I would rather not talk politics, but
yeah,
I see your observation here.
Trying to connect
every
it with
one has their way of expressing their political views, and Puerto Rico, does it a little bit different. We're a Commonwealth of the United States here, and we are just trying to get through it as well. We are also American.
Mm-hmm.
So, politically speaking,
and very friendly
it's
too.
a very sensitive time for everyone. So
it is.
I'd rather not discuss politics at this point. But here, surfing, 5 minutes on the clock. We got Surfer in red now, currently sitting in third.
Got nice White with a nice slash at the lip. The second one. And that looks like about it for him, but he's got two nice turns on that wave.
Right on.
And that looks like probably going to be a really good score for him. There was a super heavy barrel that just came through and just kind of closed out on everybody. But
4 minutes and 30 seconds here, as I was trying to say, and call out the situation. Currently sitting in third, Surfer in red. Surfer in red with priority. He's got 4 minutes and 20 seconds or so. He needs a 2.47 or better to find himself moving forward. Surfer in red, Toledo. Currently in second with a 3.07 and a 2.73. We got Mr. Beach Surfer in blue. And leading the heat with a 5.0 and a backup score of a 4.17. We got Surfer in white. We got 4 minutes on the clock here. Surfer in green needs a 3.07 at the time, this very moment. But it's not a big ask of Surfer in red for a 2.47 with priority. So let's see if he can get the job done. He's got 4 minutes on the clock here, David Toledo, and I believe he's capable of getting it done. We'll just see if he's able to just snag that wave that is wired.
I've watched the judges scoring, and 247 is a really good turn. One really good turn will get you that score and bump you up.
Right on.
And if you're lucky enough to get that second turn in, then no doubt you're going to get that score. You're going to replace that 1.47.
As you can see in the water now, Toledo is sensing a little bit of urgency, and he asking time. We have Rodriguez on the microphone as MC shot caller, as I would like. He's my partner. Prime, he is Biggie, and I am Tupac, and that's how we roll. But 3 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red, back against the ropes. We'll see what's going to transpire.
But he does have priority, which is really important for him. He's going to let, looks like, blue go.
Saw that. Beautiful. Unfortunately, we didn't see that wave.
That was, I believe, green that dropped in on that.
Was that green? I don't know. It was a nugget from my view here, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to see that wave. That is a replay, but that's not the wave I was looking for Mr. Beach. I believe
you heard the crowd.
Surfer in green, yeah. Had a nice looking left. I can see it from the drone, but unfortunately my control room switched me out of that shot, and we missed the shot. But
so I got 2 minutes left. David Toledo still first priority.
Yeah, he's definitely now the clock is definitely ticking for Surfer in red. Surfer in red, he definitely could use these 3,000 points. I can tell you that much. 3,000 points will get him a lot closer to the Challenger Series. 1 minute and 40 seconds, and this qualifying series is really important for these guys.
It is. I think David's only participated in 2 events this year, at the Jacks and also at the SlowCal at Pismo Beach, and looking to improve on his point totals to move up in the rankings. It looks like he's turning around, and maybe it's going to be, looks like green again. That is Mac Dasher, and he comes up and smashes the lip. Nice little carve, and he's actually coming back up to hit the end section. And he gets the
gobbler. The gobbler, you gotta finish that section in order for the judges to really award you on it. You got Surfer in white Vargas with a nice looking turn, but unfortunately it was so burly in that section.
That thing
just
just
free
drained.
falls, and it's completely drained.
There we go. We got blue in second, Max. See him on the screen there, sitting at a 5.80. This is somewhat of a low scoring heat compared to some of the other ones earlier.
I believe so. Unfortunately, Surfer in red is getting the shorter end of the stickers, but nevertheless, we got Surfer in red with 20 seconds. Here we go.
Here we go.
Driving. Pressure.
Got the ear, but didn't get the ticket on that one there. So
10 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately for Toledo, that could be the end of his run on this competition. Also, the gobbler eating up Surfer in green. Surfer in
here he
green.
goes. He gets up again.
Oh, underneath the bell, he's still driving.
Not gonna.
We'll see. He doesn't need a huge score, but unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be enough for Toledo to get it done.
He's at 391.
Yes, he does.
Get to that advancing position.
Right
So, but
on.
we've already busted through 4 heats already this morning.
Right on. Heat number 5 coming up next. I have it here. We got Rex Hennings. We got Kai Barton coming up next. We also have Ricardo Delgado, which is one of our local talents here. He did really well yesterday. Wishing him the best of luck, of course. And we got also Laird Lavic here coming up. 20-minute heat here, approximately starting in 10 seconds. We got the official countdown here.
I think I remember we had a conversation about Laird yesterday.
Yeah, we do.
Huh? And that's a great name to be associated with Surfer Lake.
All right, we're back here. Sorry for that slight delay. We're taking care of some technical difficulties. But can you guys hear us? You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you also as well. And
all right, we got Surfer in blue.
We've got Kai Barton up in blue. Comes in and gouges that lip right there and jumps out of that one there, bails out. That's his first wave of getting his heat started. And I think you really want to get it started early. Today, especially with the conditions, you don't want to wait because you never know what you're going to get. Go ahead and get stuff early. Get your rhythm going early in this heat, and feel good about it.
Yeah,
Give yourself that good feel.
For sure. Getting started early is always a plus. As we were talking about yesterday, kind of split these heats into 2. You know, like the 10-minute mark here, and trying to get that first wave going. You only need the top 2 scores, but Surfer in white comes in with a 5.67 on that first wave.
And we missed that in between the technical difficulties. So
Yes,
hopefully they'll get that replay going back again.
It's okay. I'm sure the audience at home were able to see that. We got 18 minutes on the clock. I'm sure we're going to see Delgado catch another one. Surfer in white, very knowledgeable local surfer here. Ricardo Delgado, a.k.a. Ricky Slim. So, yeah, he's currently sitting in first.
There's Laird in green on his backside. A couple little hits. Yeah, so Ricardo's from this area then?
Yeah. He lives in San Juan, but as I heard him say yesterday, I'm all over the coast. And I'm sure we're good here. All right, so far, Surfer in white, third priority. Kai Barton comes in with a 4.07 and a 3.73 combination score. Surfer in green, he has a 3.5 and 0.23, which I'm sure he's going to place that relatively soon. With priority, though, Surfer in red holds priority.
Yeah, so Kai Barton on that one wave that he had, that 407, was just a one turn. Nice little jam right up into the lip and decided to kick out, but you can see what you can get on one turn here.
Right.
So to get his game going, he just needs a 161 to move into that first position. We have Laird after his first 2 waves with a 373. He just needs a 0.58 to move into that advancing position. And of course, Rex out of California went with a 0.50, needing a 3.58.
Right on. So, kind sir, I believe we have an interview coming up outside with Pauline. Paul, are you guys ready for Pauline? All right, here we go, Pauline.
Gabriel Arturo Vargas desde Perú. Continuamos con los latinos en este segundo día de evento del WSL. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, el mar cambió radicalmente, está mucho más grande, gigante pero movido, así que complicado, contento de seguir avanzando, ¿no? Y nada, ahora volvemos a correr más tarde, así que motivado.
¿Quieres darle un mensaje a tu familia para Perú?
Bueno, sí, gracias a todos los que se han levantado temprano a verme, así que vamos ahora en un rato en la tarde. Las olas están complicadas, pero seguimos luchando con todo.
Así es, bueno, muchísimas gracias. Nosotros continuamos desde aquí, desde Puerto Rico, en este WSL. Seguimos en el estudio.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Pauline. Eso es interview ahí, Vargas. You heard Vargas say that the waves have changed dramatically, and it's huge, but he's doing his thing. And Surfer and White Vargas moving on, winning that last heat, and he's super stoked to survive, see another day here.
Absolutely. And like I said earlier, when I got here, you're gonna have to bring your A game. You're gonna have to have every little bit of what you have surfing knowledge-wise and put it to use. So pick the right waves, especially. You know, the wave choice is going to be huge, and really going after what you want to go after. Don't be soft with it. You really want to attack it because.
Well, the judges will award you. You know, this is where we're talking about separating the boys from the men, little ladies from the big ladies. So you got to charge, and the judges will award you for that. So, this is the day to do so. Day of reckoning. We got Surfer in Blue with a nice little turn off the top. Kai Barton driving down the line with a nice little cutback. Finds himself in that inside section. Kai Barton is trying to look for his second score. Unfortunately, the turtle attacks him and pulls, the leash at that final little section. I don't think it's going to be much of a difference, but it's always good for you to finish your wave completely and not have a little faux pas in the end. It's something that at the professional level, these guys are very aware of, and it's something that is very important to finish your waves and come out of the front of the whitewater.
And here we go with White.
We got Surfer in White. That's right. Ricardo Delgado is currently sitting in second based on Kai Barton's last wave. Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue has a 4.67 and a 4.07. He's currently sitting in first place.
And so you talked about it yesterday. The La Tortuga.
La Tortuga.
The turtle.
That's right.
We talked about the Newton Ninja Turtles.
The teenage.
So, anyways, that actually came. The producer of that show was Gary Proper.
Okay.
Who surfed for Dewey Weber Surf Team. He was probably one of the best surfers back in the '60s on the East Coast.
Oh wow, that's some history there.
Yeah, and his name was Gary Proper, and legend out in Florida and Hollywood with his movie making, and I wanted to give a shout out to Ann and Shea Weber.
Cool.
Living out in California. But yeah,
it's early in California right now. I think they're sleeping. But once you do catch the cast, hello to you, the Weber family. We got 12 minutes and 35 seconds here. Kai Barton still currently sitting in first. That second wave for, Surfer in White, his last wave came in at a 2.0 or something like that, was it? Yeah. He's currently sitting in second. Surfer in Green with priority, he needs a 4.18. At Surfer in Red, he needs a combination score of 5.84 or better. He's currently holding a 1.83 and a 0.5. I don't think that's going to be much for Surfer in Red for the time being. 12 minutes on the clock here. We got heat number 5. And so far, Surfer in Blue is locking it down. Like competitor, not too far away, Ricardo Delgado, sitting in that second transfer spot for the time being. So
we got some heavy hitters coming up too in about 11 minutes and 30 seconds, including Will Dean, Mackay Bray, Ray Hernandez,
Mexico, Mexico,
and Blaze Roach. So that contest in Mexico is also going to be at a beach called Los Cerritos in the Cabo area of Baja.
Nice.
So, from what I understand, it's a really nice right-hander.
Cool.
So it should be good, exciting times for these surfers once they leave here to travel in November.
And that is, they're closing it down after that, going to Christmas break. Is that correct?
Christmas break, and then they'll start back up again. They'll actually come back to Florida in March with the Ron John Pro.
Right on.
Or they travel back this way. I think they go to Cambria in Dominican Republic, and then they go to Barbados for the QS 5000.
Camarete, is that what you're saying?
I believe that's what it is.
Santo Domingo?
My
O cabaretes?
my Spanish is, I'm working on my Spanish.
Oh, no te preocupes, amigo. Yo te voy a ayudar.
So I kind of roll my R's, but I'm going to get better. You know, after I think about a week here.
Let's practice Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Puerto.
So I tell you, the best
There's
instructors.
an R in Puerto.
The best instructors for Spanish are the flight attendants.
Oh, I thought you were gonna see the señoritas.
Yeah, the señoritas, and they teach you all the Spanish you need to know.
Yeah, well, you know, my señorita was my mom. She taught me good Spanish. Well, here we go. Ricardo Delgado, currently sitting with third priority. He in that second transfer spot, being chased down by Surfer in red and Surfer in green. But yeah, like you were saying, the next heat coming up is we're gonna be featuring Rey Hernandez desde Mexico, Acapulco. Super cool cat.
Here goes.
He's coming up next.
Here goes green dropping in. Just a little setup turn. See if this thing stands up for him to hit. And it does, and it's the gobbler again.
The gobbler, keeps eating.
It does. We're gonna find out which color the gobbler likes the best by the end of the day.
Interesting. According to my statistics and my logistics, red was winning all day yesterday. So,
And you know
what color is it gonna be?
Well, you know, it kind of makes, you know, when they're in the seeding part of contest, it's always red. It's always seeded number one, at least in that heat.
Yeah.
As far as the rankings go.
I don't think we were that organized. I just think it was completely random. But yeah,
it could have been. But typically
we could be organized here.
Typically, we'd see the red first, and then the blue, the white, and the green.
Okay, but like, what are the chances that red kept winning most of the day?
Well, could be easier to see.
What is the mystery behind this?
Absolutely.
But yeah, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Here's a lovely shot. This is what you like. Are you the artist? You like to paint this kind of.
I love these kind of views. Absolutely.
Yeah,
you can see the keyhole at the bottom, a little arm, a little concrete arm sticking out. That's where all the surfers depart the beach and head out, paddle out to the ocean, to the break. And the drift doesn't look too bad right now. Once they get out in that clean water area.
Hey, looks could be deceiving, buddy, especially at 4 o'clock in the morning in a dark alley.
They can, and it's not my arms that are out there either. So,
but you know, it's a strong paddle out. These guys are taking approximately to get all the way out there 8 to 10 minutes. So it is a bit of a warm up. But once you're out there, these guys are getting through it relatively fast, cutting through the waves.
I was in the 1988 U.S. Surfing Championship in Ocean Beach.
1988. That was like 125 years ago.
It was, and I'm just 124. So
okay, well there you go.
But anyways, it was Ocean Beach, San Francisco, 12 to 15 foot, 20-mile-an-hour onshore winds, and they gave us 20 minutes to paddle out.
Oh wow!
And it took the entire 20 minutes to paddle out to get your heat going. And once you caught a wave, if you got too far inside, you had to run down the beach, and it was just impossible to get back out again. So you pretty much had to turn around after your first wave and go right through that inside section. And inside, it was top to bottom barrels at 10 foot.
Okay.
It was just breaking everything, and just to get outside, it was a lot of work. And these surfers here are going to find themselves having to work really hard to stay where they're at. With the tide, I believe the tide kind of high. A lot of water getting trapped as well. And so it makes the situation even trickier for the surfers, as we've heard some of them in their interviews talk about how tricky it is out here with the current conditions.
Yeah.
But currently we have 6 minutes and 24 seconds left. We have Kai Barton in the lead, and he also has priority with an 8.47. We have Ricardo Delgado in second. Third priority, we have Lard Lavick in third place with fourth priority, and then we have Rex Hennings at the bottom there in fourth with second priority. So he's got a chance with that needing a 5.84 to get back into things, because the biggest wave score is actually a 5.67. So it's kind of in where that area that he needs. So it's kind of a doable score.
It is.
Yeah.
It's been a relatively slow here, but it's okay. This is part of the way some guys and their strategy act. Such, they sometimes choose to kind of wait it out and see what happens. So this is one of those heats with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. Surfer in white currently sitting in that second transfer spot.
Got a little.
Followed by Surfer in green, but Surfer in green has fourth priority, and then we got Kai Barton yet again, who's sitting first, gets a one long turn on the open face of that, and that's pretty much it. We got Surfer in red, Hennings dropping out of the sky. Unfortunately, my camera guy can't keep up with him. It's going so fast. We got 5 minutes on the clock here. I don't think it's gonna be enough for Surfer in red to move up onto that second transfer spot. But yeah, you never really know. There's still plenty of time on the clock here.
We couldn't see the end of that wave, but that drop was insane.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a full free fall, and I was shocked when I saw him land on his board with his feet.
Huh.
And then that bottom turn before the video cut. So, but
Yeah. We'll see if that gives him. He's only holding a 1.83 and a 1.37, and maybe that will better his situation. However, he's got a long road ahead of him right now with only 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock here. So, Kai Barton, Surfer in blue, is certainly right now in that first spot. However, Delgado in white only needs a 3.3, and that could be relatively easy for him to attain. So, Delgado, Surfer in white, could potentially better his position and solidify it, and ideally, I take over that first transfer position here. But the job that's to be done here is still by Surfer in red and Surfer in green, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds here.
And green Laird has been
Laird.
Laird.
Oh, Lordy Lard.
I know.
Lordy Laird.
I'll get that my tongue untied soon. But
it's okay.
He's been the active one. He's had 5 waves ridden in this heat. So he doesn't have far to go. I mean,
unfortunately, the insignificant waves within 1 point something. You see red right now with a sense of urgency. He realizes that he doesn't need a score. He needs at least a 5.84. I wish I can relay him that information, but Pito upstairs is very, very good at it. 3 minutes and 3 minutes on the clock here, and Surfer in red certainly is feeling the pressure right now. Also, you see Surfer in green now scrambling a little bit, kind of looking for better precision. But so far, with priority, Surfer Kai Barton in blue.
Yeah, from the East Coast.
Holding it down.
And, it's I think the East Coast surfers, even though they don't live here, they have the benefit of being close enough to travel to Puerto Rico often.
Yeah.
And so that's a good thing. And this is kind of, for us as East Coasters, this is our Hawaii.
Yeah,
So it's
this is Hawaii is Hawaii. This for
Hawaii
East
is
Coasters, this could be your Puerto Rico. But Puerto Rico is very compatible, as you can see, going over the falls. We had Surfer in green there, I believe. Yeah, it's just one of those things where you just get caught over the falls as a duck diver. That's like the worst thing you want to happen to you. But Surfer in green went for a ride.
That is probably not going to be the last one.
Nah,
Today.
yeah. I got pounded so hard the other day at Las Dunas that I did like a rodeo. I held onto my board and I did a rodeo McTwist underneath. And when I come out, I didn't know like which way was the shoreline, and like I was just like so disoriented. But I haven't gotten. I'm like at my age and all these waves and all these years, I've never been worked like that. So that was super cool. It's an
You got red
experience,
turning
yeah.
around and dropping in. Little bottom turn. It kind of gets a little soft on him, so he's going to try to run down that face. Does a little flash and comes up again with another little turn. Third
Thank you for
little
the
turn.
coffee.
So Rex is working it, and he's done. So we'll see if that's. I don't know if that's going to hit that 5.84 that he's searching for with a minute left. So we got blue up. This is Kai. Nice little roundhouse. Kind of quite doesn't finish it. or come out of that, but he'll get something for that. I don't think it's going to replace any of his two top scores that he has currently. So, but we have 45 seconds left in this heat. You can see some waves approaching, so there might be some time left. Currently, Laird, who is in third position, has priority. That is in green. Looks like he might turn around and paddle here. And he does. He does get this wave. Let's see what he can do with 18 seconds left. Oh, he comes up and smashes that lip. Just needing a 4.18. Let's see if we can add to it. Kind of coming through the inside section, kind of biding his time.
I think that wave is over. I don't think it's going to offer him much. The heat is over. We'll see if it's enough for Surfer in green to displace Surfer in white. Surfer in white never really got a chance at the end because he kept holding third priority. So Ricardo Delgado really was sitting in second, somewhat hopeless because he couldn't really do much about it without priority. However, Surfer in green with priority is able to capitalize on that moment. We'll see when his last wave comes in to make it official. I'm looking at the scoreboard here from the judging panel. As soon as that score drops for Surfer in green, we're going to be able to see whether if it was enough to displace Surfer in white on that last heat number 5. So, yeah, there he goes. It comes in at a 3.5, which is just enough to knock down Ricardo Delgado. Unfortunately, a Puerto Rican surfer here meets the end of his journey during this WSL qualifying series stop here in La Marginal in Puerto Rico, in Arecibo. Unfortunately, he does not move on. But moving on, it's Surfer in blue and Surfer in...
Yeah, so with Laird, 18 seconds left. He pulls it off.
Got it done. Just
and
what
got
he
it
needed.
done.
Yeah,
Absolutely. No? The heat runs from the horn to the horn. So here we go with the next heat. We just started. We got 19 minutes and 55 seconds. We've got in red, we've got Will Dean. In blue, we got Makaya Bray. White, we have Loco and Ray Hernandez. And we got in green, Blaze Roach.
Right on. So, no, Ray Hernandez is from Mexico.
Oh, it's from Mexico. My bad.
From Acapulco.
There you go.
Según dice el caballero que es el mejor sitio en México.
So
Acapulco. Que nunca he tenido la oportunidad, mi gente, de visitar a Acapulco. Así que si quieren invitar algún día, le llego, ¿eh?
See, I'll just say see.
Sí.
So, but anyways, cool story. I talked to Blaze Roach yesterday after his heat. And funny thing is, I grew up in California in Anaheim. He did as well. And his dad went to the same high school and junior high school I went to. I'm just not sure if it was the same year. But kind of interesting how close we all are here in this community. You
right
know?
On.
So,
but you're not his dad, right?
No, I'm not his dad. No. He's got the blue eyes. I got the hazel. So
that was terrible.
That's okay. That's the first check you do is you look at the eyes, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? And one thing surfers have is they have eyes for waves.
Yes.
Surfers do.
Back to surfing here.
Yeah. And so these surfers out here, even though they're looking and maybe not sure and they haven't surfed this area a lot, they still kind of know what to look for when they're out there because a wave can be a wave.
Yeah.
And you can get your...
You mean a wave could be the wave?
The wave.
Right. Because a wave will always be a wave. But yeah, this is my partner here.
So we're down at 18 minutes to go. No one's caught a wave yet in his heat. But Will Dean is from North Carolina, I believe. And, of course, Blaze is from California. And Makaya Bray... He is, I believe he's actually from California as well. I know I've seen him in the NSSA surfing. So, I believe he is related to the Bray family, surfing family.
His last name is Bray.
His last name is Bray.
So he could be related to the Bray family.
I take a lot of guesses a lot of times. So.
17 minutes here and 15 seconds on the clock. And these guys are very poised. I think they're very aware of each other's competitive prowess here. So they're obviously being a lot more selective, and 3 minutes have gone by on the clock, and they're patiently sitting out there waiting for their turn to strike. So yeah, 16 minutes here and 50 seconds. Heat number 6 in the water now. Heat number 7 is coming up next. Heat number 7, we're going to be featuring Carlos Munoz, who's ranked 22nd in this series so far. He's somewhat of a contender. You're going to have Sebastian Mendez also coming up next, and the great Brian Perez is also going to be from El Salvador. And El Tico de Costa Rica, Oscar Urbina. So heat number 7 coming up next is going to be on fire. We're going to have some fireworks crackling.
It's a stacked heat, absolutely. So, but I think we're gonna see some fireworks in this one here, even though it's a little bit slow with 16 minutes to go. So waiting on our surfers to get their first wave. So what can we expect here in this area for like today? This, I believe it's Thursday.
Yeah, or it could be a Friday. If you want it to be a Friday, it could be a Friday too.
But for the little happenings around the surf area here that they got going on.
Yeah, we have some food. We have some artisanal arts going down here. Unfortunately, the weather is not on our side today. We're expecting like heavy rains and such. Like it rained heavily last night. We have a storm really close by that's definitely affecting the conditions, as you can see in the water and such. So we do have a little bit of rain, but feel free to come down and enjoy the scenery. We have food, we have drinks, we have good vibes, and we have surfing, most of them. These rounds is round of 96. We have a lot of competition left. We have still a lot of contenders. We got 96 contenders, although a couple of them have been knocked out already because this is heat number 6 in the water now. But nevertheless, yeah, we're working our way onto those final rounds, and that's what's to be expected out of today.
And we saw a partial video of White on his first wave, Ray, with a 4.17. It puts him in the lead momentarily. And it looks like we're going to an interview.
Yeah, we have the lovely Pauline outside. Pauline with the last heat's winner.
4.17, that's their first wave.
All right, we're experiencing a little bit of a tech yet again. Please forgive us for that.
Hi guys, we continue in this WSL. We are with Kay Barton. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. Super stoked to start the contest with a win, and yeah, just excited to surf some good waves.
It's amazing. You've been here for a few weeks. How good is to spend so much time here?
It's amazing. I'm just stoked that all the boys here welcomed us in and has been showing us around and been scoring waves with all the locals and stuff, and it's been a great time.
That's nice. Is your first time here?
No, I've been here a couple times. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. We continue here, and this is WSL.
First priority red.
Well, there you had it, buddy. Kari Barton. I've seen him out at my local beach break, dumping buckets, and yet again he continues on with his campaign, moving forward here on this WS qualifying series stop at Marginal Pro Surf here in Arecibo. So yeah, Mexico en blanco with a 4.17, and we got yet again surfer in white, Hernández desde Acapulco, con su segunda ola y cierra con buen estilo el competidor en blanco.
He just slayed that wave.
Vamos a ver esa es su segunda ola y el competidor en blanco. Vamos a ver cómo los jueces ven esa situación, pero creo que el mexicano Rey Hernández con una buena segunda ola, y vimos el competidor en Rojo. Dean, a ver cómo se ve la situación del competidor en rojo. Pero por el momento, el hombre de la hora desde Acapulco, México. Tenemos al competidor en blanco, Hernández. Vamos a ver cómo entra su segunda ola. Creo que le va a mejorar su situación y creo que se va a encontrar en una buena posición. Así que vamos a ver cómo se ve la situación del competidor en blanco.
So we just saw White go through, and look what he gets there, 7-8-3. He just, I mean, he couldn't ride that wave any better.
Boom, bow, how you like me now. Surfer in white with a 7.83.
And Will Dean right behind him in red with a 6.0.
All right.
Right up in the second place right there.
All right.
So
Surfer in red kind of putting his bid, which is the heat started out relatively slow, but here we got with a 7.83. And then over here, Surfer in red gets a 6.0.
Yeah,
And now Roche and Mr. Bray, they got some work to do here because it's a halfway mark here on this heat number 6, round of 96. And yeah, I tell you, Mr. Hernandez is putting the work in. So I'm sure that he's got plenty of time on the clock right now to replace that backup score of 4.17. And that will make Hernandez very, very happy.
very happy. Will Dean from North Carolina got that score. We didn't see the whole way, but he got that 6.0. He's still needing a 6.01 to get in advancing position. But really, Blaze and Mackay really need to start seeking, because we lost probably about 5 minutes at the beginning of that heat without a wave.
Yeah, I mean, these guys were like feeling it out also, like this is part of the strategy. This is the game right now. They're sitting with first and second priority, so it's their turn to strike. They're still within the halfway mark. There's plenty of time to get the job done.
Plenty of time.
So, but thus far, with a 7.83 and a backup score of a relatively low backup score of a 4.17, Surfer in white currently is winning the situation. So, yeah, I mean, he's got also Surfer in white's got plenty of time to replace that backup score of his, therefore even further solidifying his situation.
And here goes Blue dropping in. This is Mackay on his first wave, getting on the board. Nice little carve. Little slash here. He's coming up to hit the lip, and he comes out of it. And that's going to be a make.
Yeah, there you go. He gets past the gobbler, and just getting past the gobbler is an extra couple of points, I say.
That's the gobbler test.
That's the gobbler test, and if you pass that, you get an extra 0.5.
So we're going to see him. Definitely jump up on that score right there. He gets a 5.
There it is.
4.0. Now he's just needing a 1.01 just to get to advancing position.
See.
In blue. So the competition really kind of on this heat is kind of on now. They're kind of all moving into a place where they can all compete here score-wise. And we're still waiting for Blaze, but here's Will. He actually had priority in that wave, and it didn't look like a very good wave to kind of go on.
But as the cookie crumbles, they give it the baton right back to Surfer in white. And Surfer in white, I'm sure, is going to try to put in that final dagger to make sure that he gets on through this round. He does hold it. Competidor en blanco ahora, Rey Hernández con la oportunidad de cerrar este hit con prioridad, y en realidad creo que es totalmente posible de que el competidor en blanco desde Acapulco, México, pueda cerrar este hit con esta prioridad y 8 minutos. Si le sale una ola buena y buena selección, creo que va a poder ejecutar lo necesario, ¿no?
So right now, this is really kind of a goofy footer's dream, is all the lefts.
Indeed.
We saw some rare rights yesterday, and here goes Red dropping in. This is Will Dean on his backside. Nice carve right there. All the way down the bottom, leans into it, and right in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Smashes it. And this is going to be a really good wave.
All right.
This is probably going to change the position between first and second after that wave.
I can 100% guarantee you that at the very moment, Surfer in red doing his thing, got right underneath the pocket, and he absolutely capitalized on that moment. he wasn't sitting on the priority or anything, was he?
Nope.
And,
Well, he had actually lost priority on the bad wave choice, I believe, earlier.
and
right
then
before.
he just gets right back on it, and he gets a nice little digs into this wave and gets a couple of rails in there, and Surfer in red definitely gonna come in. I see some scores: 7.77.
There you go.
7.77 for the Surfer in red. He's currently leading the heat, followed by Hernandez. Hernandez only needs a 5.94 now, which is definitely it's definitely possible. But right now, Dean gets right under the lip and does his thing.
But it adds the stress now to those in third and fourth with Bray and Blair. Kaya Bray needing a 7.01 just to get into advancing.
Yeah.
And he's actually been comboed.
Yes.
It's like comboed. So needing a 12 just to get.
Well, here we go. Surfer in white. He's looking to better that score, backup score of 4.17. Nice little gas right there. Third little turn, nice little cutback onto the inside section. He's definitely trying to close that wave all the way through. The gobbler kind of gets him out a little bit, but no, not today, Acapulco. Not today.
That's called ab work.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of abs.
It's good balance. There wasn't much he can do there, but Ray Hernandez there, he's chasing down competitor in red. Competitor in red with that nice little 7.77. It's still not as good as Hernandez's first wave of 7.83, but it still puts him in the game based on his backup score. But we're waiting for Surfer in white and his wave to come in to see what that does for him. But so far, in that third and fourth spot, we have Surfer in green and Surfer in blue. They got a lot of work to do, particularly Surfer in green. He needs a combination score of a 12.0 or better to find himself in the conversation. But for the time with 5 minutes on the clock, amigo, we got Surfer in red falling out of the sky here. Fortunately, the wave doesn't connect, but you can see Dean's intentions here with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, what the case scenario is. So, yeah, Ray Hernandez still has a shot. We'll see. We're still waiting for his last wave to come in.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Makai Bray as well. Dean Wills just seems to have gotten more active in this latter part of the heat.
Okay.
And it's showing in the surfing. So, when you want to get a little bit more active, that you get that rhythm going, and next thing you know, it just becomes kind of automatic. Drop in and you just go.
Yeah, the Mr. Boombastic, the fantastic, Mr. Lava. Yeah, you gotta go, buddy.
So we've got Blaze that really still needs to do a lot of work. He's sitting at a, there he is right there as we go, and he comes out. We didn't get to see the whole part of that wave, but we'll see what happens if there's a replay. Score on that.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. 350.
And it wasn't much. He dropped in, dropped out. He got a 0.67 on that wave. Bumped him up into that 1.10, but he's still comboed. So, but with 3 minutes and 40 seconds, he definitely has to look at two waves. They don't have to be the best or the biggest. Sitting in third priority, but really needs to focus on getting two waves. And here he goes, and he turns around and decides not to paddle for that one. But we have currently, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, we have Will Dean, second priority, in the lead with a 13.77. We've got Ray Hernandez from Mexico in white with a 12.06. And then we got, in priority, Makai Bray. We're waiting for his second score. We think it's going to be a good one. He's sitting right now at a 5. Currently needing a 7.707 to advance into that second position. So we'll see what happens. And it could be the judges are discussing and talking about that second wave, and that's why we might have a delay in that, possibly in that score.
Possibly so. We can't really say what the judges are doing or not doing. I'm sure they're very capable of. We don't really know exactly how long on the score, but yeah, we're waiting for it. He needs a 7.07. I don't know if that last wave was enough to get him that, or potentially get him closer and change the situation a little bit more. But for the time being, Hernandez and Dean, the 1-2 punch. You got 2 minutes there. Surfer in green with second priority. He's got a lot of work to do. He needs a nearly perfect score. I don't think it's really going to happen for him. And then Surfer in blue has fourth priority, and with fourth priority and a minute 50 on the clock, I don't think you're going to be able to execute. Especially if Surfer in white, Hernandez is aware of the situation, he will play a little bit of defense. We got Dean dropping in, unfortunately, just coming into the screen here. We couldn't quite see what the situation is.
And here goes green. Oh, actually, blue was on the wave and cut that, and green drops in.
Green with priority, driving down the line, Roche. And he's just kind of taking a look at it, gets one nice little turn at it. I don't think it's going to be enough. That's his participation for the day. Is kudos to Surfer in green for being out there. 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. I don't think it's going to change much. Second priority goes to Surfer in blue now. Surfer in blue needs a 7.07. And I don't think Hernandez with 1 minute left, Surfer in white, holding priority is going to let him get anything. So
yeah, I thought green Blaze might have put a turn in maybe a little bit sooner, but he decided to run down and catch that end section.
Yeah, you know, some surfers, if you don't know the sections and you don't know, you're not very comfortable, you can just see it in his surfing that wasn't up to par for the moment. But it's okay, you know, it's part of the experience. And we got Surfer in white there, Hernandez with authority, cracking down a nice little turn, working his way into the inside, trying to close that big section out, gets through it. Somehow hits the pocket, gets right through. Is definitely going to change that situation for Surfer in white. Hernandez, and on this backhand, he's not staying far behind. Puts a nice little floater. In comparison to Surfer in white, I don't think it's going to be enough to make himself much of a difference. But for the time being, with 1 second, I believe that certainly Surfer in white and Surfer in red will be moving on to the.
Absolutely. I think Ray's second wave, or that last wave right there, definitely going to replace his 4.23. Could actually move him into the lead. I thought it was a really well-ridden wave.
Possibly so. He was looking for 5.94 only. So we'll see if then there it is. Just as the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, you know, you can watch him when he was making his turns. Some of them were kind of full, some were kind of not quite full. He knew exactly what he needed to do to get down that wave.
Yeah, well, Surfer in white with a backup score now on his last wave. It comes in at a 6.33. Surfer in white winning the heat. He's looking super happy. Hernandez there. And Dean also gets that second transfer spot. Unfortunately, Surfer in green and Surfer in blue will not moving on here. Next heat coming up into the water. We're going to have the super heat here with Carlos Muñoz, Sebastián Méndez, Brian Pérez y Oscar Urbina. Tenemos aquí un hit de latinos. Aquí tenemos la ranqueación de Carlos Muñoz, que es el único que está rankeado por el momento en esta serie. Está posicionado rankeado en el puesto número 22. Así que Carlos Muñoz aquí es el highest ranking surfer here on the heat. He's ranked number 22nd on this qualifying series. And also Mendez, he's ranked number 66. So yeah, these guys are here in the water now. He just started.
Yeah, and in the last heat, you can see the points that it took to get out and to advance. They're in the 13s and 14s already.
Well, yeah, you see Mendez winning that heat with a 14.16, and Dean, he had a combination score of 13.77. So yeah, we're seeing the scores changing a little bit, increasing, especially with the size of the waves and the scoring possibilities here. We're definitely seeing some different scores dropping.
And I'm seeing a change in the surf a little bit too. I think it's a little bit more rideable, a little bit more scoreable as the tide starts to kind of back out a little bit.
Right on.
Yeah, early.
Well,
here we go with 18 minutes and 22 seconds left in the start of this heat. We're still waiting on surfers to get their first ride, but this is totally a stacked heat. I've been watching Oscar Urbina from Costa Rica recently in the last couple events, and he's just spit a tear. Got the whole game. He's got the power. He's got the air, and of course we got the Pink Panther. And
The powerful Brian Perez. He's a tall man in stature. But Urbina, Oscar, desde Costa Rica, el Tico, very explosive, high velocity.
Absolutely.
You know, I've seen him. I had the opportunity of watching him in a nice, solid swell last week. It was super impressive. Oscar Urbina, high octane, you know, like high velocity. We got Surfer in green here. Highly capable. I believe he got a 9.4 in one of those waves that I was able to witness. So, yeah, very capable. Also, Perez, Mendez, all these guys are very capable.
Yeah, I think I actually called him Rocket Man yesterday because of the speed that he uses in his surfing, just speed and power. And here goes White trying to come up off the lip and doesn't complete that. But that's the Pink Panther, and I'm gonna ask around about if I can catch up with him and find out Panther. I don't think we found. No one's found that out.
I know why.
Yet,
I know why. They told me why.
Okay, there you go.
I found out yesterday.
And kind of going around that section and coming up and whacking the lip and
The
just
gobbler.
too much.
The gobbler wants to eat.
The gobbler got him. And that
Happy Halloween, everyone, by the way. I hope you're going to party tonight and a lot of chocolate and get crazy. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that was opening wave so far for these two surfers. I don't think it's going to be a significant.
They're not going to be keepers.
No, they're not. Coming up next, though, we have Sage Guilnaldo, Jack Seats, Jairo Perez, and Nicolas Epps, which is one of our young Puerto Rican surfers. Heat number 8 coming up next, featuring Nicolas Epps, Jairo Perez, Jack Seats, and Sage Guinaldo. You guys are up next.
We're getting into some known names like Jack Z. I think he is related to a famous surfer we all know from Hawaii. Here's Blue. Blue's up with a nice roundhouse, nice little slash at the top. That's Mendez. Continuing going, he's out of the wave. So that's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat so far in the early part of that exchange. Within the first 5 minutes, we've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds, or 15 minutes and 30 seconds left. And currently, we have Carlos Munoz in priority position. And it looks like we are ready to go to an interview with Pauline.
Yeah, Pauline waiting out there with our last heat's winner. Here we go, Pauline.
Rey Hernández en este sexto hit de este grandioso WSL. Continuamos en la isla de Puerto Rico. ¿Cómo está Rey Hernández?
Contento de haber pasado a la siguiente ronda. Lo di todo, he estado trabajando muy duro para esto y ahí se va dando poco a poco.
Muy bien, Rey. Has estado fuera de tu carrera en los últimos 4 años. Cuéntame cómo se siente regresar y ganar este hit.
Sí, he tenido temas personales. Me he desviado un poco de mi carrera por temas de patrocinios. Es difícil sustentar los eventos y salir a competir fuera del país. Yo tengo una escuela de surf, Acapulco Surf Academic, que pues ahí he estado como que enfocado, pero realmente me quita mucho tiempo y no me puedo enfocar al 100% en el surf, de estar levantándome temprano, ir al gimnasio, surfear 10, 12 horas al día, ¿sabes? Este año me he propuesto muchas cosas que poco a poco voy cumpliendo, buscando la paz, la felicidad, entrenando súper fuerte, buscando patrocinios y vamos a seguir los eventos del resto del año, los QS, que uno de mis objetivos es llegar a los Challenger Series y poco a poco.
Muy bien. Okay, let's speak a little bit in English. What's going on with Rey Hernández the last 4 years?
Rey Hernández has been changing like every single day. I'm grateful to be surfing for another day, and Yeah, just being focused a lot, and I'm grateful with my family who is supporting me a lot. My sponsor, Quicksilver, Hablemos de Azúcar, Sur Si Puedes, me apoyó. He's supporting me to be here. So, yeah, just going with smiling, grateful, and meeting people. You know, it's like, it's been good. It's been good.
That is amazing. Okay, we are continue here, and this is second day of the WSL. My name, Pauli Moreno. We back you guys.
Well, there we go. Super cool. That was Pauline Moreno with Rey Hernandez thanking his family, his sponsors. He's super happy to continue on with his campaign. We got Surfer in White dropping out of the sky. Pink Panther getting gobbled by the gobbler. But so far, Surfer in Red comes in with a 4.33 and currently sitting in first. And with a 3.33, we got Surfer in Blue. Also, he's sitting second. And so far, still waiting for Surfer in Green and Surfer in White to get their show up and going. That is the case scenario for the time being. We got Surfer in Red with an opening score of a 4.33. Then we have second position with priority Surfer in Blue with a 3.33. So those are their opening scores. They're now getting some backups. Urbina came in, Surfer in Green with a 3.57 and a backup score of a 1. So he's currently sitting in second with 11 minutes on the clock here. But yeah, that is the story. Here we go, dropping in out. We got Surfer in Blue, Mendez, goofy footed, going left. Unfortunately, gets a little bit hung up on the outside section. He's just trying to finish that wave out in the inside. And that is it for Surfer in Blue, Sebastian Mendez. But so far, with a simple score of 4.33, and, things are changing actually as score is dropping now. The situation is as follows. Brian Perez is sitting third. He needs a 3.2. Urbina in Green right now. We got Brian in White dropping in. It's one turn. Saying he was super excited yesterday about going left. Today, I don't think he's going to be that excited. We'll see what transpires for Surfer in White within 10 minutes. We're at the halfway mark here of this heat number 7. And like I was saying, Perez has a little bit of work ahead of him.
He does. He's still, but it's close. He needs right now currently just a 2.34 to get into that advancing position. But he's going to be pretty much, I think, in fourth priority when he gets out there. So he's going to have to either wait and bide his time, or he's going to have to find something and search for those. Come inside a little bit, maybe a little bit more, and search for those waves. Catch something out of priority. So
well, we'll see what turns out. We got 10 minutes here of action left on the clock. Mendez right now in Blue currently sits in first with a 3.33 and a 2.17. Munoz has got a combination score of a 4.66. Urbina is not far behind, though. He needs a 1.1 in order to catapult himself to that second transfer spot. And Mr. Perez, the Panther, Brian, he only needs a 2.34 to find himself moving forward. I'm sure he's definitely has that in mind. Have Surfer in Red digging, gets himself into that wave. Nice looking backhand section here. Floats on through it. Unfortunately, he doesn't connect it, but drives down the line and gets a couple of points out of that.
For a moment, I thought he was going to pull into that barrel.
Sure, I almost saw his intentions. I thought he could have.
But it kind of pinched off at the end, so it was probably a good move not to kind of and go around that. But you never know. The ocean might let you in and let you out.
That's what the ocean does, baby.
It does. And a lot of times it spits you out. You feel that.
I mean, getting spit out from a barrel is one of the greatest feelings ever.
Like coming out of a cloud almost,
It is something else. It's something to be experienced, like only the experienced surfer get that opportunity to actually get in the barrel and live that moment. It's truly amazing.
It looks like we got some waves approaching, and it looks like, our screen just went out. But that is green. That is Oscar.
All
And
right.
apparently he's out of it, so I'm not sure if he completed his turn or not, but we'll get that to you. Okay, just a few little. Well, we have bobbles here from time to time, as well as surfers on the wave. It's going to happen. It's called technology. But here we go. You can see we got Oscar, and we've got Sebastian, and Brian sitting out there in that portion of the water. Here goes Blue. Little bottom turn. It's getting a little soft on him. We'll see what. Going to try to run down the face. Come around the section to the end section and hits it. Going to do it for that, and it looks like we got green. Possibly that's Oscar. Coming up to the top with a little slash, and he's going to hit that Rio, and he's going to pull off that Rio. That was pretty insane. So we'll see what that does for him. Oscar has a 4.57 and sitting in third with a 3.57 and a 1.0, and I think that's going to replace that 1.0.
What does he need?
He needs a 1.93, and I think it's going to happen. And we'll see if that puts him up into second place into that advancing position. But we also have we'll see what Sebastian Mendez got on his last wave as well. So
Right on. Sebastian Mendez is only sitting with a 3.33 and a 2.97.
So that wave he had just before Oscar actually forced Oscar to have a higher requirement from 193 to now at 2.73. But I think that's what Oscar's going to get, that 2.73, I believe, and pop him up into second place.
Well, there you go. Oscar is currently in that second transfer spot with a combination score of an 8.57. His last wave came in at a 5.0.
There you go.
Now that is his highest scoring wave for surfer in green, Urbina desde Costa Rica. But now he has a backup score of 3.57. 3.57, and Mr. Munoz in red, he's currently sitting first with a combination score of 9.0. Now the situation for Perez, the Pink Panther, gets a little bit more complicated, but he only needs a 6.24. So we're talking about the Pink Panther here. He can get that done, and he also is holding priority. So with that priority, he's definitely going to be able to try to either shorten the gap or take over. Because, like I say, he only needs a 6.24.
I think Brian's going to take over.
Well, I believe so. I mean, if he picks his poison accordingly within this next 5 minutes and 30 seconds, he should be the victor of this heat. But you know, as this is the nature of the game here, we got surfer in green going up off the lip. I don't think this could be a significant change for him. But like I was saying, you know, like these guys are definitely going to go for it, and when their numbers up, I think that he can definitely get the job done. But
yeah, you can see Carlos out there in red. You can see from this overhead, you can actually see the path of the wave itself with that foam floating. Carlos was sitting right in that apex, right in that deep spot where he could really get that long running left.
Yeah.
Versus Oscar, he kind of was inside, right where that foam sitting, just kind of straightened.
Yeah, just basically wedged out a bit.
Wedged
right?
out.
Yeah. So yeah, Oscar kind of, you know, he had an idea in his mind of he just kind of wanted to reverse over that section. That was not a bad idea, actually. That would have gotten him a decent score, but unfortunately he gets hung up a little bit. And that's part of the gamble, you know.
And
it's like it just has to go right in order.
And he does have the top score in the heat, 5.0.
So far, we'll see what happens. We got 4 minutes and 20 seconds, 4:20. Hello.
Well, I see the clouds off in the distance. They told me to bring my rain jacket this morning. And I'm like, I told them I'm in the booth. But they said bring it anyways. And here goes Blue. Going down the line, we'll see what happens.
That was that last replay that I believe he just missed that section. This is the replay for green with Avina with that wave that got him that 5.0 that he was helped him currently sit in second. So that was that 5.0 ride for surfer in green. So far, red is staying a little bit busy. Yet digs into another wave and he's going left, trying to better his situation. Climbs into a reverse there. I think his board came loose.
Something happened. But
no, it didn't. Right. I thought he snapped his leash or something. But no, that's not the case. But yes, so far the conversation of this heat is Surfer in white. Surfer in white has had a lot of success these last couple of weekends. I would be absolutely shocked to see him not get through this heat. We got the boys there. We got Shama Beckford, I recognize. We got Blair. We got Cleveland driving through, and I also believe that was Hernandez. Those are our local cats. Also on the right, that's our staff. They're the athletes area. That's kind of like their view. That's a little board rack. All these amazing equipment. We got 2 minutes and 40 seconds here. 2:40. Perez with tall order ahead of him. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And Brian.
Still sitting in priority. And it looks like he might give it a go here, get a little foam run in. Looks like setting up for him. Oh, smashes the lip there. Oh, can't quite get out of it.
Second turn. Unfortunately, things are not going correct for the Pink Panther. He loses priority, and now we're going to see what that is. All right, so it's not that bad. He still needs a 6.24. That last wave came in at a 2.27. It changes his situation, but it's still not enough to get it done. He's 2 minutes. He's against the ropes, my man, and I don't know what Brian's going to do, but it's going to take somewhat of a short of a miracle to get through this. But, 2 minutes is still enough time on the clock, so I don't count the gentleman out. This is heat number 7 in the water now, and as expected, we see with third priority, we got Surfer in red. Surfer in red is closely paying attention to Perez. As you can see, there's a little bit of a battle there. And Surfer in red, Munoz, made sure that he took over that wave and put Surfer in white against the rope. But we got Oscar with a beautiful turn, solidifying that second position there. Oh, wow, we got Surfer in white yet going with 1 minute. Brian Perez is trying to clap, and he said, come on, people, give it to me. Give it to me, Papa. We'll see if it's enough, but here we got the replay for Urbina, and he lays down that trail and comes right back around and is able to finish onto the left. It's a nice little turn there.
Nice little flurry.
Yeah, it could better his score of 3.57, which is his backup score at the time right now. We got 30 seconds on the clock here, and things are definitely shaping up to be really interesting. We'll see what the last wave comes in for Perez. He's got 24 seconds. We'll see if it changes anything, but Perez only has 18 seconds to potentially get another one going.
I have a feeling that Oscar's going to replace that 5
and
on that wave. That was just insane.
Yeah, the 5 is going to be.
There he comes with a rotation.
Oscar Urbina adding a little bit to the fire, and I don't know, my man. That was an interesting heat. Carlos Munoz in red, making sure white did not cede on that exchange, and Urbina jumping to that first spot. He comes in with a 7.17, and also his backup score became a 6, and Urbina actually slays the dragon. Actually, his backup score was a 5. I'm sorry. So that was it. It's official. Brian Perez gets that third spot. Mendez is in 4th. Carlos Munoz drops down to that second spot with a combination score of a 9. And moving on at the very end with those 2 powerful maneuvers, Oscar Urbina, desde Costa Rica, el Tico, as we predicted, the high-octane, high-flying Oscar Urbina doing his thing.
And that was within the last minute. 2 waves.
Yeah.
How quick was that?
Yeah, 2 waves, last minute.
There he is, Oscar
shuts the door, and you got Carlos Munoz, really good heads-up surfing on his behalf. He knew he had a job to do, and he executed it to the T. Surfer in red here. We got Munoz and Oscar celebrating their 1-2. Here we got
Costa Rica 1-2.
Brian, Brian also saying congratulations, guys. That was a tough heat, man, and they got through Brian. Brian was he was gambling on those lefts, and that's what happens when you kind of change your game plan a little bit, and these guys were able to just get over him. But yeah, heat number 8 in the water. Coming up in a few. I mean, actually, it already started. I'm sorry. Heat number 8 in the water now. We got Sage Guinaldo in red. In blue, we got Jack Seats and Jairo Perez in white, and Nicolas Epps in green. You know, we got in white, we got Jairo up and going. 19 minutes and 30 seconds. Getting busy right away.
And yesterday, Jairo surfed a banger of a heat up in the 13s, completely dominated his heat, and it looks like he's back at it again. And there goes Red.
Yeah, that was Sage. Sage, unfortunately.
Guinaldo.
Yeah, he comes loose a little bit, and yeah, congratulations there. You see Oscar Urbina, surfer in green. He's feeling blessed. That's right. Thank the Lord. Keep the man moving forward, closer to his dreams. And yeah, I'm really happy for him. He's a really, really nice guy.
And here goes Blue dropping in. And Blue on our screen. I don't have it listed here. That is, I think, Jack Dietz.
That's correct.
And I think he's related to Sebastian Dietz.
Yeah.
I think he might be uncle or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So, but I think he actually might be living in California.
All right, Surfer in White comes in with a 2.5.
And it looks like we have an interview coming up with Paulina.
All right, let me know what we got on cue here. Give me a bit of a countdown, and I'll give you guys. We got an interview, last heat, Oscar Urbina. Here we go.
Séptimo hit. Me encuentro con Oscar Urbina de Costa Rica. ¿Cómo estás, Oscar?
Hola, muy buenas. Me siento súper bien, muy feliz ya que pasé mi hit. La verdad es que las olas están un poco difícil, bastante tamaño, pero está igual para todos. Dimos lo mejor de mí en cada ola que tuve, así que hit por hit, vamos con todo hit por hit.
Qué bueno, cuéntame algo, estuviste muy cerca con tu compatriota Muñoz. ¿Qué se siente estar liderando entre 1-2 con un compatriota?
Bueno, la verdad es que Carlos Muñoz siempre ha sido mi inspiración desde que soy niño en Costa Rica, como ha sido Hilbert y varias personas más de Costa Rica. Competir con Cali, un hit de la WSL, más un 3000, que este es mi primer torneo 3000, fue demasiado emocionante, muy emocionado y muy, ¿cómo se llama? Feliz de competir con estos grandes competidores.
Así es, bueno, muchísimas gracias, Oscar Urbina, que se posiciona en el número 1 en este séptimo hit. Nosotros continuamos desde aquí, desde Puerto Rico.
Super cool there, Oscar Urbina, saying the difficulties out there, it wasn't that easy, but he's super happy. He was also stating that the conditions were the same for everyone, so no excuses there on his behalf. But he's like super blessed. He's feeling super blessed to have been moving on from that last heat. So yeah, congratulations to Surfer in Green, Scott Urbina, on that last heat. But so far, right now, what do we got?
So after that interview, we had a couple waves ridden. We've got 16:20 left in the heat, with Jack Zietz leading the heat with a 4.0, currently in priority. And then we have Perez at 4.0 as well. They're actually tied in second. And then we have Sage Guinaldo in third in second priority. And we have Nicolas Epps. He totally ripped it yesterday.
Yeah.
Without any waves yet, so he's waiting to get on the board. But there he goes. It looks like he actually had kind of an up and down. So he's showing a 1.0.
Yeah, well, that's the stage right here. If you can see you guys on the screen, that's going to be where the award ceremonies. We got some acai bowls in the area. Like I said, it's still a little bit early. Not everyone's out. It is a weekday, and the rain also is kind of spooking everybody. But happy Halloween.
Yeah, and you know, we heard it was rain last night. I didn't hear it at all. I slept right through it.
Yeah, those are the Moore sisters, as we just saw on the screen. Getting some acai bowls. These are upcoming, promising surfers. The Moore sisters, the pride and joy of Travis Moore. There they are yet again. Hey, so girls. Yeah, those girls shred, man. Like at this early age, they're not scared, and it's all awesome to see like all these young little shredder females just like out there doing their thing, and it's super cool.
You know what I've noticed on the age, the ages are starting younger now.
Yeah, ooh, look at
And-
this acai bowl. I'm sorry to interrupt
Oh,
you,
that's
but
okay. It looks nice and
this
frozen.
is
and-
kind of what we do here. I think they're adding a little granola or something on it, some fruit. Ooh, that looks absolutely delicious. Yeah, so check them out. They're here all day. We got Surfer in White.
There you go.
Talk to me,
And-
buddy.
I believe that is. I don't have it in front of me here.
It's Jairo Perez.
That's Jairo. Oh, there you go. On his backhand. And he's always going to find that wave. He's always going to find those spots to hit that lip and make those turns and get those scores. You always count on that. He's a consistent, very consistent surfer.
Right on. Well, he's not working with a 2.5 and a 1.5. We'll see how that level of consistency that you talk about, where it takes him. We got our friend Pauline over there. Thank you, Pauline. You're doing a great job outside with those interviews today. We really appreciate you. Last wave for Surfer in White comes in at a 3.2, but currently he sits in that second place. Currently in first with a 4.0 and a 3.33. We have Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue is currently winning this heat. We also have Sage. Sage only needs he's got a combination score of a 5.1. He's trying to better his situation here. He's looking for Sage needs a 2.78 right now. What do we got? The rain? What are we pointing out there, Tiger?
Need a little box.
Oh, we need the scoreboard on the box. Production, if kindly give us the score box, but we have it here live because this is the judging panel. I don't know if you can see it from
Here we
that
go with
distance.
green. Nice little slash at the top. Nice little carve. Another little slash here. Come up and hit the end section.
Yeah, Nicholas
Come out
Ebb,
of it.
surfer in green. He's got a really good backhand slasher. You know, like the kid has got some power, and for some reason, his backhand seems to be, or at least to me, in my opinion, a little bit more powerful than his forehand. I think he dominates his backhand a little bit more. It showed in that particular wave, which is his second wave. Let's see if Epps is able to capitalize on that and get himself some better points. He only needs a 4.74 at this time. We have 12 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. We'll see if it's enough to get him going. Yeah, that last wave comes in at a 3.9 for Surfer in green, 3.9. It's not going to be enough. However, it makes his necessity a little bit easier. He only now needs a 1.87. Surfer in red, it's a 2.78. And that is the situation in the water right now of heat number 8 with 12 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you'll find with that backhand that you can really a little bit more power in your legs to those backside turns, and that's what you'll find with Nicholas versus that front side. So a lot of goofies prefer that backside because they can put a little bit more power to it.
Yeah, I mean, this wave right now for today is predominantly going left. So these guys really don't have an option here of going right. But we did see Oscar Urbina go right and capitalize on it. So it is possible. So like I was saying yesterday, this wave is more of a dealer's choice. So if you see something you can that has a scoring potential, these guys will go for it.
And your reaction time has to be super quick.
For
Like
sure.
with the one you were talking about with Oscar, it was a right and then a redirection to the left.
Correct.
Really quick.
Yeah,
And
just good heads-up surfing on his behalf, and it showed a great control of his rail work, and also it was a beefy section.
It
Like
was.
that section was super beefy. So, kudos to him for having that proudness to get through it. Epps came in with a 3.9. He only now needs 1.87. Surfer in red 2.78. That is his asking right now. But so far, currently sitting in first, we got Surfer in blue with a 4.0 with a backup score of a 3.3. So that is the situation. We're halfway here through heat number 8. We got a little replay here, a little flash, fast replay. But
yeah, we just saw White Haro also complete a nice wave.
yeah,
And-
Haido.
I think that's I have my American accent. So
That's good. We're good. We're working on it.
Okay.
That's what we, you know.
And what do we have here? That's more. How do you pronounce that? Medallia. And that's one of the sponsors.
Who is this? Who you're talking about, buddy? Where are we at?
The tent.
Medalla. Like double L sounds like a ja.
Like a ja. Okay, medalla.
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 Medalla light. Nuestra cerveza local aquí de Puerto Rico. Hay muchos puertorriqueños que le encantan las medallitas.
And that last chicken looked kind of good. Yeah.
Got some basketball. We got some chicken there. It was delicious. Actually, I had some yesterday. It was really, really good. So we got 9 minutes here. 9 minutos. Y contando.
So right now I'm kind of sitting on this side, kind of blind. I don't have information in front of me, but we're going to get it there. Okay. And but we'll continue having that conversation out here and talking about the waves and talking about the scores and so forth like that. And here we go. They gave me a box with some scores.
They gave you a box, man.
So we got 8 minutes and 44, and they took the box away.
Yeah.
So, but that's how things go. We have like the weather here in Puerto Rico, it's always changing. And I think that storm that's actually approaching is going to help bring those winds kind of out of the southeast a little bit.
Right.
To kind of clean up the conditions as we go on in this competition over the next couple days. The forecast actually was showing for a little bit bigger tomorrow, a little cleaner winds, and then it'll start to drop on Saturday, just maybe about a foot or two smaller than this through Sunday. So it's going to be a great week through the weekend.
Solid week of waves that we're having.
Right. You will not go without riding waves out here, for sure.
So here en la Marginal, en Arecibo, aquí tenemos tremendas olas. Ahí vemos nuestros auspiciadores, Windmart Electric. Ellos hacen solar panels y también ahora están trabajando más en lo de roofing. Ahí tenemos un sistema de paneles solares de Windmart. Tenemos un truck de juguete. That Cybertruck is made of candy.
Oh my gosh, that would be great for the road to wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, just to wreck it, right? Yeah. Take it for a ride. Is it waterproof?
Well, you can find out. Here goes green on a left, comes up and hits the top, and it looks like he does a little float at the end there, and he's always continuing on. And
Epps in green, he's looking for a 4.77, and that will find himself moving, seeing what last wave comes in for Surfer in blue. I see he's going to be a really nice score from what I'm seeing here on the judges' scoreboard as I have access to it. Surfer Jack in blue is about to drop a bomb on these guys as soon as it becomes official. We got Surfer in red, Sage. He's trying to make a bid. He needs a 5.67 or so to get himself back into the mix.
And he was given a little bit of a claim on that last one.
Yeah, but check it out. Last wave for Surfer in blue, 7.5. We got a 7.5 for Jack Seats on that left-hander.
It was going to be a one.
Yeah, and then his backup score now becomes a 4.67, which is relatively, to me, I think it's interesting. He has a relatively decent score. And then also sitting in second right now, we got Perez with a 5.67 and a 4.3. The Surfer in red currently sits in fourth. He's only looking for a 3.37. It's not too high. And Surfer in green right now, Epps, he's got a little bit of a bigger charge to fill. He needs to fill it with a 6.07 or so. So yeah, that's the situation with 4 minutes here and 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, we saw Nicholas surf yesterday, and so it's doable today for him.
Yeah, we got a Surfer in white here. Yeah, like you were saying, it's definitely doable for him.
That's Hyro?
Yes, it is. We got 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Hello. We got Surfer in white still up and going. Ido's trying to better his situation. He only needed a 6.67 5-1, or he's trying to better his backup score of 4.3.
Again, he gave a little claim, so he's kind of happy with
So
that
he's
as well.
definitely happy with that wave. We'll see if it's enough. 4 minutes on the clock here.
You know, he hit a little dead point in that wave where it got a little flat, and he had to work through that to get to that end section.
Yeah, I mean, Surfer in Green also, let's talk about him for a little bit. He has a 3.9 and a backup score of 3.27. Surfer in Green, he's a 6.067. He is one of our local surfers here, so I'm wishing him the best, and hopefully I wish I can be in his ear right now, but he's a really competent surfer, and I think he can get the job done. This kid has been training for a while, got really high IQ for surfing, but even though you may have all these tools, does not, with priority, there we go, utilizing it. Epps squares it off the top, free falls, right on cue, Surfer in Green. Nicolas gets hit by the gobbler, but just based on that maneuver, I think it might better his situation slightly. He's got 3 minutes here to complete the job, but as you can see, Epps' backhand is formidable.
Boy, he hit that. That was a monster of a hit.
Yeah,
and you could see he actually dropped in right in front of Sage.
For sure.
And kind of kept Sage off that wave right there with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, a little heads-up surfing. He's trying to knock down that competitor, and he's just trying to get a little bit closer. So heads-up surfing from Epps.
That was just sitting just in front of him at third.
Yeah.
So it's it's all about those last 2 minutes and trying to get where you need to go or try to protect what you need to protect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously second place right now is somewhat comfortable because it is not an ask for that 6.51 that is required of him to jump into first, but that the surfer in that third spot, Surfer in Red, only needs a 3.8.
Yeah, it's a 3.8. I think Sage is actually from Buenados are from Costa Rica, I believe.
Okay.
I met them a couple months ago at the QS up in North Carolina and Virginia.
Right on.
Spoke with the mom and the kids and great surf family.
But yeah, we got 1 minute and 45 here. 1 minute 45. That last wave for Surfer in Green came in at a 2.37. It's not enough to woo the judges, although it wooed me. So in my heart, I give him a 4 or something like that. But I'm not judging. I'm only here on the microphone. And that's the case scenario with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Priority sitting with the leader of this heat actually still, and in that second transfer spot we got Surfer in White, Heido Perez, and he's got a combination score for the time being of 10.4.
Did they pop up the score for Green yet on your screen?
On that last wave, unfortunately, Green, the judges weren't too impressed as we were with that, but it's just the way, like I like to say, is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and they may not have been seeing what we saw, or they're just not calling it like that. So that's their job, and they know exactly what they're doing. So.
There's Sage on a rare kind of right, got a couple hits in.
Sage with the buzzer beater here. He's claiming, he's like, "Come on, people, give it to me. I need a 3.8. Holla at your boy. Come on."
30 seconds left too, so that was just right. Not going left, and a lot of times,
like I like this, this heads up surfing. He knew he needed a score. It wasn't a high score. We'll see what the judges give him on that last wave.
It took him right to the keyhole.
It took him right to the keyhole. Surfer Sage in Red. He only needed a 0.8. Let's see if it's enough. That was the ending of that heat officially. I'm going to give you guys the
round of 96. We've got 16 minutes left. I was out there for a little while. There's some really good surfing going down this morning. I saw that heat with Brian Perez. We had Carlos Munoz, Oscar Urbina making it through with that last wave. So really the level of surfing, as we had anticipated in this round of 96, has definitely gone up a lot from that first round. And now situation is as follows.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes and 45 seconds left. And we have Braden Jones in first, currently with second priority with a 4.5, just one wave. Second, we have Alberto Munoz in third priority with a 2.23, with a two-wave total of 2.23 with a 133 and a 0.90. In third, we have Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica in third priority with a 2.17. And then we're still waiting on Liam, who currently is waiting for his first wave in priority position green. Here goes, there's a replay of blue. We had a few waves go through while we were in our internet technical stuff going through, and so we do have scores up. But currently, right now with Tosh, he just needs a 0.26 to do with that. And again, if you look at the screen, we see that beautiful beach area of the contest right there with the athlete zone and all the vendors that are sponsoring this amazing event. We've got green up. We got Liam on his first wave. Nice little turns at the top. He looks like he's going to have that little end section to hit. If he glides right over that, and he does, and he's successful in his finish.
That's Liam's first wave. So we have a USA versus Costa Rica battle going down in this heat right now. We have two surfers from Costa Rica, Tosh Talbot in red, Alberto Munoz in blue, which is Carlos Munoz's brother, which we just saw Carlos make it through his heat a little bit earlier. And we have Braden Jones from the USA and Liam McKnight, who you just saw in green, also from the USA. So we got some representatives from Central America and North America here in this heat. All right, guys, we're going to the interview with our last heat winner.
Green, your opening score is a 2.73. 2.73.
Hi guys, we continue in This is WSL. We are now with Sage. How are you, Sage?
I'm doing great. Doing fantastic.
That is amazing. Do you want to talk about what's going on underwater?
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good heat. Had a sticky start, but stayed calm and confident and believed in myself and made it out on top and got two good ones.
That's cool. Are you been here before?
No, it's the first time, actually.
How long have you been here?
Been here for about a week now. Decided to come early and get used to the wave. Looks pretty tricky, and it was, but luckily it all came through.
That is amazing. Thank you. We are continuing with you guys.
So with Sage on that last heat, what surfers have to look for out there is everybody's looking for those lefts.
Yep.
And so they're protecting for those lefts near the end of the heat. Turned around and found a right.
Yeah, I saw him get a 6.33 out of a good left. He had two strong maneuvers. Sage, who's the winner of that last heat, and then I saw him get that right at the end of the heat, also making that last move where he rode out of the foam. So definitely a great surfer there. Sage in red, he was saying it's his first time here in Puerto Rico, so just trying to get used to this wave. Definitely the surfers are seeing a new version of El Rastreal today with this new northeast swell that's been pushing in, and maybe they practice different conditions during the week, so it changes a lot, and that's the beauty of our sport. It's never the same. Every wave is different, so you just have to adapt and to the different situations and conditions, and that's what makes the best surfers and makes champions in the sport.
It's a different beast today, and you look at it now, I think they should have got a little bit better.
Yeah, than this morning. Yeah, I think with the tide going down a little bit, we'll be seeing hollower waves. The wind has really been on our side. It's a little bit, it's around, what time do we have? Local time here is 10:32, and wind has still held. Here we have a little priority situation.
And I don't have my priority box up here, so I can't tell you.
There's a change in already the change, so I don't know if it was interference. I believe red had priority over white in that exchange.
Here we go with green, and he just does one turn and kicks out. But yeah, so I don't have a box up in front of me, so I quite see what the priority was with that wave.
Yeah, and it changed when we look at it, but I don't see at this moment any kind of interference call, so it looks like red had priority over white. There's 11 minutes left in this heat. Next heat coming up is going to be Parker Khan, Juan Carlos Herena from Puerto Rico, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia, and Louis St. John from Barbados. That's our next heat coming up, round of 96, heat 10.
And with 10 minutes and 45 seconds left, we have Braden Jones in the lead with a 7.7 or 7.7. Tosh Talbot moved up now into that second spot with a 5.20, and then we got Liam that finally got on the board with this 2.7. Now a second wave into the third slot with third priority. He needs a 2.48 to get into that second advancing spot. We got Alberto Munoz, who is sitting in priority right now in fourth, but he only needs 3.87 to get up into that advanced position while sitting in priority. So it's definitely doable with the time that we have left.
Yeah, there's still 10 minutes in the heat. The highest heat score right now, wave score, is a 4.5, so it's anybody's game at this time. And judges definitely want you to take the chance to hit that section. You saw that wave on green. It was very well surfed, but a little safe. And judges keeping the score, that score in the 2.7s and 2 range, because they really want you to go at those sections like we've seen in the heats before, where surfers are just attacking those sections full on.
He did. That was Liam's 2.73.
Exactly, yeah. It was a very well surfed wave. It's just a little safe. So judges really want you to push on those closing turns. They want to see the tail. They want to see some water. Speed, power, and flow, guys. That's what they're looking for.
Absolutely, yeah. He was just coming just not quite up to the top of the lip.
Exactly.
To hit it, and it was more of a mid-face speed turn.
Yep.
And get him down the line, and ended up kicking out without anything to finish with.
Exactly.
So you want to finish. I mean, you got to finish strong. That's what the judges see at the
Start
end.
strong, finish strong. That's the recipe right here in El Rastrial. We've seen some great waves go down. I've seen some 7s, some 8s, some great waves this morning. So the action is just getting started here. This second day of competition, when we see red, Tosh Talbot looking to better that 2.17. That's a good turn there for red. Loses a little control there, but still it's a transition maneuver, and that gobbler, like Alfred was calling it, just taking the best of him. It's a lot of energy.
We've got Alberto here on his first wave of the heat, and or actually second wave now, but trying to add to his house. I'm currently sitting in fourth place, but it looks like he might.
We'll definitely replace one of those ones with that one. At least he got a little turn in, so I don't think it's going to be a substantial score, but it'll help his situation. And this heat is completely open. When we see white right now, our current heat leader, Braden Jones, trying to better a 2.87 there with that wave when there's a little bit under 8 minutes left in this heat. Just watching, there's a lot of public starting to get here. It's still a Thursday. It's Halloween today. So we have a lot of public. I've seen some people with their costumes walking around, seen some kids with their costumes also. So it's starting to get like a nice morning in here. We have nice food. We have Acai Express, one of our major sponsors. Acai Express, they have fresh fruit and acai there. They've been selling all this morning. We have that Medalla Light Bar. It's the beer sponsor. It's still not open, but after 12, it'll be open. So if you're here after 12, we have Medalla Light, our other sponsor.
We picked up a roadside watermelon at a stand the other day, and I had it this morning, and best watermelon I've ever had. That's amazing.
Fresh fruit.
Don't buy it from the store.
Yeah.
Buy it from the roadside vendor. And
Now
here we go with green backside. There's a little foam climb there.
Might get a double up here, yeah.
Double up.
Here we go. Got to hit that section. If not,
it didn't allow him in. So we kind of got to get there maybe just a little bit faster.
So Alberto Munoz actually got a 5.27 from that wave we saw. Blue, Alberto Munoz from Costa Rica, moves to the second position. He got a 5.27 in that wave that we were able to see. So that's the highest wave score of the heat. Here's Alberto again trying to back up that 5.27. It's that first section a little late. He's only looking to replace a 1.33, so
and
he might replace one, and it'll make the situation a little harder for surfers in red and green. Tosh Talbot in red is looking for a 3.11 before that last of blue. Let's see what comes out. That last of blue was a 2.23. It pushes him to the first position, bringing white down to the second position. And now red needs a 3.88 if he wants to advance to the next round. And green is looking for a 4.64 if he wants to make it. We see there Ramses Morales, part of our water safety from Rincon, Puerto Rico. These guys are brag certified, like we said. Thank you also to Otto Flores. If you're watching, Tio Otto, Thank you. You guys bring that Bragg certification, big wave risk assessment group. Well, we see red on wave. It's Tosh Talbot looking just for a 3.88. So really working on it, has to make this last maneuver and not able to ride out. So remember, guys, if you're watching us from your house, you got to ride out from those maneuvers. If not, you will not get scored. It's not enough just to hit the section. You have to ride out of those maneuvers.
You know, he was sitting at a 3.88 to advance, get that advancing position.
Yeah.
And the hit seemed kind of soft on me.
Yeah.
And
then in credits, I don't think he's going to get it either.
We'll see. You know, Alberto needed that 3.87.
That's actually coming pretty close. Let's see. I see some threes coming down. 3.23, so just under what he needed. Maybe if he would have ridden out, the judges would have definitely given him that score because they gave him very close.
You had 2 turns, but they weren't really of significance. You know.
There we see the athlete zone. We see our friend Jimmy Hurt with the Puerto Rican flag, always flying our flag there in the beach marshals area. We see the judges there with the priority board. Medalla Light, that's our bar right there. We have Acai Express, all our sponsors, vendors. We have over 35 local artists that are here selling their products. So come by. There's some great local art here. So come by with your family. Arecibo, we can see that beautiful mountain range in the back where we have El Pueblo de Utuado, one of my favorite places in the island. It's a beautiful mountain town. It's got rivers, caves. There's great eco adventure tours that you can do while you're here down here in Puerto Rico. Shout out to Waldemar and Ruta Nativa. He's got a great tour there where you can go rappelling, you can go through the river. He takes you under like some underwater caves that the river passes through these beautiful caves. Wow. So it's incredible. We've been down there a couple of times, and if you're here visiting and you're done surfing, you really should go there. You know, Cueva Ventana, there's a lot of beautiful places you can visit right just 20 minutes from here from the event site. When we see Blue starting off with a good turn, trying to close that, not making it out, it's just, that section has got so much power.
Had a good first backside turn, but couldn't quite complete that last one. Now, I don't know what they call it here in Puerto Rico, but caving is called spelunking.
Okay.
And for me, I have that pride of being in a cave, and all of a sudden there's water.
Yeah, right now it's been raining so much, so definitely those tours, for safety reasons, you won't be able to do the caving tour because the levels of the rivers are too dangerous in this moment. But there's still some beautiful places like Cueva Ventana. It's about a 15-minute drive from the event site, and it's not a river. It's this beautiful cave where you just walk in, and it's in the top of the mountain. It's got the most beautiful view you can imagine. It looks off to the huge valley, Cueva Ventana, right there in Utuado. And as you see this old colonial city, the beautiful city of Arecibo, as I was mentioning yesterday, it's got a system of tunnels that was used by the Spaniards, and it used to connect the different ports that were here, the Puerto de la Puntilla, and it connects all under this old colonial town. So if you come out here, just walk around, there's beautiful architecture, great food all around, great places to go eat, listen to some local music. So great place, really. Arecibo, Puerto Rico, our host and our presenting sponsor is the municipality of Arecibo, as you see there written in those letters.
I can see actually where I'm staying.
Yeah.
Probably about a 4-minute walk. Always been a pleasant walk. And we're actually walking by a bakery that actually just has a window in the wall on the street, and you just stop. You don't even have to go inside.
You got your coffee to go, got
everything to go,
your breakfast, and keep on going. Yeah, all the boys here from the WSL, the judges, are also staying pretty close, and we had a shuttle for them set up, but they all decided to walk. They say, it's such a nice walk. We get to see the city. The people are very welcoming. So all our judges from the WSL, a lot of them coming from California, some from the East Coast, and they've just been having a blast, loving the city and going to different restaurants every night. So.
And my walks are barefoot, by the way.
Oh, yeah, why not?
So walk barefoot. And, yeah, pleasant. Even in the rain. Walk in the rain, barefooted. Find that puddle. Wash your feet a little bit. But anyways, we're getting down, I think, at least about to the last minute of this heat.
Last minute situation is as follows. Alberto Munoz is in the lead with a 5.27 and a 3.27. Second place is Braden Jones, and now we have Red, who's looking for a 3.88. Tosh Talbot really needs to close out this section if he wants that score.
Almost dug a rail on that, but
yeah,
survived it.
I think he needed a exclamation point on that, but let's see what the judges think. We're not judges, we're just commentating here, and as we said, the judges don't hear what we're saying, so they're not being influenced at all by our opinion. That's a big turn there by White.
Nice
I think that's going to better his 2.87 and make things a lot harder for Red. Braden Jones, so shallow right there where he just fell. I mean,
he was needing to replace a 2.87.
That's gone.
So
I think that's gone.
That one.
Yeah.
Absolutely, just in that one turn.
There we go. So that's the end of that heat. We're waiting for scores still to give you the final tally on this heat. Round of 96, heat 9. We have 16 heats today, so we're about halfway, just halfway through this round of 96. I love that turn right there on White as we're watching the replay. Little fast forward there by the boys. So today you see they're paddling out because since there's more push, but it's so shallow where we're seeing White right now, and that's filled with urchins. So many urchins, but since there's more push, more water, it's giving the chance for surfers to be able to paddle in and out through this sand area.
And you could see he was flat on his board, almost all the way to the sand.
Yeah, you can't stand there. If you stand there, you're going to have your foot filled with urchins. So definitely today with the more swell, you can still paddle out through there. If not, you have to use that keyhole where you see that bridge that comes out to the water.
Okay, and who do
So there we
have up on
go.
this next heat?
We have in red Parker Kahn from the United States of America. In blue, Juan Carlos Herena Martinez from Puerto Rico. In white, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia. And in green, Luis St. John from Barbados. So we have 4 different nations being represented in this heat.
Yeah, we had Luis St. John yesterday. I thought it was impressive surfing. I believe he actually won his heat, and Giorgio as well. Just tearing it up out here.
Giorgio is a seasoned competitor.
He is. He's one of those QS warriors.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's the only one with Giorgio, I think, on tour. Yeah. So you never forget names like that, especially when they're kind of different or unusual.
So here's Red starting this off. Parker Kahn starting this heat off here with a good turn. Looking for this wave to reform on the inside and hits it real hard. So Red starting early and starting strong. Let's see what the judges give him on that one, but I really like that surfing from Red. Parker Kahn. You know where he's from in the U.S.? No?
That I don't know. I believe he's from California.
From California, yeah. I haven't heard him like from the East Coast crew, so I'm pretty sure he's from California too.
And of course, Luis St. John is from
Barbados,
from
our
Barbados.
neighbor Caribbean nation, our friends from Barbados.
There's somebody in this heat from some country in the world. They're all different.
Yeah, that's great. We have Colombia, Puerto Rico, United States, and Barbados being represented. So
very international.
International heat here in this heat number 10 of round of 96.
And you have Puerto Rico has that feel of an international place, even though it is a territory of the U.S. So
we definitely have that Latin blood. We have our own culture, our own history, and we are our own nation. Even if our political status is a territory, Puerto Rico es una nación y es un país y estamos bien orgullosos de nuestra historia y nuestra cultura. Así que aquí representando a Puerto Rico tenemos a nuestro burger Juan Carlos Herena en azul, en rojo a Parker Kahn, en blanco a Giorgio Gómez de Colombia, hermano latino, y Luis St. John de Barbados. So definitely look at that, 6.33 for first of red. Starting strong.
There you go.
In that first wave, I like that surfing. Very controlled, using his rail. And they're telling me that we're going for the interview of the winner of that last heat. So let's take it to the beach.
Continuamos en esta maravillosa isla de Puerto Rico en este hit número 9. Ha ganado el señor Bray. Hi, how are you? You're the winner for this is amazing hit.
Yeah, that was a good one. Super tiring. I was paddling for like 10 minutes straight. and then I got that last one and I was able to do a couple turns, so it worked out.
Is your first time here?
What was that?
Have you been here before?
I've never been here before, no.
How long have you been here?
Since Sunday, so a couple days.
Couple days.
Yeah, it's awesome here. It's all tropical, nice. I love it.
Do you want to say something back to home?
Yeah, shout out to my parents, my friends, my fiance, and everyone watching me. Thank you.
Nice. Ok, nosotros continuamos en este segundo día de aquí desde el WSL. Pauli Moreno.
Right, so we're back, guys. When we were in that interview, we saw a huge error by White. You guys will see that replay pretty soon. But Giorgio Gomez, here we go.
He got launched.
Big error. Boom, tail forward, full rotation. That's he's gonna get a score for that one.
And that landing was so controlled.
Perfect.
Yeah, there was no bobble in his body or nothing.
That
He's
would-
ready to go if there was another section.
Yeah, he would have hit it again if he got another section. Here we go. I see the scores dropping in. Judges really liking that one maneuver. Let's see, we're still waiting for two more judges. 6.50 for that one turn. So great start. Here we have blue from Puerto Rico, Juan Carlos Genera, starting his campaign with a good carve. Hits it off the top. Hits it one more time. See if Juan Carlos, that's it for Juan Carlos Herena, but getting his campaign started here in this heat number 10, round of 96. Berger's a longtime QS contender. He does all the events, also most of the national events also. He's the owner of a breakfast stop in Isabela, Good Start. If you guys are in Isabela, it's a nice place to go and have your breakfast, a good start, healthy breakfast. And one of the locals there at Hobos Beach. So that's blue, and his score comes down. There we go. 2.73 is how blue begins, and Louis St. John starts with a 3.67 when we're seeing a replay here. Super fast forward replay of blue. So that's the situation right now. It's first is White. We're seeing here with this second wave. Giorgio Gomez touches that first section, hits it a little harder there on that second section. That'll be all for White, but it'll give him a second score to work with that 6.5. He's currently in the first position, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia.
He put himself in the critical positions
Yeah.
on that wave.
Definitely.
So you saw that last hit. He actually got air underneath his board.
Yep. There we go. And they gave him a 4.67. So he's already got a backup score. Already into the double digits there, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia. He's got
surfing.
Good surfing. He's got a 6.50, and he backs it up right away with a 4.67. And there's still 14 minutes in this heat, so a lot of action in this heat. You know, some heats are a little slower. This one started off with a bang with a 6.33 from Red. Go. Now we have the scores on our live feed.
I couldn't tell on my
Yeah.
end here what scores were which. And
There we go.
and the
So,
scores, so
that's the situation. You guys have it on your screens. You're watching live from your house, from your job. I know a lot of friends have texted that they're watching the live broadcast. Let it be from school, from their workplaces. So shout out, saludos a todos los que nos están viendo.
Yeah, and it looks like we got 13 minutes left in this heat. We
There's
got
Red.
Giorgio Gomez, and Red is up.
Boom! Wow.
Ooh, nice big hit. And
Lost that shot there with the drone, but I think he closed out well and still going on
Still
this
going.
wave. Hits it one more time. So Red and White just looking very, very solid in this heat right now.
And that was probably similar to the first wave that he had, where he had two
I think so too.
really nice waves. So we're going to see, we might see maybe just a position change.
I think
possibly.
so. I think so. I actually like that one from Red. We didn't see the complete wave, but what I saw, I liked it a little more than the second of White. So I'm thinking same as you.
And his first maneuver was more powerful than the
Yeah.
one he had on his first wave.
Yeah.
So it was outside.
Here we
First
go.
maneuver.
We have Blue back up from Puerto Rico. Goes to the air. Oh, that would have been a good score from Blue. Juan Carlos Herena from Puerto Rico. There we go. Barrel. There we go. That's green. And hits it one more time.
Okay, so now he got inside that barrel. It came out a little dirty,
Yeah.
just a little bit, but still.
we see that's one of the first barrel we've seen in competition. As we said, we saw Alan Cleenan from Mexico just get slaughtered this morning in the free surf, showing the boys what's out there. We'll be seeing Alan a little bit later on in the day. Here's a replay of that air attempt from Blue. You got a 1.17. So Parker Kahn goes to first with that last. It was a 5.60. The last of Red. So judges actually liking more the first one. We really weren't able to see the complete wave, but I'm with you. I like that first turn. It was solid power.
The view we had, you could actually
the
see
drone.
You could actually see that lip pitching out and that barrel and everything.
Very
right
steep section.
Very
so red is now in the first position with a 6.33 as we see blue again. He's up. That's all for blue.
Up and out.
So blue's looking for an 8.44 if he wants to go to second place, and green is looking for a 7.50. So I really think both athletes, blue and green, will require 2 new scores if they want to get in this heat. See the replay of that barrel for green. He gets in there a little second under the curtain and then hits it.
Did he get a score yet?
We're waiting for that one. Not yet.
Be interesting to see what they score with the barrel.
Yeah.
It's kind of the first one we've had the competition this morning. So
3.60 is what we got. 3.60 for that barrel and that hit. So definitely judges want you, if you're going to be in the barrel, it has to be a more critical barrel. You're completely disappear from the cameras as we see blue from Puerto Rico again.
You know, the problem with Puerto Rican barrels, you can see the surfer through the wave.
It's so clear. The water is so
you really
clear,
can't
right?
disappear, you know. So
there you go. Blue closes out.
I remember surfing a place called Shack, and it was probably 6 to 8 foot day, and we could see the surfers in the barrel from behind.
Yeah.
How clear the water was.
And some beautiful shots. Ariel Jimenez, who's leading this live webcast, is one of our professional photographers here. And Ariel has some incredible shots. If you haven't seen him, hop into his Instagram, Ariel Jimenez, at Ariel Jimenez, or Ardi Rent Services. And you'll see some of the shots that we're talking about right there. Ardi, that's some of the shots we're talking about. He's got beautiful, like, from the water shots, completely clear. There we go. Ardi Rent Services. Ariel Jimenez, follow him on Instagram, and you'll see some of the best waves here. Ariel is a water photographer. He gets in the water, gets the sickest shots.
And he's a former world champion.
Former drop knee world champion, a great bodyboarder. And as I said, when you're in the water with Ardi and he's shooting, he just pumps you to get on the big ones and the good ones. He wants you to get on those good waves. So I love shooting with him in the water, and all the boys out here also.
Super knowledgeable out here. He'll point to you. That's the one to go. That's the one to get.
Here's Green from Barbados. He's looking for a big score. He's looking for a 7.50 right now.
And that was Louis St. John in green.
9 minutes left on this heat. So today it's Halloween. We start with some music here.
And here
tonight.
goes
Here's White.
Dropping in, going left. Ooh, and tries to throw a little reverse. And
seeing some innovation today.
Doesn't quite get it. It's gonna, the conditions are looking even better tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow and Saturday, finals day is looking like an epic day of competition. Stoked to have the WSL back in Puerto Rico after more than 10 years. And the waves have been pumping. It's a historic start. We had a historic start to this event yesterday with both men's and women's round 1 in the water. So great surfing yesterday, and even higher level of surfing today with these first heats of round of 96. There's a little bit over 8 minutes left.
We've got Parker Kahn in the lead right now currently with a 6.33 and a 5.60 for a total of 11.93. We have Giorgio Gomez second priority with 11.17, needing a 5.43 to jump to the lead. Currently in third is Louis St. John, our Barbados, with priority sitting at a 7.27. He's needing a 7.5, which is a pretty big score today for a single wave.
Yeah.
Then we have, following up Louis, we have
Juan Carlos Herena.
Juan Carlos Morena. Sitting in third priority, needing an 8.07. So those two guys on the bottom are they probably need to replace both of those scores that they have.
I think so, because
probably not use them.
It's a high ask right now. 8.07 is an excellent score. So definitely you have to be on one of the best waves, or the best wave of the heat. And
we saw a couple high sevens earlier today, so it is doable.
So here's blue under priority, looking for that 8.07, or starts with a good rail carve straight to the power of the wave, back to the powers, hoping for this wave to stand up in the bottom for him to be able to close it out. Throws it to the air and not complete. So that'll be all for blue.
That one didn't want to become a gobbler.
No,
not at all.
Some of them like fade out, and then some bring that other incoming section, which is really hard section to hit, but at the same time, if you do make that, the judges are rewarding our surfers for those hits on that end section.
I've noticed with the tide, when you get closer to the inside and closer to the beach, you got with the water moving.
Yeah.
You got little waves that are kind of popping up
From
and going
all
different
directions. Yeah, and they'll just throw you off your board. So there we have that drone shot again, which just gives you a nice view of the lineup here at El Rastrial en la Marginal de Arecibo. This is basically the center of the island in Arecibo. You know, we're dead center. Puerto Rico is 100 miles long by 35 miles wide. And Arecibo sits basically right in the center of Puerto Rico. We're about an hour away from San Juan, which is the capital, and an hour away from Isabela and Aguadilla, which is very well-known surf spots over there. So
we flew in Aguadilla. It's just about an hour drive.
But you can get here from any of the international airports in about an hour. So it's a great spot to come and surf and visit.
And waves galore. Waves all over the place.
All over the place. We got rights, we got lefts, beach breaks, reef breaks. Oh,
that
wave
spit.
spitting. Oh, my God.
Gosh.
If Blue would have been on that one from the barrel, that was a score.
Yeah,
Look at this other one.
You can see that foam line showing you the road to it, you know? And you can see the little boil.
Yeah,
that's
that's where you want to be. Those boils, there's some shallow rocks right there, and that's where the wave barrels. We'll be seeing some more barrels during the week as the conditions are expected to get better in the next few days.
And as the tide continues to drop out today as well.
Exactly.
You'll get,
There's Blue staying really busy, trying to up his scores right now. That's all for Blue. Let's see if he gets another section down here.
A couple foam climbs.
So Blue's now sitting on a 3.4 and a 3.10. He now needs a 7.77 to advance. And Green, who has priority from Barbados, is looking for a 7.50. So both of these surfers need the best wave of the heat to make it to the next round.
And, you know, things can happen like that. We saw yesterday where we had a couple surfers sit third and fourth with a minute to go.
And
they completely flipped and took first and second. So, you just never know, especially out here with the amount of waves we have so many positions you can sit in.
There's a lot of opportunities. What surfers are, competitors like that, having different opportunities. You can sit wide, get that wide one. You can even sit towards the right. I've seen a lot of good scores coming off the right, which is not the predominant wave out here at Rastrial, but there is a right-hander, and it does have a good scoring potential. And I've seen some high scores out of that right-hander also with people under priority.
Yeah, and our last heat winner, Sage Coronado.
Yeah, that's how he made it.
He was eating at I think it was a 3.80, and everybody's looking left, and guess what he did? He caught that right, and nobody was looking for the win.
Yep. Here's White again. Currently in second place. This is White again. Giorgio Gomez from Colombia hits that first section, throws a little bit of tail. Gives a good turn, some variety there. I like that surfing there from Giorgio Gomez. Gonna close it out.
What was he saying?
He's trying to better a 4.67.
And I think he did that on that one.
It looked like I like that surfing on that wave. So let's see what judges do him. He needs a 5.43 or better to go to first.
And I think he's going to get that 5.43.
Yeah.
To put him up into the lead with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left.
I was up there at the judges' tower a little bit early, doing some of the beach commentating for Pito when he took his break. And the judges are really just comparing all those waves. They have the replay monitor up there. The head judge is just very, very aware of everything that's going on. We have a 5-panel man judge. So it's...
Yeah, Bill's the head judge. He's amazing.
Great guy. The highest level of professionals here with the WSL. We're still waiting for that last of White. So judges are probably comparing that wave with the other waves that have been ridden in this heat till the moment when we have a little bit over 2 minutes left in this heat.
And it looks like Giorgio is kind of stuck right now in that whitewash.
Yeah, I saw earlier Ricardo Delgado, which is one of our local talents. He's part of the national team. He got the highest wave score of the heat, but then he couldn't get back out. And he's a local. He knows how to paddle out, and he was 10 minutes just paddling, try to get back there. The waves took him all the way to El Pico, which is the next peak. He had to come out of the water, run all the way outside, and he was only able to get a 2 as a backup score, so he didn't make it. So definitely the paddling out there's a lot of strategy that comes into surfing out here when the waves are like they are today. Even the best and locals who know the wave, you know, it's hard because you really have to paddle hard. So as I see scores dropping for White, I think it is going to better his 4.67. I'm starting to see some of those scores dropping in for that last of White. And I think he's going to jump straight to first right there with that one when we have a minute left in this heat.
He just needs a 5.43 to advance in that.
And it's going over that from what I'm seeing right here. We're just waiting for one last judge to drop that score.
He's still green in third place with Lewis, St. John, and
there we go. Change of situation, 6.23 for last of White. Very well surfed wave. So White from Colombia goes straight to first. And here we have Blue from Puerto Rico going on the right under priority. It's that section, well, closing section. So definitely going to be Blue's best wave from the heat. Still 30 seconds, but Blue's looking for a 9.33 to advance. So that's a really high ask. Definitely best wave for Blue. I think it's going to be short from a 9.33, though.
And I think Lewis was looking for in that 7 range as well in third place. Looking for that 7. I think it was a 7.07 just to advance. So they were under the gun with those big scores.
Yeah, now they both need 9s to advance because just Red and White. Parker got a 6.77 on his last one.
And you can see that that wave breaking way outside. That's, if I'm understanding, that's an indicator that another set is coming. It's actually breaking kind of hollow out there. Probably too far to surf for the competition. So, not for the paddling up, or if you get stuck in between in no man's. Here we go with it looks like the end of the heat. On his knees. And we're getting ready for heat number 11. Yeah, just for an hour. I'll be back. Right after my surf. Hey. In this heat 11, we've got Grayson Grant from Sweden. We have Max Self-Eugene from the Dominica. We have Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. And we have Peck Mitchell from the USA in this heat. Surfing, I think, is getting a little bit better. The scores are getting a little bit higher. Oh my gosh, with Alfredo right here. Legend here in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Get that. And here's that overview of Arecibo, beautiful, colorful town. Here goes Red, a little slash on top. He just kind of can't get in front of that double up section. He decides to kick out. And I believe that gives him a 0.93. I can't hear you.
But how about now?
I can hear you now.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm back.
There you go. We got Alfredo back with us.
I'm not sure if anybody else heard me, but we're back live on the booth here. Desde Puerto Rico, 18 minutes left on the clock, 18 minutes and 20 seconds. Got Double G, Mr. Grant here with a 2.5 and a 0.93. Getting the door, and this party started with 8 minutes on the clock.
So Grayson's from Sweden. I wonder where they don't surf in Sweden. Really? You got white on this wave. Nice hit at the top. Nice crack at it, and another one. All backside. Gonna get a nice score on this wave. It looks like he probably completed it. Goes green with a nice carve at the top. Coming up and hitting that lip, drifting the tail just a little bit. And a nice Rio. This is going to be a good scoring wave. Oh, if he can make it.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
we'll see what the judges score, if they complete that with him or not. Here goes Blue. Boy, there's a little flurry of action going, and Blue can't quite hold on to it. But and I found that like a lot of Europeans in those landlocked kind of countries. I know Sweden has some water, but they tend to maybe live in the Caribbean, like in the Swedish islands that are controlled by Sweden, or and so forth like that. Or there's some French islands. And you'll find them surfing in like Guadeloupe, I believe, is a French island.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what region of the world you may be from, I think based on the new era of surfing reaching the Olympics, I think that has a lot to do with these surfers kind of scattered around the world, but representing their home region. Therefore, it gives them a higher probabilities of making these Olympic teams by representing their national region. So they may live somewhere else around in the world, but they will represent their home country regardless of that, because I think they have a better chance. There aren't many Swedish surfers that will make the Olympic team, but if these guys go through the trials here and become prominent surfers at some point, yeah, they will get the call up and the opportunity to participate. So I think that's the main reason why we're seeing like all these different countries and competitors living in regions where there are waves, but they're representing.
I know some surfers that surf for Germany. They live in America.
Yeah,
and they have that that German background.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of surfers in the Caribbean right now, particularly in Costa Rica, that are representing their home countries they're not Costa Rican, and but they live in Costa Rica. They represent. Well, the situation is very, very simple here. Opening wave for surfer in green comes in at a 6.33. He's currently sitting in that first position. In that second spot so far, that Lucas Cassidy, surfer in white, and with a combination score, Grayson Grand double G, surfer in red with priority. He has a combination score of a 3.43. So that is the case scenario on this heat number 11 here. We got 16 heats, and then we're going to be moving on to a round of 60 somethings. I think it's like 68, I believe.
And here goes that white coming up backside.
That's Lucas Cassidy right onto the lip and just free falls.
This guy's a stud from Mexico, and he's a young guy. I think he's maybe in that 18-year-old.
So he's representing Mexico. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lucas Cassidy.
So on the early,
I've never seen many Mexicans with a name like Cassidy.
Actually, I think he's got another name with it.
Cool.
But,
like a Latino last name, possibly?
I don't think it's Latino, but...
nevertheless, Lucas Cassidy out of Mexico.
I think they shortened it. Had 3 names. I think they shortened it down to 2 recently. But on the last wave for green, he had a really incredible end to that wave, that Rio, and it looked like the judges gave him credit for that coming out, because he's got that 6 point.
I mean, like Tex Mitchell, he got a 6.33. So it's a good way to bust the door down, if that's what you're saying. It's a good way to make an entrance, I would say.
2 waves on the face that were impactful, and then that finishing move. So I think they gave him credit. He was kind of stuck in the whitewash a little bit, but they...
She's saying 2 maneuvers on the face of the wave. Is that what you meant?
2 maneuvers on the face of the wave.
Right on.
And here we go with green, and here we go with Tex Mitchell again, backside. Kind of come up. And
the turtle attacks.
The turtle gets them.
Kind of seemed like that was the case, but we got surfer in red out of the back. Grayson Grand double G. He's trying to better his situation. He's got a 2.5 and a 0.93. That should definitely get rid of his backup score. We'll see what that does for surfer in red. 13 minutes and 13 seconds here on the clock, and that is the case scenario for the time being of this heat 11. Heat number 12 coming up. Nice little roll call, as we can see surfer in blue trying to close that wave out. We got Hayden Rogers, Wesley Santos, Eli Timperi. Is that correct?
Eli Timperi.
All right, and then Sebastian Leonpart, I think it's he's coming up next. Also, the little young gun coming up next. And so far, we got 12 minutes and 30 seconds of this heat, and currently leading Tex Mitchell in green. with a single score. Actually, things are changing as the situation drops.
I saw Blue on his last wave just before they cut off.
Okay.
He did make that make on his finishing maneuver, and so he's going to get a good score.
Well, as the situation is right now, we got a surfer in red currently sitting in third with a combination score of a 5.7. And Max Self, he is in blue. He's currently sitting in third with a combination score of a 6.9. Currently sitting second is surfer in green with a combination score of 7.4. And Lucas Cassidy, representing Mexico, surfer in white with a combination score of a 9.17. We got 11 minutes here and 30 seconds on the clock, more or less, but there's not a huge asking of these guys. So with the time on the clock left here, anything can change, I would say. You know, the red only needs a 2.5 to kind of move forward. Blue only needs a 2.83. So that is with 11 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock. That is the case scenario. So it's not a huge ask of these three guys underneath Cassidy. You know, he only needs a 4.1. All right, I believe we're going to go out see Pauline for our last Heats winner interview. Shutting it. All right, sorry about that. I think we're a little bit off beat here. We can get Pauline on the mic. But 10 minutes on the clock here. Situation is as follows. We still have Lucas Cassidy currently sitting in first, a combination score of a 9.17. We did have a bit of an exchange there on that last couple of minutes. We'll see how that transpires. But this is heat number 11.
Looked like we had before we went to the break or temporary break. We had blue and white up, and white crushed that wave at the end.
Right on.
We'll see what kind of a score he gets.
Well, he got a 4.5 so far and a 4.67 Lucas Cassidy. He's still currently sitting in first. I don't really think it's going to make much of a difference for him. But the conversation right now is Max Self, Eugene, surfer in blue. He needs a 3.34, which is not very huge. And Double G, Grayson Grant, surfer in red. I believe we're going to see a replay here. He's looking for a 4.21. So that is what happened. So Grayson with that last wave, surfer in red's last wave comes in at a 6.93. That is his highest score. So now surfer in red currently leading the heat. His backup score now becomes a 3.2, which is pretty awesome. But look, as everything's changing, right back on top, we got Lucas Cassidy. Hold on, we got an interview coming up.
Seconds. The score changed a lot. What do you have to say for your last waves? Was 6.77.
I was trying to get back out for like, I felt like over 5 minutes or 6 minutes. I didn't think I was going to get back into like the spot for the left in time, so I was paddling out and I just right, and I was like, you know what?
Ok, nosotros continuamos en este increíble día. Estamos aquí desde Puerto Rico, segundo día en el WSL.
Well, all right, that was Pauline Moreno there with our last heat winner. And yeah, we got surfer Double G, Mr. Grant. Talk to me.
Oh, absolutely. And he is currently in second place in his heat, but he's not slacking for his effort whatsoever.
Okay.
Even though he's listed from Sweden.
Okay.
He's attempting everything he can do to advance.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that he's from Sweden makes a difference.
No, not at all.
He's a surfer just like everyone else. He's out here participating, having fun. And Double G, Mr. Grant in red, now currently holds that first transfer spot. So you can't go wrong with that. The man just busted down with a 6.93 and a backup score now of 5.4. As we can see, Surfer in green, Tex Mitchell, kind of like this heat has been up and down, in and out. Like all these guys have gotten a chance to be on top, except Surfer in blue. Surfer in blue currently is sitting third, and he needs a 7.60 or better to find himself moving forward into this conversation right now. But right now, Double G, Mr. Grant, holding the lead, followed by Lucas Cassidy out of Mexico.
I tell you, that last wave of green tech, he had, I believe, a 6.33 earlier. That wave was, I think, probably just as good, close. Going to make a big, he's going to make a jump on this, in this heat as well with that last wave that he had. Nicely ridden.
Yeah, it's, Surfer in green, he is trying to replace a 1.07. That is his backup score is relatively low. So, yeah, there it is. Surfer in white has a 7.0. He's currently in third. Tex Mitchell in green, he drops a 5.43 and currently sitting in second place. Surfer in green now with that last wave puts himself onto that position, following Double G, Mr. Grant, Surfer in red. So this is turning out to be quite the heat. 6 minutes left on the clock here, and you know, it's relatively interesting. We got heat number 11. Heat number 12 is coming up next. We got Hayden Rogers, Wesley Santos, Eli Perry, and Sebastian Leon Park. So these guys are coming up next. That's going to be an exciting heat. I believe Sebastian is one of our young riders here from Puerto Rico, son of my friend Rafi, and dad must be super stoked to have his son participating in this event. I'm sure he's probably watching, so shout out to you. Your son is coming up next. 5 minutes and 30 seconds here. 5 minutes 30, and we still have Double G holding the lead, and Tex Mitchell may have something to say with that last wave. He found himself into that second transfer spot. So now Lucas Cassidy needs a 4.75, and Max Self, he's got a pretty hefty job in front of him. He's got to come up with a 7.69. So it's really interesting how things have transpired in the last minutes here. But 5 minutes on the clock. We have 5 minutes on the clock, and that's pretty much what broke. Surfer in white with priority. We got Surfer in green with fourth priority. We got Tex Mitchell. He's just trying to better his situation, and then unfortunately comes loose at the end there and not able to really connect. Surfer in red, Double G, Mr. Grant, he is with an up and down, so wisely kicks out.
I kind of fixed my situation here on looking at the score so I can see him a little bit better.
Okay, we got 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes on the clock here. Heat number 12 coming up next. Talk to me, buddy. You got something to say? What's the deal? Can I get a scoreboard, guys? Okay, we're working on it. No worries. I will keep you guys posted out there.
So, yeah, I was just
Giving
kind
you
of
the
looking at
score.
the screen, kind of seeing what we had coming in. I was looking also for those boils. See where these guys are kind of sitting up a little bit. Boils did help. We had a surfer just a couple of heats ago get barrel.
Don, what? I'm sorry. What you say you were looking for? Boils?
I'm looking for those boils out
What is
here.
that?
Boils
Educate me.
Those boils are where those rocks are at. They leave that little boil on the surface. It's kind of an indicator of where it gets kind of shallow.
Right on.
The wave might pick up a little bit steeper and maybe even with enough power, throw out.
I see.
Get you that barrel. It looks like we got something coming, rolling in here. Red's paddling
Well,
forward.
we got the scoreboard back. We'll give you a play-by-play here. As I was saying before, Double G, Mr. Grant, leading the heat with a 6.9 and a backup score of 5.4. And Tex Mitchell sitting in second currently. However, a surfer in white, Mr. Cassidy, with priority right now. He only needs a 4.76, so don't count him out just yet. However, surfer in blue, he has a bigger task. He needs an excellent score to find himself moving forward. I love this drone shot. It gives you an idea of how what the water is looking like. So I appreciate all these drone shots that we're getting. Kudos to the drone pilot.
See how steep the wave is. You can see it throwing out.
Yeah, I can see those boils. Talk
There
about.
we go. So it's a good thing to look for. It's an indicator for the surfers out there where to sit.
Yeah, you know what's
So forth.
interesting that I just found out is that the drone pilots need a special license to fly these commercial drones for these events. So these guys are actually pilots. They licensed drone pilots. So I want to thank our pilot here for doing such a good job and keeping us with this bird's eye view of the action for the time being. We got 2 minutes on the clock. Mr. Grant here in red, currently leading with a combination score of a 12.33, and followed by Surfer in green. Surfer in green's combination score is 11.76. However, with priority and 1 minute on the clock here, we have Surfer in white, Mr. Cassidy, looking for a 4.76.
And it's doable. He already has a 7.0 in his score line and a 4.67. So those are right there at what he needs kind of for that advancement.
Yeah, it would be a shame to get eliminated with a good score of a 7, and you just needed to amplify that backup score, which is what he's trying to do with 1 minute on the clock. Let's see what he got. Takes to the air and shows us a little bit of flair, pumping it up like he just don't care. Cassidy, with 50 seconds on the clock, Surfer in white, giving it his all. He's looking for a 4.76. I'm sure he definitely got 4.76 or better. He said, come on, my dudes, give it to me. 30 seconds on the clock. Cassidy heads up surfing. Could potentially take over even that first place, because if for first place he needed potentially, like, what was it, like a 7 or something? I don't know.
Yeah, he had a little rotation outside, and then a lot of that work was kind of on the inside after. So we'll see what the judges have.
Which is okay. I mean, he worked the wave really well. However, Mitchell here gets attacked by the turtle. He really needed to come up with something just to solidify that second place. But we're waiting for Surfer in white, and we're waiting for his wave to come in. It's a little bit exciting for me. I'm super stoked here. Like, as the world turns, right? Wasn't that on a soap opera or something like that?
I think that was a soap opera.
Zero. Bueno, sí, we're working on the technical here, but nevertheless, we got what's coming up next. We got Titus coming up next. Titus Santucci is the next heat.
Zeke, the YouTube sensation's coming up too.
Yeah, who's that?
Jacob's
Griffin.
No,
Jacob Seekley.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's YouTube sensation. Oh.
Yeah, you seen his videos?
Yeah, super
I think
rad.
my brother was one of them.
Yes.
And they were together in Indo, and I think my brother Ale is in one of his videos.
That's super cool. Saludos a Alex. Aquí tenemos a nuestro Nico Moreda. Yeah. Bienvenido. Me encanta tener.
Love to be here with you and with the boys. I love having all these visitors coming and just showing us how it's done. A lot of ripping being done out there. It's crazy to see the level of surfing that high and just hear people get really amped on it and just strive to do the same. So it's just pushing our level up. All these events that are coming to Puerto Rico have been a blessing. I think, especially for the younger generation, this will definitely psych them to train and to practice even harder, and that's what we want.
It's inspirational, right? It's basically what it is. It's like the level of inspiration here this weekend is really high. So yeah, we got Jacob Gabriel Griffin coming up next. That's going to be heat number 13. And then we also have Lucas McMahon. But so far, what do we got? We got the first wave came in for Sebastian. It's just basically up and down. I don't think it's a significant score.
By the way, happy Halloween, bro.
Happy Halloween. La marea de los muertos, como dicen aquí en Puerto Rico.
It's coming.
Y acaba de llegar, ¿no? It's definitely here. I was talking about that earlier today.
Let me tell you, I live in San Juan, and you see the ocean out here, and it looks calm compared to San Juan.
Wow.
San Juan is like stormy, like 20-mile gust winds on shore, like heavy. I don't know how La Marginal does it, but somehow
it's holding it.
Holds it.
Yeah, it's
super holding it.
Yeah, it's impressive.
I bet it's gotta be tough for those boys out there because the paddling must be extreme.
Yeah, for sure.
Hope the boys are ready and in shape. He still got a really good beach patrol, so we're safe, but good to let them know that it's gonna be quite a paddle.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite the battle out there, especially trying to get out. You know, these guys are taking about 8 minutes to paddle all the way out there.
Wow. Well, it's been almost 4 minutes gone by and just one up and down. You can tell it's not an easy.
It's not an easy day. Yeah, I mean, some of these guys have been sitting for like first half of the heat, and then they got the ball rolling and got those scores. But you know, me personally speaking, I don't really like to run from behind. You know, I like to have something under my belt a little bit, and then trying to work with that. But, you know, sometimes, you know, other surfers have different strategies, and they just decide to, you know, if it's not there, they're not going to risk it, and they're not going to go for that 1.5 or whatever.
I agree with you. I think it's really important for me, at first 5 minutes, at least have something under your belt.
Yeah.
Just so you don't find yourself at the end of the heat just scratching for something.
Right.
Just to make the wave count.
Yeah.
Definitely you don't want to catch a bad wave and fall behind on the priority, but I think there's enough wave and space out there that if that does happen, you can move down or move away from where the pack is sitting and still find the wave to catch a score. So
yeah,
good wave for Red.
Well, there goes Red.
Aiden Rogers
with his opening bid. Let's see if that should be better than an up and down for Surfer in green.
Just how he closed it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we got right on cue. We got Wesley,
blue.
Surfer in blue. You know, all these lefts are foamy white. You know, but these guys are able to connect. We're calling that section the gobbler, right? The gobbler.
I like it.
So if you get past the gobbler, the judges will award you that little bit of extra. You know, but we got 14 minutes. All right, we're going off screen real quick. All right, Nico, we have scores here. Unfortunately, we don't have them on the screen, but we do have them on our little laptop, iPad here.
I haven't seen Reds or blue come down.
Yeah, we haven't really missed much, but I guess the scores are coming in when this is blue. That means that
we're waiting on Red and blue.
Correct.
Seems like White also caught something because he's paddling back out too. We didn't see that one.
All right, so we got Pauline, I believe, from last season's winner coming up, and Pauline on the sand. Talk to me.
Nosotros continuamos en la Marginal y en Surfing Pro. Me encuentro con Grayson Grant. I'm here with Grayson Grant. How are you?
Doing good, yeah, having fun. The waves are pretty crazy, but got it done, yeah.
Is your first time here?
Second time. I was here for the ISA, so I'm stoked to be back, and yeah, having fun.
Do you think this is gonna be your favorite waves?
Yeah, definitely kind of my favorite wave, like a bowled out left, and yeah, super fun. So yeah, I like this wave.
Okay, you was born in California. Do you want to tell me something about that? How is grow up in California?
It's amazing. We got a bunch of good waves. I live down in San Diego, so we got a bunch of good surfers. Like shout out Jake and stuff. But yeah, California, San Diego, it's the sickest place ever.
That is so nice. Congratulations. Nosotros continuamos aquí desde la Marginal con muchísimo más de la WSL.
Well, that was it. That was the interview for Double G, Mr. Grant, winner of the last heat from San Diego, California. And shout out to all the boys out there supporting Mr. Grant.
Some scores came down. Red got a 6.33. Blue that turn backside had a 3.5, and then White had a 6.17, which we didn't see.
Right on.
But I can see that he caught another one just now, which we're waiting for the score, another 6. See?
So for Surfer and Hayden, right? Surfer in red?
No, this is White. This is
White. You're talking about Surfer in white.
Yeah, White has 2.6 already on his pocket, so he's looking
pretty good.
Looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he is absolutely looking comfortable here. And what do we got here for Surfer in white? He opens with a 6.17 and then backup scores a 6.0 right now, which is pretty awesome. But Surfer in red also right here, his opening score came in at a 6.33, which is pretty good.
Highest score of the heat.
Yeah, and his backup score is 1.07. I'm sure he's going to better that situation. He has approximately right now 10 minutes on the clock, which is halfway through. So that's pretty much the call for him. Sebastian right now, he has a couple of waves on his belt, but not significant scores to make a difference for Sebastian. Surfer in green.
Sebastian has a lethal backside. I'm sure if he catches the correct wave, he could put some scores up.
Yeah.
Let's hope he finds something. But Sebastian has a crazy backside, and he's really, really strong and athletic. So
he is.
He should be able to handle that
fight his way back into it, right?
Yeah.
And right now, Sebastian, I'm not entirely sure what priority he has, but we got Surfer in red yet and going. Hayden Rogers yet again. Right under the foam ball, I guess that second maneuver.
That second maneuver was complicated.
Yeah, it was super complicated getting through the gobbler, right? Because it's not easy. That foam climb will usually swallow your board. But
a lot of people don't know, but Sebastian Jompard is Rafi Jompard's son. Rafi Jompard is a legend from Puerto Rico. He's probably one of the best surfers ever to come out here.
I agree.
He's really good friends with Kelly Slater. Kelly used to come to Puerto Rico and stay at his house. Rafi is a full-on legend. Like, you can talk to any of the boys, and Rafi is like known for craziest style master. And he's gnarly, bro.
He is.
Rafi,
he's a super gnarly dude.
And even like today, like, he's already got his couple of years under his belt, but you see him on a good wave, on a good board, and he'll blow your mind. I was out there not long ago. I surfed with him Wildos, and he was like ripping everybody out of the water. I was like, what?
It's like Rafi.
Yeah, he's a super talented.
Yeah.
And Seba is just
coming up.
Following his footsteps.
DNA, baby. It's all in the DNA, right?
I used to.
So you're saying that Seba probably got to meet Kelly when Seba was a baby and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and Rafi was.
That's motivational. That's like super inspiring.
Yeah, Rafi used to be the rep of Lost here in Puerto Rico like forever. Rafi is like.
All right.
El merch.
Yeah.
Don't forget to swing by we got the La Marginal Surfing Pro merch. It's being sold here for you guys to come get your reminder of this great event, right?
Yeah, for sure. Come buy your product. This is a beautiful T-shirt, nice little hat. Buy it as a gift for somebody. It's almost Christmas, so they're going pretty fast. They're selling pretty fast. So hopefully you'll be here in time to buy one. But,
and it's one of those shirts that will last you for years. You know,
sure.
Like it'll be 10 years from now, you still have it. People will be like, "Oh, I remember that event. That was mental."
It was, right?
You're gonna have one of those shirts.
I know. When was the last time you had an event like this? You've been here forever, right? And unfortunately, it's taken this long for us to have such a type caliber event.
Yeah, it's amazing. This, and also when they brought the ISAs, was two events that really, I think, helped a lot the economy in Arecibo, and I think people are really stoked on it.
And also open up the eyes to the mayor of the possibilities, right?
For all the mayors.
All the mayors.
All the other mayors. I think that Isabela,
they want to do it.
Yeah, all those other guys need to. You're from Isabela,
Isabela, I know the deal.
How amazing! We had I think it was 2010 when they did the Rip Curl Surge.
Yeah, that's a long time ago, man.
Puerto Rico has the quality of waves where we should have a CT.
We definitely should have a CT stop here.
So if I was the mayor of Isabela or Aguadilla, I'd definitely put some money into that.
Start putting the bids, right? Start putting some bids into it.
Definitely.
They have dealt with those championships in the past, unfortunately. We haven't gotten an opportunity to host one in a very long time, but I think we're on our way here. I think that, like you were just mentioning with the previous World Championship, where we were featuring the great talents of surfers such like Gabriel Medina, John Florence, Toledo is here. You know, the Brazilian team was absolutely stacked, right? For example, and
John, the world champ was here.
And the world champ was here as well. So, you know, these guys, they all gave us a thumbs up. So we're definitely looking forward to hosting more of these events. So talk to me what's going on. 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. What do we got here?
Seems like White, Eli Tim Perry is holding it down with his 2 6s.
Yes, sir.
Hayden was able to back up his 6 with a 4.5. And it seems like Wesley and Sebastian are playing catch up. Wesley has a 3.5, so he needs a 7.33, which would be the best wave of the heat. And Seba needs an 8.43, which also is a
relatively tall ask.
Tall order, but I think he has 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Still have enough time to catch 2 waves.
Yeah, breaking down in 2, right?
Yeah, that's what should be the strategy, but definitely you got to get active out there, start paddling towards the inside, at least catch 4, and then work your way to that other 6 or 7.
Yeah, we got Santos here in blue. He's looking for a score, trying to get himself back into the conversation. He needs a 7.33 or better, I believe, to find himself back in the game. But so far, Surfer in white and Hayden Rogers in red, they're currently with those pairs of 6s separating themselves with a significant margin so far, you know, from these other 2 competitors, Sebastian and Wesley. You know, so that's the case scenario. 5 minutes, a little bit under 5 minutes.
He got a 3.9, so now his order is a little bit lower. Now he just needs a 6.93 instead of that 7.33, but still a 7.
Right.
So he needs to get back out there. Wesley needs to get back out there and try to get a open face wave.
Yes.
I think that was part of the problem that wave. We had a little too much white water on it.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's easy from us out here.
Yeah,
to say,
we're surfing with our eyes, obviously, so it's a lot easier for us. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like if you're able to find the open face and get a nice, clean-looking wave, the judges will award you for that. So yeah, 4 minutes here, 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. And that's
looks
the case.
hectic out there.
Super hectic. Surfer in white, he's holding priority, actually. Second priority goes to Sebastian. If Sebastian can capitalize, he can still have a couple of minutes to make it happen. But this is just surfing at its finest. You know, you're surfing not only against the clock, but you're also like Mother Nature. If you're not at the right place at the right time and all these different things, you know, you miss the opportunity. But it's just a game of chances, right?
It's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
That part is like the hardest part is that you can be as prepared as possible.
Yeah.
As fit as possible.
Yes.
But if the wave doesn't come your way,
can't surf it, you know, and that it happens a lot. You see a lot of these guys working for months, trying to get to that day, the day of.
I remember back in the day when Brett Simpson was on tour. I remember he once said something where he would have a lot of trouble deciding on which wave to go on. Because a lot of times he would see a wave and then he'd be like, "Oh, I think the one in the back is better," and the one in the back, the one in the back wouldn't be better. And then he had this strategy where he called it like sea wave, surf wave. And he was like, if you see something that you like, just go. For it. Forget about what's in the back.
I like that, actually. I like that a lot.
Look at this open face.
Yeah, there it
So
is.
like
That's exactly what he's looking for.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, comes loose and that section of the gobbler.
The
gobbler got him again. Happy Halloween. Ha, 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 ha. But yeah, these guys are trying. You know, Wesley Santos had the right idea. He's looking for that score. You know, there's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, Nico. So not much he can do about it. So he now goes back down into 4th priority. The only one right now with a legitimate shot to kind of like change the situation would be Surfer Green or Dear Sebastian.
I think Wesley has a little chance to get out to the corner. I think that little corner has been providing in the inside, and he could fight something down there.
Right on.
But he needs to, because if you see the wave, it kind of like breaks outside and it reforms.
Yeah.
And if you're down there and the reform comes towards you, you can score something. But definitely, it's an uphill battle for sure. For
Yeah. Especially 1 minute and 50 seconds here.
Time goes so fast out there.
It does. But you're laughing because you know you're a great competitor yourself. So
it's crazy because you know how time is like super like subjective, like in the sense that sometimes like when you want it to go slow, it goes really fast. And when you want it to go fast, it goes really slow. Like, for example, you're doing like a plank and you're like,
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
feels like
the longest 30 seconds of your life. I believe we're going on to an interview here in a second. Interview? Okay. Okay. All right.
We're going to reset.
We're going to little reset here. And yes, we'll be back in a few. We're working on our computer, so shutting down for a few minutes. So bear with us. Well, I don't know. We got 47 seconds on the clock here. Sorry for the technical difficulties, family. 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, 30 seconds. We got Sebastian there. And he's desperately looking for an opportunity.
Maybe a barrel comes by.
A barrel, a backflip. That'll get the job done. We got Surfer in red, Rogers. Rogers Curdy sitting in second. Got a nice little looking right-hander. Few maneuvers.
The gift that giving.
The gift that keeps on giving. He's trying to replace that 4.5. Let's see if that's enough. And he does replace that 4.5. But Rogers is feeling good. You know, fortunately, it's for Santos and Sebastian and Bart. All right, we're back on here. Sorry for the delay. Alfred Bobay on the microphone yet again, doing our live edition here of the WSL qualifying series stop here in Puerto Rico. Situation is as follows. We got Titus Santucci out of California. Santucci cracks it open with 4.17. Seekling, he has opening score of 3.17 here, and those are the opening waves. We got Surfer in white, Gabriel Griffin. He opened up with a 2.5, and Surfer in green, Lucas, he opened up with a 2.63. So that is the case scenario for the time being, and I believe we're waiting for another wave from Surfer in red. Surfer in red, Titus comes in. His last wave comes in at a 5.33. Titus currently sitting in first place. Mr. Santucci, the young Santucci here. 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. That is the case scenario in the standings for the time being. Yeah, 14 minutes here on the clock. Yeah, 14 minutes. Surfer in blue, currently sitting in second with a 3.17 and a 0.23. These are his opening scores. I don't think it's going to be significant, but yeah, Surfer in blue coming off. Unfortunately, gets right on the lip on that one. It gets hooked and free falls. Jacob, fortunately, that was not a scoring wave. I think it'll come up as a throwaway. We got Surfer in white, Gabriel Griffin. Gabriel needs a 1.91 or better at 13 minutes on the clock. Yeah, Surfer in white working his way all the way down the line. Mr. Griffin. "13 minutes on the clock. Titus Santucci Mr. Santucci here. He has a 5.33 of a high score. And his backup is 4.17. He opened up with a 4.17, and then on his second wave, he's able to solidify that first place standing for the moment. Coming up next, we got heat number 14 out of 16s of this round. We got Manuel Selman coming up next. Darshan Antequera. Elishama Beckford out of Jamaica. He's coming up next. And Ty Killamilla Caraballo. El Orgullo de Jesse. Así que stay tuned for that next heat. Heat number 14 coming up next. So far in the water now, we got 12 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, 12:10, and el señor Titus Santucci se encuentra en primera posición. All right, Surfer in Green only has an opening score of 2.63. I believe we're waiting for another wave for Surfer in Green, but Jacob right now, he needs, in order to advance and find himself moving forward, he needs at least a 1.46. That is what Jacob is looking for. Surfer in blue. So far, Surfer in red still currently in first, followed by Surfer in white, Gabriel Griffin. You can take a look at the weather. The wind is pumping. We got that storm right on the outside eastern edge of us. So we're feeling the wrath of Mother Nature is definitely here and letting her presence be known. We got 11 minutes on the clock, and that is the conversation for the time being. Is pretty much the weather. But these waves are absolutely pumping, and competition is definitely going down as predicted. So I'm definitely super happy to be here right now. We also want to thank our sponsors here participating with us and giving us the opportunity as well. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. So we got Santucci leading the heat here. Also holds priority. Second priority goes to second place so far, sitting in that transfer spot. Griffin. So these two guys with the 1-2 punch are controlling the situation, locking out Surfer in blue and Surfer in green. Although Surfer in blue and Surfer in green, they don't really need a tall score to find themselves knocking out Mr. Griffin. So we'll see within the next 9 minutes and 40 seconds what goes down. But so far, Santucci letting them know he's feeling Gucci. See what I did there? Ha! Yo. 9 minutes and 20 seconds here. 9:20. Surfer in red. Titus Santucci hanging out with his mom. His mom is like super excited. His #1 fan. I got an opportunity to meet her the other day. She's super cool. Came up and she was like, "I like your earring." I was like, "Thank you." Anyways, super lovely lady out of California. Titus Santucci and his family. 9 minutes left on the clock. 9 minutes left on the clock. So far with priority. When you go under priority, we got Surfer in white. We got Griffin. So, you want to come sit? It's okay. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. 8 minutes and 30. So after these first 16 heats, we got 3 more heats to go, and then we're just gonna move on to the round of 60. What is it, 68 or something? Let's take a look. Yep, I have no idea what's coming up next, but I do believe it's the next round of 60 something better. I have limited information down here. They have me in a hole. I'm like in bunker. I'm in a bunker surrounded by cameras and light cables. But it's cool. I like it. 7:45 on the clock. So I'm missing 45 seconds here. Nothing has changed. And then, yeah, like I was saying, should be done today at approximately 4 p.m. or so. This crew from the WSL is a well-oiled machine. These guys are running this event like done it a million times here. We're certainly grateful for the opportunity to get a chance to work with them. Thank you, WSL Qualifying Series, for giving us this opportunity. Particularly myself, it's been a dream come true for me to lend you guys my voice and be a part of this live broadcast brought to you by the WSL. So thank you for the opportunity. All you guys out there listening to me too. We got 7 minutes on the clock, and things are still the same. The only thing that's changed so far is priority, but surfer Titus Santucci has taken command of this heat with just 2 waves, you know, a high scoring wave and a low scoring wave. Titus Santucci in red. We got 6 minutes and 31 seconds, 6:31. And that was surfer in white, Griffin. He's got a combination score of a 5.4, just to give you an idea. He just increased it a little bit. Last wave came in at a 3.2, just his higher scoring wave for the moment. So, but this is a relatively low scoring here. We're combination score underneath the 10. Surfer in green kicks right out right after that maneuver. We'll see what the judges award Lucas for that, but Lucas with a nice little hack. Lucas opened up with a 2.63. That's like his highest score for the moment. His backup score is a 0.67. So he's definitely looking to switch that around. But there it is. Lucas in green. He didn't need a tall order here. And with that last wave of 4.4, he finds himself in that second transfer spot. So surfer in green definitely making a difference with that last wave. We got 5 minutes and 25 seconds here. And surfer in blue now only needs a 3.87, and surfer in white, Griffin, he now needs a 3.84. So we'll see if that can come through for these surfers. We got 5 minutes on the clock here of heat number 13. Lucky number 13. Happy Halloween. Today's October 31st. 2024, so happy Halloween to all you trick-or-treaters out there, and have some fun and be safe. Don't take candies from any strangers. That's what Mama always said, right? And yeah, 12 p.m. here, 12 in the afternoon, local time here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, here in the Caribbean. So we got 4 minutes, a little bit over 4 minutes on the clock. Surfer in green now finds himself in that second transfer spot. Lucas, so he's definitely made it happen for himself. 4:20 on the clock. Hello, 4:20. A nice pelican on the shot right there. We got surfer in red taking a dig at it. That's his third wave, I believe. Surfer in red, it comes loose. I'm not sure what's going on with my cameraman. Yeah, there you go. That's the angle I wanted. Thank you so much. We got surfer in red. So Lucas yet again. Lucas at third priority. Now, surfer in blue, it's his time to make a mark. He only needs a 3.87. He's got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Surfer in blue, trying to make that happen. However, surfer in white streaking down the line. Mr. Griffin. You know, surfer in blue, the nice looking foamy. The gobbler gets him again, unfortunately. That section has been rough all day. Just for you guys watching out there, your competitors or listening to live cast, my advice is to high speed through that zone. Faster you're moving through it, the more of a chance you're going to get to make it. So that's what my advice would be for the time being. And yeah, 3 minutes on the clock here. We got 3 minutes on the clock. Titus Santucci, with that last wave, he bettered his situation. Titus Santucci came in with a 5.83 on that last wave. Now his backup score is a 5.33. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock here, and Titus doing his thing. Followed by Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue has a combination score of 7.03. And yeah, heat number 14 coming up next. All right, welcome back to the booth, Señor Oscar. Welcome back, buddy.
We're back. It's raining a little out there.
We started the day. Now we're back here halfway. You know, we got a couple hours of competition left.
Yeah, still a bunch of heats left. I think we got like 2 heats in this round.
Yep.
Well, a couple more. It's 16 heats in this round, so we got a couple of heats left, and then we'll run straight into round of 64.
64. There you go. That's the magic number. That's what I was looking for.
Round of 64. We're gonna do the first 8 heats of round of 64 are gonna be run today.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be all for today, right? As far as running.
Let me get the official call here from Brian Ruby Robbins from the WSL.
Yeah, Brian's the man, dude. Thank you, Brian, for being here with us.
So we're gonna be running men's QS round 3, round of 64, heats 1 through 8. So if you're listening, guys, 1 through 8, check your heat draw. You're gonna be up pretty soon. Those are gonna be 25-minute heats.
Yeah, we're moving on in time, giving them an extra 5 minutes there, and round of 64 is coming up next. And 40 seconds here on the clock, and we got Surfer in Red, Titus Santucci leading the heat here with a pair of 6s, I believe, or actually 5.83 and a 5.33. He's currently holding the lead with 30 seconds on the clock, followed by Surfer in Green, Lucas. And Lucas has a combination score so far of a 7.03, which has been enough to potentially get him through. So it's 15 seconds on the clock here, and this heat is pretty much over.
It is. So these guys are gonna be. I don't think they'll be surfing today. These heats will be after heat 8, so they'll be surfing tomorrow again. There's Blue just blowing the top out of that wave. This wave counts. What does Blue need?
Blue
3.87.
Yeah, right.
Could change the situation.
For sure. Well, with the buzzer beater, right?
Yeah.
Surfer in Blue. Jacobs.
He likes it.
Yeah, it's stumping and pumping all the way to the inside. We'll see. It's in the judge's hands now.
It is.
You know, he did his part, I guess, right?
He only needed a 3.87, so it's not really a big ask.
It really wasn't.
Oh, and I saw some spray coming out, so let's see what the judges think.
Let's see if it's enough.
Buzzer beater.
And check it out, my man. Sure it is. It's he comes in with a 4.0 with a buzzer beater. Jacob in Blue. Jacob and Titus Santucci in Red will be moving on to the following round. Congratulations to you guys. And just like that, you know, just what I was telling Nico before. That's why I love this game. You know, it's just like you never really know what you're gonna get until the clock says 0.
You gotta fight till the end.
You gotta fight till it says 0, because you might be a hero at the very end of
it. This guy made it,
and he probably doesn't quite realize it yet.
But
He's
Pito's
waiting there.
Pito's gonna give him the information now. He's a little bummed, but he'll be happy when he hears that information from our friend Pito up there in the beach commentating booth, who's giving the surfers all the information. Angel Pito, our friend. He's your fellow commentator in our federation events.
He is, a.k.a. Biggie.
Biggie. We got Biggie and our friend here, Tupac. There are commentators for the federation events, and Pito's just taking care of the boys on the beach. He's doing full beach commentator, just giving them information, situation, scores, and then we're here commentating, and we can talk a little more, you know, just
we can
chat.
A little bit looser on the tongue, sort of.
But
because we're not influencing. We have to be very careful up top because the judges are around, and we don't want to influence based on our calls or make competitors feel as we're cheering more more for others than you know. So to keep it fair, we're very professional up there and very technical, and that's what Pito's doing right now.
So that's a difference between a beach commentator and us that are more like webcast commentators, where the judges don't listen what we're talking about, so we're not influencing them at all.
Correct.
And the beach commentator is just giving information to the athletes, nothing more than colors, scores, priority situation, and time. That's all, and that's part of our sport.
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to thank my sponsors, Rourke, for this beautiful hat. And we got Elishama Beckford here. This is the new heat in the water. We got Ty Caraballo that you were talking about earlier. We got Jesse's son in green. We got Manuel Selman in red. We got Darshan Antequera in green. And then Elishama, we just saw Elishama Beckford from Jamaica. He's been here a couple of weeks, and Elishama's been surfing really, really good. I mean,
got a mad air game.
Yeah, he likes to fly, roots, the rock, the reggae.
Yep.
King Selassie.
Manuel Selman in red, representing Chile. He lives in Dominican Republic now. Manuel se pasa mucho tiempo aquí. You see him in wave now. And he's an Olympic surfer. Manuel made it to the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, how he blows that wave off the top right there. So Manuel getting his heat started right now.
Yeah. And
got a couple Olympians in this contest. I've seen Leilani McNichol from Macau, from Costa Rica. Leilani.
Yeah.
We have Manuel Selman from Chile. He made it to the Tokyo Olympics. Brian Perez from Salvador. He also made it to the Olympics this year. Kanoa Igarashi from Japan.
Yeah.
Olympic surfer. So we got a couple. I'm probably missing a couple names, but I've seen some big names there. Fellow Olympic surfers. And hey, we got Nico Epps. I see him coming in here. Let me give him a holler here.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to leave Nico with you, or you want, I think it'll be good for you guys to talk, you know?
Yeah, take a little break, Alfred. You've been, we need you to be ready for the next couple of days. Finals days is going to be going.
I am.
So let's get
shout
Nico
out
in
to
here.
Jessie, has a son. She's probably watching. Shout out to Jessie. We need you for the Masters team.
Jesse, give me a call. Give me a call.
Presenting Nicholas Epps here. I'm
Here we go as we're watching the replay of red. That was Manuel Selman from Chile. And now I have here local talent Nicolas Epps. Nico Epps, bienvenido aquí al booth del comentarista de el WSL QS 3000. Aquí la Marginal Surfing Pro. So Nico is going to be covering here some space for Alfred. He needs to have some lunch. So good to have you. Saludos, Nico.
Feliz de estar aquí.
Seguro que sí. Vamos a darle al español un ratito para toda esa audiencia que nos está viendo en Puerto Rico y países de Latinoamérica. Sé que hay mucha gente de Perú, México, Costa Rica, El Salvador, nuestros hermanos latinos y caribeños que están mirando. Así que aquí estamos, Nicolas Epps, uno de los mejores surfers juveniles de aquí de Puerto Rico, tremendo talento. No logró pasar su gira ahí ahora mismo. Cuéntanos un poquito de las condiciones allá afuera. Cuando vemos a Azul, vamos a ver esta ola primero. Veo a Azul empezando su hit, no fue suficiente. Cuéntanos un poquito las condiciones ahí, Nico, ¿cómo está eso? Porque aquí, bueno, en webcast se ve bien bonito y tal, pero cuando uno va para allá es otro cantar, ¿ah?
Sí, hay muchas olas rompiendo, está como de 6 a 8 pies de tamaño. Hay una corriente bien fuerte del noreste que te empuja constantemente, tienes que estar peleando contra la corriente todo el tiempo para quedarte en posición. Pero está bien interesante el día, hay mucha acción.
Definitivo. Muchas olas. Y he visto un nivel brutal, ¿sabes? Que hay que estar fuerte. Vi ese hit también de Ricardo Delgado, de Ricky Slim, que es parte del equipo de Puerto Rico, de los que están aquí representando. Y vi que sacó una ola buenísima, pero después lo pilló el set como por 10 minutos. El hombre se lo llevó para allá, para el pico de la Marginal. Que aún con el conocimiento local hay que estar súper ready y estar en posición, porque vi que esa corriente está bien fuerte hoy, bien fuerte.
Sí, hay que estar pendiente también que los single maneuvers se están escoreando alto. Vi que a Ricky lo eliminaron con un single turn.
Definitivo ahí. Cuando vemos ahí a Azul que le mete un buen turn para arrancar, buscando una ola más de linza y que se le para bien y le puede meter otra maniobra. Todo, perdí un poquito de control ahí. No sé si se lo van a dar como completado. Le estábamos hablando aquí que tenemos a otro pana boricua en el agua, en Ty Miller Caraballo en verde, que ayer tuvo un hit bien bueno también. Ustedes fueron de los boricuas que pasaron esa primera ronda, entre ustedes tú, Nico Epps, Sebastián John Park, lo vi que pasó su hit también ayer. El replay ahí de azul, me parece que esa ola va a entrar como una de sus mejores olas hasta el momento. Y a Manuel Selman en rojo le dieron un 5.17 por esa primera ola de Manuel. Estamos hablando un poquito, Manuel se pasa mucho tiempo aquí también en Puerto Rico, en la República Dominicana, representa a Chile y es uno de esos atletas que han logrado ese sueño olímpico, que es lo que yo sé que tú y muchos otros de nuestros atletas locales entrenan bien fuerte porque es una de las metas, ¿verdad? Para poder llegar a lo más alto en el surfing, que es el WCT o las Olimpiadas.
Sí, seguimos entrenando para ir a las mundiales, a los cualificatorios olímpicos. Tenemos eso en mente.
A Nico yo lo conozco desde bien joven, tremendo surfista natural y como dice él, yo lo he visto como ahora ha cambiado mucho la cosa, ¿verdad? Antes no se veía tanto el entrenar duro, el tener que comer bien, el tener un psicólogo deportivo y ya yo veo que ustedes, esta nueva generación, pues todos están bien enfocados en no solamente meterle el tiempo dentro del agua, sino que también fuera del agua hay que hacer mucho trabajo para mantenerse físicamente fuerte, mentalmente listos, porque pues, el nivel está bien alto y si queremos estar entre los mejores y de verdad que me quito el sombrero porque he visto como esa nueva generación de ustedes de surfing puertorriqueños pues están siguiendo esa línea y con el tiempo vamos a ver los resultados. Eso es una cuestión de tiempo, ¿verdad? De seguir dándole y los resultados los vamos a ver. Cuando vemos aquí a rojo, Manuel Selman que está buscando su segunda puntuación, está ahora mismo en la primera posición. Y le dieron 4.0 ahí a la de azul, así que azul pasa a la segunda posición, relegando a Ty Miller Caraballo a la tercera posición. Pero Ty tiene la prioridad en este momento, así que va a estar esperando una ola. Vemos ahí que usa su prioridad en esta izquierda, Ty Miller Caraballo. Ahí vamos empezando con un roundhouse, viendo a ver si la ola le provee un poco más en la parte de abajo y el inside le va a proveer, le pega duro ahí, pero no logra completar esa sección. Tú que estuviste allá afuera, Nico, cuéntale un poco, ¿verdad? A los que nos están viendo, ¿cómo es ese power de esa última sección que aquí Alfredo le ha dicho el gobbler? Porque se está comiendo a la gente, se nota que hay que darle agresivo porque si no, no la vas a bajar.
Sí, ese inside se pone como de 2 pies de profundidad encima del reef lleno de erizos, pero es una sección súper buena para pegarle.
Claro.
Sí.
Oye, hay que tomar el riesgo, pero si lo bajan, los jueces están dando las puntuaciones. Ya he visto en varias ocasiones, como tú dices, nada más de un single maneuver he estado viendo 6, o sea, puntuaciones bien altas, que realmente lo que están buscando es eso, es que haya commitment en esos moves, speed, power and flow, y ya lo hemos visto en la mañana, unas puntuaciones altísimas de solamente una maniobra fuerte, y los jueces están premiándolo porque saben que no es fácil darle esa sección y completar esas maniobras en esas condiciones.
Sí, en el mensaje para los competidores, los jueces enfatizaron que maniobras de alto impacto es lo que están buscando.
Es lo que están buscando, así que cuéntanos de eso ahí, ¿verdad? El WSL tiene como un chat para los competidores donde los jueces le envían un mensaje. Cuando vemos ahí al competidor de Jamaica, estuvo en la final del Corona, ¿verdad? Llegó a la final este surfista de Jamaica que tiene un tremendo air game, lo he visto tirar unos aéreos gigantes. Y me están diciendo que nos vamos para entrevista, mi gente, con el ganador del último hit. Así que nos vamos ahora con un comentarista de la playa.
Right, here we have Titus Santucci. Titus Santucci you just won your first heat. What does that do for your confidence, and how was it out there?
It's always really nice to get the first round jitters out of the way. You know, you come to these events and you travel, and it takes so long to get here. You spend a lot of your time, and there's always that first round jitters. It's like, oh, like I don't want to lose that first round. I want to at least make a heat.
Yeah.
So it's good to get that one out of the way. Definitely builds the confidence, and it's tricky out there.
Yeah.
definitely big, but there's good ones.
Right on. What are you looking forward to in these next couple of days?
I'm looking forward to Swell. Finally a contest with some solid waves, so I'm excited for that.
Right on. Congratulations to Titus Santucci. Our last heat's winner is Alfred Bobet, and here we go.
4.93. 4.9.
I was the winner of last heat. We saw green on wave. Got a little action there in between. And we see white with a replay. Surfer from the neighbor island, Caribbean island of Jamaica. Nuestro atleta de la la caribeña. Tenemos muchos hermanos caribeños aquí. Tenemos atletas de la República Dominicana, de Barbados, Jamaica. Tenemos ahí a Ty Miller Caraballo, una derecha que también provee, no logra sacarle la puntuación, pero esas derechas también proveen oportunidad, aunque el rastreal es conocido por su izquierda. La verdad es que esa derecha también provee oportunidad. He visto muchos hit scores que han sacado en la derecha desde ayer en esa primera ronda de hombres y mujeres. Vi muchas chicas ahí, unos buzzer beaters con poco tiempo en el reloj. Y que de verdad que por lo menos mucha oportunidad. Y algo he visto es que, claro, comparado a esos eventos que has hecho en el East Coast, en Virginia Beach, en North Carolina, que básicamente es un lago lo que están surfeando, yo los veo a través del live webcast. Y me imagino que es mejor tener olas, ¿verdad? Que esas olas tan pequeñas que ustedes tienen que ir a competir muchas veces.
Sí, estamos bendecidos aquí en esta isla que de verdad que cuando sales de ella pone en perspectiva la cantidad de olas que hay aquí. En el East Coast de Estados Unidos es bien fuerte la cosa y igual fue súper bueno viajar para allá esta temporada para entrenar olas bien pequeñas, de 2 pies, de 1 pie, inclusive. Pero sí, agradecido de volver a estar aquí en casa.
Sí, eso, oye, una de nuestra intención como federación en traer este evento aquí es también darles oportunidad a nuestros atletas locales de que puedan competir en estas olas con mejor calidad. Pero como dice Nico, en el surfing hay que prepararse para todo, porque igualmente puede ser que estemos un contest aquí y nos toque flat, así es la naturaleza, puede estar de medio pie, puede estar de 20 pies. Cuando vemos a Rojo, Manuel Selman en tremenda ola izquierda aquí, parece que se le va a abrir. Abre con un buen carve ahí, buscando la última sección, si le provee. Se pega ahí otra vez sólido, Rojo, que está ahora mismo liderando este hit con 2.5. Blanco también arrancando ahí, nuestro segunda posición. Recordamos los que están viendo el live webcast que no conocen mucho del surfing, solamente pasan los primeros 2 de cada hit. Se le da puntuación por las 2 mejores olas, es decir, ustedes pueden ver que estos atletas están cogiendo montones de olas, puedes coger 8, 10 olas, las olas que tú quieras, pero solamente se te va a contar tus 2 mejores puntuaciones. Cuando vemos el replay de Rojo, se quedó un poquito estancado en ese primer turn ahí, Nico, pero cerró sólido ahí en esa sección que tú dices que está bien llanito.
Sí, me gustó mucho el cierre.
A ver qué piensan los jueces, pero a mí también me gustó. Ya tiene 2.5 Manuel, así que está cómodo en esa primera posición. Cuando vemos el replay de Blanco, surfer jamaiquino, que también va a mejorar su situación, lo que tiene ahora mismo es un 3.83 y un 3.60 liderando este hit. Azul está buscando un 3.43 para pasar a la segunda posición y Verde está buscando un 4.93, así que todavía con un poquito menos de 7 minutos en este hit hay espacio para todos, cualquiera puede avanzar a la próxima ronda. Y aprovecho para agradecer a nuestros auspiciadores Medalla Light, que es la cerveza local, que si están por ahí, ya vi que abrió la barrita de medallas, se pueden dar su medallita fría. Vamos a estar aquí toda la semana cuando vemos Azul en ola, buscando esa puntuación de 3.43, cierra ahí sólido Azul, creo que va a mejorar su situación, y Blanco también bien activo, no sé, bien activo en este hit, competidor de Blanco. Como les decía, ya.
Me gusta mucho la estrategia de Blanco. Lo llevo viendo estas últimas competencias que han habido aquí en Puerto Rico recientemente y siempre está bien activo durante sus hits.
Y definitivamente tinto ahí. Cuando vemos a Verde aquí, nuestro boricua Ty Miller Caraballo mete un bottom turn aquí, empieza con esa primera maniobra, que está usando una tabla un poquito más grande que la que tenía ayer, ajustando su equipo, ¿verdad? Para este oleaje, hay un poquito más de pepa hoy en la ola. Pero definitivamente hoy también hay que ser bien, hay que escoger bien las olas, ¿verdad? Porque el remar para atrás no está tan fácil como ayer. Ayer yo veía que cogían muchas olas y ya en 2 minutos estaban afuera en el pico, pero hoy una mala decisión te puede costar un paleteo largo. Hay que escoger bien esas olas, pero manteniéndose activos estos surfistas. Seguimos viendo el replay de Azul. Está esperando esa puntuación. Hoy no ha bajado esa puntuación de Azul, que está buscando un 3.43 para mover a Blanco. Seguimos dando gracias a nuestros auspiciadores, Azaí Express. Estamos ahí vendiendo azaí aquí en la Marginal. Acabo de ver una ola escupila ahí en el live webcast. Asahi Express, gracias por el apoyo. Para los que estén por ahí o nos están viendo en live webcast, tenemos ahí en una carpa de la federación todo el merch del evento, la Marginal Surfing Pro, así que date por la vuelta por ahí. Tenemos las gorras, las t-shirts del evento, con una cantidad limitada, así que pasen por ahí para que no se pierdan la suya. Ahí todo el mundo está buscando esas camisas, se van a ir como pan caliente, así que si estás por ahí, date la vuelta, que el mundial que vino en febrero, ni siquiera yo me llevo una gorra, Nico. Y yo fui el que organicé ese mundial, estuve trabajando junto a equipo de trabajo como Teco Maldonado, un grupo de personas por más de un año para traer ese mundial a Puerto Rico. Y yo no tengo ni una gorra ni una t-shirt del mundial, porque estuvimos trabajando tan fuerte que cuando finalmente tuve un break, llegué allí y no quedaba nada. Porque la gente de verdad que apoyando el deporte del surfing, se compraron todas las camisas, eso es algo, ¿verdad? One time thing, eso hicimos solamente 1000, así que son las primeras 1000, una vez se vayan, se acabaron. Eso es un memorabilia de este evento histórico, que es la primera vez que viene el WSL a Puerto Rico en más de 10 años. La última vez que lo estuvimos fue en la playa de Hobos, Isabela, un WQS. Y antes de eso, en el 2010, el WCT, que fue en Middles, donde Kelly se coronó campeón. Allí en Middles, Isabela, otro evento que fue increíble. Me acuerdo ir a verlo allí en ese momento. Estuve allí en la playa cuando ganó Kelly. De verdad que fue una cosa increíble. Las olas estaban pumping. Dylan Graves tuvo un contest brutal que entró como wildcard. Y de hecho casi elimina a Kelly en el hit que tuvo con Dylan. Hay mucha historia de surfing boricua y ahora, después de esos 10 años de pausa, pues retomamos esa relación con el WSL, que es la Liga Mundial de Surfing. Para los que no conozcan, el WSL es como el NBA o el MLB o NFL de surfing. Así que es lo más alto a nivel profesional. Aparte de la ISA, el International Surfing Association, que tuvimos el Mundial, pues esa es la línea clasificatoria, ¿verdad? Más bien la ISA se compara con la FIFA, con las federaciones internacionales, ¿verdad? Federación Internacional de Fútbol, Federación Internacional de Baloncesto. Que esos son los dos caminos para llegar a la Olimpiada. Puede ser a través del WCT o puede ser a través del circuito clasificatorio de la ISA, que tuvimos recientemente en febrero y que planeamos traerlos otra vez. Queremos que la ISA regrese aquí. Cuando vemos un cambio de situación, Azul pasa a la segunda posición con esa última ola de 3.47 del surfista azul, lo que relega a Blanco a la tercera posición y ahora está buscando un 3.65 para poder avanzar este hit. Y el boricua Ty Miller Caraballo está buscando un 4.70 para avanzar y está en la cuarta prioridad, así que Ty va a tener que, con un poquito, unos 2 minutos en este hit, va a tener que separarse de los chicos y poder conseguir una ola debajo de prioridad. Cuando vemos a Blanco buscando un score, mal wave selection me parece ahí de Blanco. Vamos a Ty, ahí vamos a ver. Buen carve Ty, pero pierde el control en esa ola. Está acabando este giro, así que se está poniendo difícil para nuestro amigo boricua Ty Miller. Aquí vemos el replay de Ty. Del bottom turn, un buen carve con spray, pero no logra completar esa maniobra. Blanco tampoco. No solamente resta 1 minuto en este hit. Un hit que no ha tenido muchas puntuaciones muy altas como en otros hits. Tenemos a Manuel con 2.5, ¿verdad? Liderando este hit en este momento, el surfer de rojo. Pero todos los otros surfistas con puntuaciones de 4 y 3, que realmente cualquiera pudiese ganar esto en este último 45 segundos. Si logran conseguir una ola en el inside que les provea. Realmente están buscando puntuaciones de 4, 3 altos para poder pasar a la segunda posición cuando quedan 30 segundos en este hit.
Muy interesante notar que la diferencia entre el segundo lugar y tercer lugar es de .04.
Wow, bien pegado. Y aquí vemos, mira,
centésima.
sin prioridad, tira para el aire. Ay, no logra completar esa maniobra el surfista de Blanco. Y es cierto lo que dice el compañero aquí, Nicolás Epps, que están bien pegados, segundo y tercer lugar. Una cosa de decimales, centésimas de decimales, lo que los separa, 3.47 a 3.43. Pero así es esto. Hay que sacar esas puntuaciones y así acaba el hit. No me parece que va a ser suficiente la ola de Blanco, toda vez que no logró completar la maniobra. Los jueces no le van a dar puntuación por ella. Esperando aquí. Ya comenzó el próximo hit. Tenemos en el agua, en rojo a William Hiddleston, en azul a Beckham McCart, en blanco a Nadav Attar de Israel y en verde a Yago Ramos de Brasil. Ese es el hit número 15 de esta ronda 96. Pudimos ver a Yago en el evento del Alas el fin de semana pasado, también tremendo surfer de Brasil. A Nadav lo hemos visto varias veces, de hecho compitió en el circuito nacional en el evento que tuvimos este mismo año, en febrero, antes del Mundial. Ya lleva como 2 años viniendo a visitar aquí a Puerto Rico. Bueno, y ya comenzó este hit. Nos vamos con la entrevista del ganador del último hit. Vamos para la playa.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo te ha ido?
Muy bien, bueno, Chile, República Dominicana. Vivo ahí hace 23 años, muchos años viviendo en Puerto Rico, así que me siento como en casa acá. Y bueno, súper bien pasar este primer hit con las condiciones buenas, un poco difíciles, pero está bien bueno. Importante hit, así que ya me va a tocar mañana con mejores condiciones. El pronóstico se ve muy bueno para lo que viene el fin de semana, así que bien feliz.
Ok, ¿hace cuánto tiempo vives en Puerto Rico?
En Dominicana.
En Dominicana.
Hace 24 años.
¿Y hace cuánto estás aquí en Puerto Rico?
Llegué 3 días antes del evento a surfear, porque vine al Mundial Master, así que conozco un poco, al Mundial Master, al Mundial ISA. Vine al Mundial ISA a competir, entonces ahí tuve el chance de conocer esta ola, así que aún con más confianza entré al agua.
Así es, bueno, él es Manuel de Chile, continuamos con muchísimo más en este WSL.
Gracias a Pauline ahí con la entrevista a Manuel Selman, el olímpico. Como dijo Manuel, lleva mucho tiempo viniendo aquí a Puerto Rico, hermano latino que representa a Chile, pero también su corazón está en la República Dominicana, que es donde reside ahora mismo. Manuel, y ahí pasa en primer lugar a la próxima ronda. Es un competidor experimentado, Manuel Selman. Tenerlo en tu hit siempre, ¿verdad? Hay que estar listo. Cuando vemos aquí a Verde que pierde el control en esa ola, Rojo empieza con un 3.50 y Verde, vemos el replay aquí de Blanco. Buscando esa última sección, vuelve, se pega la ola Blanco, mirando maniobra. Nada súper crítico, pero muy bien surfeada esa ola, ¿verdad? Mucha fluidez entre una maniobra y la otra. Me parece que le dieron ahí un 4.20. Y me dicen que por ahí viene tío Otto Flores, está dando la vuelta por ahí. Nos va a estar acompañando aquí en el commentating booth ahorita cuando vuelva Alfred Bobet. Vemos el triple aquí de azul. Quedó ahí un poquito estancado en esa maniobra y luego pierde el control. Respetó el nose un poquito y rápido. Se nota eso es la fuerza que tiene la ola, Nico, que cualquier dig del rail lo que vas a hacer es sales volando ahí.
Tiene muchos bumper face y muchas secciones. Está complicado, pero mucho potencial.
Tenemos un poquito menos de 15 minutos en este hit. Estoy aquí viendo los mensajes del grupo que nos está viendo ahí. Saludos a Havanna Cabrero, que va a estar por ahí en el agua mañana. Está enviando un mensajito ahí a los boys, a Nico y a este servidor. Tengo ahí al psicólogo deportivo Rafa Meléndez, Héctor Rafael Meléndez, nuestro psicólogo deportivo de la Federación de Surf de Puerto Rico. También un saludo a Rafa, a todo ese equipo de Athletic Training y Rehab Center, Mario Canales, también el Dr. Joe, Caroline Landrón, nuestra nutricionista. Son un grupo de profesionales que donan sus servicios a la federación para que nuestros atletas estén lo mejor preparados. Cuando vemos a Azul aquí en ola, haciendo un bottom turn, buscando que esa ola se le vuelva a parar y le provee una sección, le pega ahí, esa sección logra bajar. Tierra Azul, a ver si completa, sale de ahí, no me parece. Boom, Blanco con un turn bien sólido ahí. La maniobra de Blanco. Como decía, ese grupo de profesionales que son los pilares de lo que es un atleta de alto rendimiento, ¿verdad? Nosotros como federación le queremos dar esas herramientas a nuestros atletas. Nos vemos el replay de Azul. Le queremos dar esas herramientas, ¿verdad? Son los 4 pilares que nosotros entendemos, que es esa psicología deportiva, la nutrición, el entrenamiento físico y el entrenamiento técnico en el agua con el coach nacional Magnum Martínez y el otro coach Jesse Moisés Montalvo, que es local de aquí en la Marginal de Arecibo, una de esas personas que contribuye con la federación. Jesse Montalvo, como lo conocemos por ahí, un gran amigo y una persona que ha contribuido al deporte de maneras increíbles. Cuando vemos esa ola de Blanco que le dio duro a esa sección cierre. Y todo ese grupo que apoya al equipo nacional y a nuestros muchachos. He visto a Colo Deportivo trabajando con varios atletas en el día de hoy. Y estamos recibiendo mensajes de muchas amistades que están en el trabajo. Pónganse a trabajar, mi gente, pero sigan viendo el live webcast para que sigan entretenidos y viendo la situación que está pasando. Y todavía nos quedan algunos boricuas en el draw. Ahora en esa próxima ronda tenemos a nuestros boricuas que están ya seated, que son Dwight Pastrana y Brian Toth, que van a estar ahí. Tienen unos hits bien fuertes. Lo que viene ahora no hay ni un hit fácil, Nico. Viendo aquí esta próxima ronda, veo que tenemos atletas ahí como Alan Cleland, que es olímpico. Gran Alan, un buen amigo también de aquí de todos los boricuas. Jacob Burke de Barbados, también ripea. Caloje Andino, que es un ex-CT surfer. Vamos a tener a Caloje ahí en esa próxima ronda. Veo ahí a Keo Kobashi, que también. Michael Dunphy. De verdad que Kai Barden, no hay ni un Jet Shilling, o sea, no hay ni un hit fácil en esa próxima ronda. Oscar Ubiña, Cano Igarashi, Carlos Muñoz, Lucas Mesina. Todos los hits bien fuertes ahora en esa próxima ronda. Cuando vemos a Verde ahí de Brasil cerrando bien, creo que los jueces le van a premiar por esa ola de Verde. Que mucho nivel en esta próxima ronda que vamos a estar viendo, ronda de 64. Vamos a estar corriendo los primeros 8 hits de la ronda de 64. Y mañana seguimos con la acción. Vamos a tener las chicas nuevamente en el agua en ronda de 32. Cuando vemos el replay de verde, y me gustó mucho el cierre de ese verde ahí, ¿qué tú piensas, Nico?
Me gustó mucho el bottom turn que hizo, fue bien prolongado y extendido y le metió vertical a la sección. El primer carve fue suave, fue como un half carve, pero el último fue bien fuerte.
Solo necesitaba un 3.21 y los jueces lo premian con un 5.07. Así que ahí verde pasa a la primera posición con esa última ola que vimos ahí, que volvemos a ver el replay. Como dice Nico Epps, puso un carve ahí que más como un setup turn para poder buscar esta sección de cierre. Y usó un buen bottom turn y cerró sólido. Esa la gran mayoría de la puntuación, si no toda, saliendo de ese 5.07 cuando llega aquí la leyenda, el gran tío Otto Flores, comentarista experimentado, jet ski, safety. Hemos dado las gracias muchas veces ya en el live webcast por Otto, por traer al Brog aquí a Puerto Rico para entrenar a todos nuestros jet ski drivers y a nuestros lifeguards. Big Wave Risk Assessment Group están aquí. Lo vamos a estar viendo en el próximo hit. Va a estar aquí apoyándonos como comentarista. Tenemos muchas leyendas del deporte que están dándose la vuelta y cuando los veamos por ahí los vamos a jalar para acá para que hablen un poquito y podamos ver de las distintas generaciones. Ahora tenemos aquí conmigo Nicolás Epps. Esa es la nueva sangre, la nueva cepa de los boricuas que vienen por ahí creciendo. Y luego vamos a tener a Otto Flores, que es una leyenda. Para los que no conozcan a Otto, Otto logró la portada de Surfer Magazine. Yo me acuerdo que estaba en escuela superior cuando salió esa ola de Chopu de Otto, que era una ola gigantesca así, y salía esa portada de Otto que lo puso en el mapa al boricua Otto Flores, uno de los mejores surfistas de aquí. Por ahí lo vamos a tener ya mismo comentando el próximo hit. Cuando restan 9 minutos en este hit, la situación es la siguiente. Tenemos en la primera posición a verde, a el surfer de Brasil con un 5.07 y solamente tiene que mejorar un 1.33, que esa ola rápidamente la va a cambiar. Tenemos a blanco con prioridad aquí tirándose en esta ola. Ahí no creo que fue una buena selección de olas para blanco. Tiene un 4.20 en la tercera posición. Este surfer que está aquí azul, que solamente busca un 2.08 para avanzar a la segunda posición. Buscando esa última sección. Logra pegarle. Que definitivamente el surfer de azul va a sacar ese 2.08. Vamos a ver cómo lo ven los jueces. Y verde también buscando su backup score ahí en esa ola. Un poquito de lluvia aquí en el día de hoy. Se esperaba lluvia toda la noche y durante el día de hoy. Es el día de Halloween, noche de brujas. Un poco de lluvia, pero vamos a tener música aquí desde las 5 de la tarde. Vamos a tener una banda de reggae en vivo, si el tiempo nos los permite. Y ya mañana viernes empieza la música buena. Vamos a tener la Secta All Star, una banda de rock local. Está bien nítida, así que vamos a tener música buena de la Secta All Star. Vamos a tener también Mellow Moods, una banda de reggae local. El sábado vienen los Rabanes desde Panamá. Que música buena. Artesanías también. Vi que hay más de 35 artesanos que están aquí en la Marginal de Arecibo. Así que pasa por aquí, compra tu artesanía. Vi unas piezas en madera talladas bien bonitas. Alusión a los surfistas. Vi piezas de los 3 Reyes Magos. Comida buena también. Nos sigo viendo mensajes aquí de apoyo de todos los muchachos que nos están viendo. Pepe Maeso. Wilito Carrasco, el antimurgas desde Aviones. Wilito, si nos estás viendo, saludos. Ayer me hiciste reír. No me envíen mensajes durante el webcast que me hagan reír, por favor, que me tengo que mantener serio. Ahí tengo a José Valentín, el papá de gran Manny Valentín. Ahí también enviándonos un saludo. Así que saludos a todos los que nos ven de todas partes de la isla. Sur, norte, este y oeste. Cuando vemos ese replay de blanco que pasó a la tercera posición con esa última ola de azul. Azul sacó un 4.33 en esa última ola que vimos y lo pasó a la segunda posición. Y que ahora blanco está buscando un 3.67. Blanco está buscando un 3.67 para pasar a la segunda posición. Y pasa a la primera posición blanco. Le dan un 4.93 por su última ola de blanco. 4.93. que apretó la lluvia allá afuera. Estoy viendo la gente debajo de las carpas, pero mira, hay mucha carpa, hay espacio para mantenerse seco. Y en la barra de medalla, que ya está abierta, tiene una buena carpa, así que te puedes dar la cervecita fría allí. Ya son las 2:44, ya se puede. Ya abrió la barrita allí de medalla, así que si estás por ahí, date la vuelta. Ya quedan un poquito más de 5 minutos en este hit. Estoy con el gran Nico Epps, de la familia Epps. Muy buen amigo de su tío también. Gran Brian Epps, le decimos Brian Barba. Un buen amigo de mucho tiempo, tremendo productor de aquí también. Nos lleva a los reefs ahí de San Juan desde que soy bien chamaquito, nos da pompa allá en el DIN. Y me acuerdo que de hecho fuimos vecinos por un tiempo allí en Ocean Park. Qué tremenda familia, Epps, familia de surfistas.
Quería hacer mención a otra leyenda puertorriqueña, a Pablo Díaz Pache,
Seguro que sí.
acaba de llegar tercero en las mundiales ISA de Masters en El Salvador y estamos todos bien orgullosos de Pache.
Definitivo.
Se presentó como un cangri allá.
Demostrándonos que el nivel de surf boricua, Pablo Pache Díaz, es el rep de O'Neill. Cuando vemos a Azul aquí en Ola, Azul ahora está buscando un 4.25 para poder pasar a la segunda ronda y está haciendo aquí un buen surfing, buena combinación de maniobras y logra cerrar ahí y que está bien cerca aquí para esa segunda posición. De hecho, para todos, la diferencia que hay en scores es mínima entre estos atletas que están compitiendo en este hit cuando quedan 4 minutos en este hit. Y sí, como dice Nico, Pablo Pache Díaz acaba de llegar de ganar bronce en el Mundial ISA Masters en El Salvador. Igual nuestra surfista Barbara Rogers, que también sacó esa medalla de bronce. También estuvo Pepe López allí como parte del equipo. Nosotros le decimos Pepe Mundaca, por una tienda de surfing que tenía hace mucho tiempo. Pepe, gran amigo, tremendo surfista. También estaba Eddie Cautiño como parte de ese equipo. Y sabemos que hay talento. Vamos a llevarle equipos buenos y tanto para Masters como Junior como Open en estos próximos mundiales que se avecinan. Y queremos volver a traer ese nivel de eventos aquí a Puerto Rico con el favor de Dios. Aquí mismo a la Marginal de Arecibo. Y me dicen que está lloviendo en toda la isla. Aquí me dan el report del sur. Gracias a la familia Valentín. Me están diciendo que está lloviendo en toda la isla, no solamente aquí en Arecibo. Cuando vemos el replay de Rojo, que Rojo está buscando un 4.65 para avanzar, se queda ahí. Lamentablemente no logra conectar con el inside. Y además del logro de Pablo Pache Díaz, también es importante resaltar el logro de nuestros atletas en esos Juegos Panamericanos en Perú, los PASA Surfing Games que se dieron ahora, donde nuestra gran atleta Mari Carmen Rivera, la pequeña gigante, que en la categoría de Sub Race técnico logró la medalla de oro. Nico, esta atleta, de verdad me quito el sombrero, ella viene ya del olimpismo, ahora entró en el paddle surf y tiene un compromiso y una dedicación de entrenamiento. Esa chica no sale del gimnasio, le da súper duro y vemos los resultados, que logró oro en esos Juegos Panamericanos. Igualmente Jasmine Dean en longboard de damas trajo medalla de plata para Puerto Rico. Y nuestra gran Luz Loli Grande, que es local de aquí de las playas de Arecibo, una de nuestras mejores bodyboarders de la historia, trayendo medalla de cobre de esos Juegos. Así que una medalla histórica para el bodyboarding puertorriqueño y esperemos que el bodyboarding esté para quedarse en los Juegos Panamericanos. Es algo que hemos estado impulsando como federación, con otras federaciones como la Federación de Panamá, la Federación de Costa Rica, la Federación de Perú, que hemos estado igual con la Federación de Puerto Rico, impulsando que el bodyboard se incluya en más eventos internacionales. Ya logramos que esté en estos Juegos Panamericanos y esperemos que esté en los Juegos Panamericanos 2027 igualmente. Tenemos tremendos bodyboarding aquí en la Isla del Encanto. Tú sabes que esos son como que los que nos enseñan el camino en las olas así pesadas. En Margara, el Push, CBS, Mingo, ¿verdad? Esos bodyboarders dominan allí y nos enseñan mucho también a nosotros los tableros, ¿verdad? De cómo entrarle a esa ola Cuando quedan 50 segundos en este hit, la situación es, primer lugar es rojo con esa última ola de 5.70, pasa a la primera posición en estos últimos minutos, relegando a la segunda posición a nuestro atleta de blanco y verde, que tiene la prioridad de Brasil. Está buscando un 4.06 cuando vemos ahí a Ángel Wiwi Maldonado, uno de nuestros Water Safety Crew. Este es el local de aquí de Arecibo. Si alguien se conoce estas aguas, por dónde entrar y por dónde salir. Tenemos a Ángel Wiwi Maldonado y Ramses Morales. No sé si ese es Ramses o...
Ese es Wiwi.
Es Wiwi, ¿verdad? Wiwi siempre nos mantiene seguros, sabe por dónde entrar y salir aquí. Como ustedes pueden ver, no es fácil tener un jet ski allá afuera donde él está ahora mismo. Y tenemos a Azul, que está en cuarto lugar, pero coge esta derecha aquí en los últimos segundos, Nico. Buscando un 4.81, va para el aire y no lo logra completar. Así que eso es todo para Azul, mi gente. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Este era Nicholas Epps, uno de nuestros Young Guns. Acuerden de ese nombre, que va a estar por ahí por mucho tiempo. Chico comprometido con tremendo surfing. Que gracias por estar por nosotros aquí, Nico.
Ha sido un gusto estar comentando aquí con Oscar. Espero que se disfruten la competencia. Pasen por acá. Estamos en la Marginal de Arecibo hasta el domingo.
Yeah. Gracias, Nico. Así que, oye, nos vamos ahora nosotros y los dejamos con el gran Alfred Bobé y tío Otto Flores, la leyenda puertorriqueña.
Ahora sí.
How about now? We're good?
Morning.
Good morning. Otto Flores and it's me, Alfred Bobé, back on the scene here. We got last heat over here, heat 16 of this round. Flores, welcome.
Wow, we are at the WSL.
Oh my God.
3000 qualifier here in La Marginal, Puerto Rico. Super excited to be here and watching all these competitors. Great surfing on tap, and I gotta say the waves are delivering. A little more swell today.
Yeah.
Bit of a wind swell, bit of a stormy day, but a lot of waves in offer, and definitely some spitters out there. I saw some lefts on the side of my view there, and super stoked to have another comp here in Puerto Rico. Super stoked to see everybody uniting in the beaches of the North Coast as we see this replay from White. Mackish, nice little turn off the top, really well poised right there. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that one, but low scoring affair for this heat.
Yeah, so far.
We see Johnny Corzo in red from Mexico, Kale Grani in blue, Rad in green, and Mackish in white.
That's right. Those are our colors right now. We got 17 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. And yeah, that was the opening wave for, I believe, surfer in white. It would have been nice for him to have finished that section. But yeah, we got Corso in red, Gil Granny in blue, and then Logan Rad. Logan Rad has been moving up from the earlier rounds, and he's had quite a bit of success also because he's been around for the last couple of weeks, and he did really good last weekend in the Atlas, and he also did good at the Corona Pro, and here he is at La Marginal at the WSL QS 3,000 point event. He's doing his thing as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a trifecta going on here in Puerto Rico. Multiple events. I think Puerto Rico is in right now.
We're doing it. We're hot. We're popping.
We're pretty popping. We're so hot right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool to see. We have a Mexican in the water by the name of Johnny Corzo. Kale Grani from Italy, Sterling Makish from the USA, and Logan Rod from the USA as well. So a plethora of competitors, A plethora from all corners of the world coming here to Puerto Rico, to the North Shore of Puerto Rico. And I do have some good news for the advancing surfers. The swell and the forecast looks really promising.
Yeah.
Nice sunshine coming for the weekend. Very, very optimal wind conditions and a solid little swell, 11 seconds out of the northeast. And we're going to see some 8 to 10 foot faces around here. So
high scoring waves.
Beautiful surfing already on tap as we see Johnny Corso in red working on that one, hits that white water. And yeah, it just seems like, I mean, I haven't been here for the last couple of days, been pretty busy with family affairs and stuff, but it seems like the cream of the crop is coming to the rise. This next round coming up this afternoon looks to be pretty promising, some promising heats.
Yeah, hence your arrival for the good timing on your behalf.
We got Brian Toss surfing tonight. We have Kanoa Girashi and I think Kalohe Andino as well. So some well-known surfers hitting the beach today and tomorrow. I think we have not Travis Pastrana, but Dwight Pastrana. It's our version of Travis Pastrana. And as we see the replay here of the Mexican surfer, he puts himself with a 6.33 in the first place position. His backup score is a little on the lower side. He wants to better that with 15 seconds on the clock. 3.17 is what he wants to get rid of. But 6.33, good backup score there for the Mexican surfer. Who has been world champion in the ISA and part of this little posse, Cleveland Jr. and Sebastian Willems. Those guys hang out a lot together, surf together. They're sparring partners. So very interesting things to see from these young gentlemen from Mexico, innovative surfers.
I know these guys are absolutely, they're the future of surfing, and these are the stepping stones we were talking about. This is the QS these guys are trying to get into the Challenger Series. So they definitely have to grind out their stones here, as I would like to say. You got surfer in green, Logan Rad, falling out of the sky there. Logan Rad, I believe that would be second wave. He's holding priority so far, and he just used it, and he's driving himself into that inside section. We're calling that section the Gobbler. If you can get past that, you get some additional points. But you saw Logan Rad in green just navigate that area, so that would give him a bit of a score. But Corso in red cracks the door open with a 6.33, and that's a definite keeper the way this is looking so far.
Well, early days today, and still a lot of time on the clock. These surfers are capable of incredible surfing, and I do have to say that these lefts are scoring potential on these waves is really nice. Yeah. And I frequently surf this spot, and it's one of my favorite. As we see the replay here from the surfer in green, Rad. I think it might have been a 3.60 if I'm not mistaken, as we see Johnny Corso live action here for the Mexican surfer. Two nice little top turns. Wave a little bit flat to my taste, but this last turn, nice. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, and you can see, Alfred, the power of this wave.
Yeah, for sure.
How it harnesses. And to let people know a little bit about this wave and what it holds, the second deepest part of the world is right behind it. So a lot of the energy that bounces off this huge canyon. So there's a lot of power. We have this little cloud break reef, like an indicator reef, right behind it. But man, this wave holds a punch, and the scoring potential. We crowned world champions here about a year ago or a couple months ago. Sent a couple of people to the Olympics on this wave, and they weren't too shy of a medal. Gabriel Medina found his way into the Olympic roster and got himself a bronze medal. As we see here, ISA champion, men's champion, Johnny Corso from Mexico, doing a great job on his backup score. We'll have to see what the judges award him.
Yeah, we'll see. He right now has a 6.33 and a backup score of 3.17, which is relatively low. And you can see Logan Rad right now with that second wave of his with a 3.6. Finds himself currently in second. So 12 minutes on the clock here. And it's really interesting how this is a deep, deep trench of the ocean right by our area. People don't quite realize how deep.
It's a bit of a secret that we hold dear to our hearts,
Yeah, it is deep, I tell you, people.
I'm not going to tell you the number, but there's a long coastline that has this trench that
a couple of Empire State Buildings fit there, I would say. All right, you can multiply a few. That's how deep that would be. So yeah, that sends a lot of energy our way, and hence giving us style of wave. But the conditions is raining, and it's clearing up a little bit, and we've seen a couple of lefts spit out and vomit. We'll see.
Well, the cool thing about this is I think that the rain is actually making that wind subside a little bit. This town is known for sheltering the wind pretty well. As we see our current heat leader right there on the board in red.
Corso.
In second, here's our surfer in green, looking to better both his scores, but working this one all the way to the end. Look at that reform section there for Rad. Nice little turn off the top. Goes free right there. So probably bettering his campaign right there, Alfred.
I believe so. He has a 3.6, which was his second score. That would be his third wave. I'm absolutely sure he's going to better his 0.5. But yeah, we are having a great afternoon here of surfing, and I can't wait to see this next round coming up, 64. We're only going to be featuring about 8 heats. And then we're going to finish out that round tomorrow. But like you said, we got some heavy hitters up on deck, and it's going to be exciting because the conditions and the waves are absolutely firing. So,
well, to give our viewers a little explanation, obviously you have to do the regional events and qualify and probably get in the top seeds in those events to qualify for that Challenger Series. Right. I believe it's 4 events a year or 5 events that you get. So slim pickings, you got to be on your game, you got to be on the top. But we have winners of those events here. I saw Alan Cleland Jr. walking around. He's the last winner of that U.S. Open, and very close to qualifying for that World Championship Tour. I'm sure he's just starting his campaign. As we see Surfer in blue from Italy, Goofy Foot Surfer, nice little hit off the top, sweeping little cut back right there. Another nice little turn right there, avoiding the white water, and he's not looking for much. He's looking for a 5.37 to get back in the game. As we see Rad with 2 scores, identical pocket 3.6s. You want to better those scores to solidify your position. As we see on screen, the surfer in white, Makish. Really nice turn off the top right there. Working this one, hits that white water, 2 turns on the outside, still a little bonus section for him. And Makish, I believe he's going to better his campaign. Probably move into that advancing position, needing a 4.20. I'm not a judge, Alfred, but I dare to say that that'll clear that 4.2.
Absolutely, 420. Hello. And that was Makish's second wave, and there's the replay. He gets a nice little turn in the pocket, like you said. It's an open section to work with. He clips the whitewater here with that little extra bonus section, as you called it. And that was a good wave for him to put it into his pocket. That would be probably going to come in as his best score so far, because that is his second wave with 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock here. So, yeah, it could better his situation. And right now, Makish, there it is, with 5.1, jumps onto that second transfer spot right behind Corso. So,
yeah, he wants to better that 3.0. He wants to get a better score and separate himself from the pack. But if you look, Corso only has a 3.87. He's got consistent waves. He's got a couple of waves under his belt. But it seems that it's a low-scoring affair for that second score. So these guys, if they get 2 solid scores, that looks like advancement in a heat. So
absolutely,
you want to get that mid-range to excellent score. And scoring potential's out there. There's definitely solid waves out there on tap. 7 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Plenty of time.
And also, as you're mentioning, it's not a big ask of Makish and White. He only needs a 5.11 in order to catapult himself and take over that first place. But here's Logan Rad. Unfortunately, gets caught underneath it. I don't think it's going to be a significant score for him. But Logan Rad has a pair of 3.6s, currently sitting at third.
Yeah, that low range score, you need a solid wave. You need a big bottom turn here. He tries to accomplish that. Unfortunately, the wave does not cooperate with him. But with 7 minutes remaining, a little bit of patience. We got some priority. Right now, Blue's got priority. The Italian surfer, he's got a solid score of a 5.33. So if he betters that 1.83, it's anybody's game, Alfred.
For sure. He only needs surfer in green, actually blue. Only needs a 2.77 to find himself in that second transfer spot. But it's not a big ask. This heat with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock approximately is absolutely certainly close, and it can go either way.
Yep. Early days here in the comp. Talk to me a little bit about yesterday. I kind of missed the action. I was working actually in town, and saw a little bit of what was going on, but I didn't have a chance to stay. I saw that the girls were surfing. I think Faviola made her heat yesterday, and a couple of the girls. How did yesterday come about?
Yesterday was beautiful, actually. The waves were a lot smaller than today, but and unfortunately, we lost a lot of the big names due to the wave conditions. You know, if they were to survive yesterday, they would get to see. They would kind to reap from today and the future waves that are coming within the next couple of days. But yeah, the ladies looked really promising. Faviola Alcala actually had I saw a photo of her at the WSL QS Instagram page, and you know she's a good surfer, and you know the likes of Brian Perez also yesterday. Unfortunately, today he wasn't able to move on, and you know we had some good competition, but unfortunately I think we lost a couple of hitters, and you know just how the cookie crumbles, as I've been saying lately. But yeah, today is the day for to be here and be a part of this event. You know.
Well, kind of seems like the energy was coming in hot today.
Yeah.
Brian Perez had a good run in Puerto Rico. I think he made 2 finals out of the trifecta, one in the Alice and the other one in the Corona. So a great run for him. He seems to have a lot of help from the community here in Puerto Rico. I believe his surf psychologist is from here, Rafa. So a big shout out to Rafa and all the people that help. I was actually in El Salvador last week in the Masters event.
For the Masters, right.
And Brian Perez is the local god there. Beautiful country, great waves. I have to say, every time I go there, I eat really good food. The people are really, really nice, and Brian Perez is a beautiful example of what El Salvador has to offer.
That's amazing. Yeah, Brian Perez is super nice. He's been around lately. I think he's taking a liking to Puerto Rico, so we might be seeing him a lot more than we expect. But we got 4 minutes here, 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Corso still leading the heat with a 6.33 and at 3.87, oddly enough, you know. But there's still plenty of time on the clock for Logan Rad and Gail Granny and Blue to. And Blue also has priority right now. So like you were saying before, he has a 5.33.
Well, he's waiting. He's playing the patient game, and obviously he wants to get a good score to get rid of that 1.83. Right. Having priority gives him the luxury to do that, although the clock is winding down, and, you know, strategy and nerves come into play. But if he plays it smart, the Italian could very well get that 2.77 and climb up that second place. And if he gets a mid-range score, he'll get in the lead. So a big opportunity there for the Italian. The Mexican holding on to that first place position was second priority. So a bit of strategy there by the Italian and the Mexican, and kind of putting a stranglehold on white and green. Yeah. So it's all about strategy and the amount of waves that come in right now. And let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with what you're saying. You know, of course, so. Wisely just staying out there and not doing much unless it's required of him to do so. So far right now he's sitting in that first transfer spot, but yeah, it can change. You got 3 minutes. Alien and Blue definitely has the potential, and you know, with 3 minutes and holding priority, we'll see what happens. But it's not a huge ask of him. I hope he realizes the time on the clock. I'm sure he does, as Peter.
Well, one thing is for certain. One wave here is going to change the game, as we see Surfer in green. Nice wraparound. Unfortunately, can't hold on to the gobbler section. And, yeah, I believe that this is going to be played out in the last wave of the heat, you know, both for Blue and Red. Hopefully they can catch a wave, as green was really threatening them. Nice turn off the top right there. Really powerful, but unfortunately the gobbler took that board and gobbled it away.
Yeah, you know, happy Halloween, people. Make sure you get your candy right. Don't take candies from strangers. We got Surfer in green got gobbled, but yeah.
Big shout out to my sister Maxime. It's her birthday today. She always happy birthday on the Halloween day.
That's
and
cool.
My kids, I probably have to bail here pretty soon because it's Halloween night and we got to go trick or treat.
You got to go trick or treating. What are you wearing?
I am actually a fitness coach.
Oh.
Granted that my wife is a fitness, a Pilates
Richard
teacher.
Simmons, what's his name?
That's probably what I'm going for. I don't know how good that is, as we see Surfer in blue here.
Yeah.
Looking to better that 1.83. Nice little turn. The wave goes flat. He needs to work with it. Got 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. Nice little whitewater hit right there. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We'll leave it to the judges.
Yeah,
but
we will. But he was only needing a 2.77 in order to find himself.
He got 2 turns.
So we'll see if the judges award him with that. But it was a nice looking wave. Unfortunately, he's running a little bit behind and it flattens out for him. But like you said, he's got to keep working it, and he stayed with it. He only needed a 2.77, so we'll see if the judges give him that. But I think it should be enough.
I think he barely made it. I think the wave was lackluster, as we see a surfer in the first place position. Nice turn off the top, the frothy one. Another turn off the top, backside there, completes that wave, and he's willing to get rid of that 3.87. So kind of the prediction I said, red and blue are going to change the game right there in that last exchange. But now priority goes with green, 42 seconds remaining. Let's see if the ocean gives him a chance to move into that first or second place position.
And as predicted, check it out, 4.03 surfer in blue. Just like you predicted, he now jumps to that second spot, transfer spot, and Corsair's holding it down. And, that's what we have right now. We got 20 seconds left on the clock here, Otto. And,
Corso actually bettered his wave by a tenth of a point.
3.9, is that correct?
Yeah, 3.9. He had a 3.83, if I'm not mistaken, on his first one. 3.87. So very slim pickings there. But the Mexican holding to that first place position. And in second, in blue from Italy, Kai Gale Griney from... Wow, told you that was going to happen.
I like it. High five. It's interesting because you called it, and we are surf fanatics here. We are freaks, and we could almost pretty much call the case scenario as it's developing, because this is kind of like the nature of this game, and I love it. And check it out, brother. Round of 64, and guess who's coming up next?
Well, Alan Cleland Jr. looks like he's coming up next with Jacob Burke from Barbados, Dane Matson, and Xavier Mass. So stacked heat as that round of 64 starts. As we see a replay of the winner of that last heat, we'll probably see him in the interview shortly here soon. I think we'll be back with more action of the WQS 3000 here in La Marginal.
And there he goes. That was we're moving on to heat number 1, round of 64. These guys are flipping through. This is a well-oiled machine.
Flicking pancakes over there.
Yeah, we flip pancakes all day, heat by heat there. And that was a cool heat we just watched. This heats now are turning into 25 minutes. We have 8 heats for today of this round, and then we're going to continue tomorrow morning with the rest of the heats that are remaining, and also we're going to be featuring the ladies. But for today, this is going to be it, only men's, and we got this heat plus 7 more, and then we call it a day. Cleaning this morning, actually, during the practice session, he goes left, man. He gets pitted, dude. He gets clamped at the end when the guy's so strong. Came out like nothing happened, And,
well, no stranger to good waves. He's born and raised in Pascuales in Mexico.
Yeah.
In the state of Colima. And obviously an Olympiad surfer. He did a great job. His role in the Olympics was, breathtaking. They say in Spanish is de infarto.
De infarto.
He did a good job. And he was one of my picks to be an upset for all these WSL surfers that were in the mix. So Alan Cleland, winner of the U.S. Open, the last U.S. Open, a very, very good surfer, as you see right there in the barrel, starts his campaign on cue.
We could just see his intentions right away,
It's almost like he's listening to us.
You
think he has an earpiece?
Yeah, probably. But right on cue. Cleveland. We got surfer in white also. Not staying far behind Matson. He gets one maneuver out of that. I mean, that's his opening wave. We got 25 minutes here, so things are getting absolutely a little bit more interesting. We're dwindling down, knocking down some surfers. Unfortunately, a lot of people, they have to go home. They don't have to go home. They just can't be here, say, right? But anyways.
I got to give a big shout out to the production team, Ariel and his crew, Ardi. They're doing a great job with the replays.
Yeah.
Otto Flores here with Alfred Boubet.
Yeah, it was actually Bobe.
Boube.
It's like, your kids call me Boube for fun.
That's why I call you Boube. Uncle Boube.
But Boube. That's okay. I'll take it all day.
You know what? It's really comforting to be here. I put a lot of hours on this beach. I love this left, and as we see here, the Olympiad, the Mexican surfer, Alan Clean on his second wave. He opens up with a 3.50. Oh, actually 2.50, and Matson opens up with a 3.50. So here we see the replay. Nice little turn off the top right there, bettering that score. Hits that oncoming white water, and that would be Alan Cleland, the Mexican surfer, with a 4.17 for that second score. So Alfred, really stoked to be here.
Thank you for being here.
Really, really happy to have another competition here at La Marginal. The north coast of Puerto Rico really has a lot of beautiful waves. This is only a snippet of what it can offer. Arecibo as a town has much to offer. I frequent this place because of the beautiful waves. My mom is from this town, but we're going to run to an interview with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, there we go, right away. Thank you.
Contento de estar una vez más por Puerto Rico, disfrutando del paraíso. Ahora estoy en un evento importante, ¿no? Sumando puntos para clasificar a los Challenger Series, que es mi meta. Pero más que nada disfrutando el proceso, estando tranquilo conmigo mismo y divirtiéndome en cada paso de esta carrera.
Qué bien. ¿Quieres mandar un saludo a la casa, a México, por favor?
Sí, seguro. Un saludo a toda la gente de México que siempre me está apoyando, todos, mi novia, mis amigos, mi familia, mi entrenador personal, mi psicólogo deportivo. Hay mucha gente que ahora sí me está dando todo el apoyo. Contento con mis patrocinios, ¿no? Un agradecimiento especial a Memo Woodward, Blue Banana, Lost Surfboards, Chicama Peruvian Food, Somo. Hay mucha gente que está atrás de mí apoyándome, así que les mando un gran saludo y un abrazo y gracias por confiar en mí.
Oye, qué bueno, muchísimas gracias, Corso, de verdad que es un placer verte, tenía mucho tiempo sin verte, como muchos de los atletas latinoamericanos, pues los que saben, desde el 2019 ya no estoy con ustedes, pero nada, estamos aquí de regreso y nosotros continuamos desde aquí, desde La Marginal. Yo soy Pauli Moreno.
Well, Otto, there it was. We got the winner of the last heat. He was feeling super happy and grateful. I think that's Corso. It's thanking his sponsors and yeah, without sponsors, a lot of this opportunities won't happen for a lot of these guys. So.
No, without support, not a lot of people could get here. It takes a bit of money to get around the world to do this dream tour that everybody's following. So very kind words there from Johnny Corso and all the supporters that have him here. And talking about here, it's, I was saying it's really cool to be in Arecibo once again. I think the waves here are amazing, the power, the quality of waves, the consistency, and the quantity of waves that we have in this town. So big shout out to El Municipio de Arecibo and its mayor for having us here once again. Hopefully this will be more and more, happening more and more, and we see more competitions. I was writing something at Surfer Magazine yesterday, and they asked me for a quote, and I had to say that since the 60s, we've been crowning champions here.
Wow.
Since the late 60s. So it's a very wave-rich place, as you could see there. Alan Cleland bettering that 2.50.
I believe so.
We've crowned world champions, we've crowned ISA champions, and we've crowned many national champions here. The Corona, a lot of events that happen here. As you can see, Surfer in Blue really ripping the bag out of that one. That was a Bayesian surfer, Jacob Burke. But yeah, it's really interesting to see. And when we were saying that Puerto Rico's hot right now, it's awesome to see the quality and quantity of surfing that's coming here and visiting our coastlines. And it's an honor to be a part of the WSL conversation once again.
Yeah, we see a little replay here, Surfer in red, clean, and with a nice little combo there, really quick, and gets right to the point here, trying to better his score of his backup score is a 2.5. But yeah, I don't like you were saying, it is great to see and be given the opportunity. We do have quality waves here, and we do have also the personnel, such like yourself. We are honored to have you here today. So this is kind of like, I'm looking forward to the future here. Having the support from the mayor and such, it's really important. And yeah.
Yeah, I feel that we've been a part of the conversation for a long time, and as we see the replay here, surfer in blue, the Bayesian surfer, Jacob Burke from that beautiful Burke family. A big shout out to Alan Burke, a dad who I surfed many heats against, and traveled to his wonderful island of Barbados. Both his sons, great surfers, and it's awesome to see their offspring surfing in the coastlines of the North Shore of Puerto Rico. And Jacob, he only needs a little bit of a score to get into that second place. He opens with a 4.07. So it's great to see the guys, and a lot of these young up-and-comers surfing the coastline here. Unfortunately, Surfer in White can't complete that wave, but Alfred, it's pretty sick to see El Rastrial doing it again.
I know, right? And it's interesting to see all this young talent and how we know their parents, right? And we visited their countries and such, and we are part of the surfing community, and we're very connected, and we're very fortunate to be living in these times with like social media and such, that we have such easy access, and something like this is coming forth, and we're able to reach the world. So times are changing, and this is really good for surfing.
Well, it's almost like it's next door, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like with all this digital media that comes around, and the other day I saw a clip at Stab of Jacob doing this air and kind of falling out of the sky and making it. So you don't skip a beat.
Sick.
You don't miss anything.
Completely updated.
Yeah, and obviously this place has a lot of waves to offer. A lot of our friends know it, and then they hide between the trees just like we do and have fun and surf good waves. And Alan Cleland kind of stepping up in every wave that he gets. He got a 7.00 on his last wave. Now he's going to better this 4.07. Nice little wave, solid little stacked surfer right here. Wants to connect this inside section. He has, a 7-point ride getting into that excellent range, just scratching the surface. And I believe he's going to get rid of that 4.17 on that last ride.
I believe so. That 7.0 is a definite keeper, especially at this stage in the game. Got Cleveland with the replay. It's one beautiful turn. Basically, rise that foam white water out of there. Clips out. We got Surfer in Green. Xavier Math. He's been coming up from the earlier rounds. I believe he passed 2 rounds. This is his second. This is the third heat here since yesterday, and he gets a little bit hung up. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to woo the judges. But we got Surfer in White here, currently sitting in second. A nice looking left, but unfortunately gets pulled off and out of that. That Surfer in Blue, talk to me.
Yeah, that is the Bayesian surfer, Jacob. Nice little top turn, unfortunately gets stuck behind that section, but a great exchange from all surfers right there.
Yeah.
Alan Cleland coming up with a 5.67 on that second ride, gets rid of that 4.17 score, solidifying his lead. Now he's got a total of 12.67 with 14 minutes remaining. So he's got early days. And this turn right here, a nice turn off the top.
Yes.
Vertical hit, flowing through that section. And the wave kind of flattened out for him, but that first turn was where the points were. As we see Surfer in Green, Xavier Math, little flat to the game here. The wave didn't really offer a much vertical support right there. Hits it off the top right there, tries to bounce back, but I believe he's going to want to look for another wave and to better that score.
Yeah, Surfer in Green currently sitting in that 4th position right now, and Surfer in Blue currently sitting 3rd. Surfer in White now, combination score, I believe. Where are we at, people? 4 point something. A really low score here. Surfer in White.
Well, Surfer in Blue, we're still waiting for that second score as you see it on screen. I think the judges are definitely going to award him for that first turn as we see some live action here. Xavier Math ripping this one, or the wave not getting too vertical here. We're going to see a nice vertical hit right there. This nice little interesting section.
Free falls out of that gobbler zone. You saw that?
That was a gobbler for sure.
He might have snapped his board. I don't know. But I would have went for it, man. I would have tried to land that sucker. Would have gotten him some points. But you never know. That looked really gnarly and burly. That's a burly section. We got the replay there, but comes off. Got Surfer in White. I get the turtle attacks again. The turtle was everywhere.
Yeah, definitely the snapping turtles out there. The gobbler.
They're playing a game today.
Well, as we see that second wave from Jacob, 3.73, 1 turn maneuver. This is the replay from Xavier Math right here. Nice little top turns, a little bit flat to my taste as the wave gets a little more vertical, gets this little top hit. And here, if he would have made this turn, it would have gone into the excellent range. But unfortunately, it comes unstuck, looks at his board.
Yeah.
Might be a little damaged after that floater. But
he definitely checked it. He was like, is it cracked or a buckle? But Xavier Math in green trying to give it his all here. We got 12 minutes on the clock. And Cleveland from the beginning with a 7.0 and a 5.67. Cracking whips.
Well, if you want to look at the scoreboard right there, he's definitely building house. He starts with a 2, multiplies it by, then gets a 4, jumps to a 7, gets almost a 6, a 5.67. You know he wants to get rid of that score.
For sure.
And you could see the maturity and the patience as we see Surfer in red. Nice top turn again, a little bit flat on that section, looking for that inside reform. He wants to get a 6 or better. Nice little turn right there, drifts the tail. Doesn't really find much, but gets the job done as we see a 1-turn wave from the Surfer in second from Barbados, Jacob Burke.
Jacobs Burke cracking whips also. A nice little backhand attack there. And we got 11 minutes on the clock. And we got the little replay here from Cleveland. I don't think it's going to be a significant change from his last wave backup score of a 5.67 or something. But you can get up there possibly. You know, we are halfway through this heat. See if the situation changes. But so far, Cleveland from the beginning, Surfer in red, dominating the situation.
Oh, he's sitting patient, finding a line right there. Nice
Beautiful
turn
looking wave there.
Very nice turn off the top, finishes it off right there. Can he hold on? The Gobbler gets.
The Gobbler returns, right? The attack of the Gobbler. Happy Halloween. We got Acai Bowls. Thank you so much for being one of our sponsors. That's the little replay. Goes up right away. Mr. Burke here making quick work out of this section. He's driving down the line, keeping his eye on the prize, and he goes vertical here, I believe. And unfortunately gets a little bit lost in that white water.
Well, let's make a comparison of those last two. That last of white, 4.30. The last of blue. Just because that first turn was a critical part of the wave, the bigger part of the wave, he's going to get a better score. 5.23 versus 4.30. So
I agree.
Blue winning that exchange from Barbados. Goes back to that second place position, puts Dane Matson in third. And on screen, the replay from our current heat leader, who gets a 4.07. Unfortunately, this one doesn't come into the scoreboard. And this is White's 4.30.
There it is. That's the replay. Surfer in white with a little bit of a cutback, trying to find himself working the pocket. He's driving down the line. When he punts into the air, there's a little air grab. We're going to see if it's enough. And actually, it's probably his last wave came in, and it's a 4.3, which is his best score for the moment. Now he's got a backup score of a 3.5. Mr. Watson, however, in white, still sits in third. But here we have Burke. Gets a little bit gobbled. But I believe it should be more than enough for Burke.
Oh, you got a 5.23. That exchange was the one we saw on the replays. Not enough for white. Blue gets the better of that exchange and goes back in that second place position. Now he's got fourth priority, Cleveland in second, and Xavier Math with that first priority. So 4 surfers in the water, priority goes. And very interesting to see what the strategy plays with 6 minutes and 39 seconds remaining.
It is. Like you were saying, I don't think priority is playing a huge factor on this particular heat here with these last couple of minutes left on the clock. But I would say Jacob and Dane Matson are relatively close. They're only about 1 point something separation. Combination score for blue is a 9.3, and white has a 7.8. So I think that second position could potentially be up for grabs based on the timeline here. But you never know. Burke is actually doing a good job. He can definitely drop that low 4.07 at any time. So here's Burke with an up and down. But yeah, like you were saying, it's so peaky. It's got I think Nico was here before. He said, Gobbler on the inside sector. That was beef, all beef. I hope you're not vegetarian and you like some beef, because that was plenty of it on that section.
That's a double right there.
Yeah, for sure.
As we see the replay of green, nice little turn off the top. Still not vertical enough to get those points. I think he's looking for that inside section. Unfortunately, doesn't connect it. Xavier only needing a 5.03 to get it back into the conversation, and it's going to be a matter of turns like that, making turns like that, like the one we just saw on screen, to change that situation. Jacob Burke, he's got a 5.23 as his top score. He probably wants to better that 4.07, get into that excellent range, and really rival our heat leader, Alan Cleland from Mexico, who has a 7.0 and a 5.67. Now the priority stands. Alan, first priority, Jacob Burke, second priority. With 5 minutes remaining, this is where priority starts counting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dane Matson in third and Xavier Math in fourth priority. So you know that Alan and Jacob are going to pick the better waves to keep that first and second place position.
For sure, you got to keep an eye on Surfer and White. He's got third priority, but he doesn't need a big ask. He only needs a 5.01 or so to find himself pushing forward with that second position. So we'll see. We got 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Hello, 420 on the house.
Well, one thing is for certain. Make it past this heat. You're in the round of 32. You're starting to get in that conversation. The fat is getting trimmed. The contest is winding down. And, there's going to be some really good heats coming up next. 4 minutes remaining on this one. This was probably one of the better heats of the day that comes into fruition, and it's the Mexican in first by the name of Alan Cleland. Joshua Burke in second. Needs to get rid of that 4.07, and I have to say it's anybody's game. Dane Matson needs a 7.80 to get into the conversation, and it's anybody's game at the end of the day. Xavier Math, he's got a pair of twos. He needs to better that score, but with an excellent score, Dane Matson can get right back in a second place position.
For sure.
He is in second priority at the moment. So we'll have to see what the ocean offers him.
We'll see what the ocean offers him. This is what to ask. What about heat number 2, Otto? In about 3 minutes. Who's coming up next? Check it out, my man. Talk to me.
So in red, Kilohe Andino from the United States. In blue, Colin McCaffrey. In white from Venezuela, Nono Rafael Pereira. And in green, Reed Lanctius. I believe he's from Barbados, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, if I'm mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong.
He's from planet Earth. Can't be wrong there. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
And that's coming up next. But so far, 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here.
And there goes Jacob Burke trying to better his campaign.
Jacob.
Nice turn off the top, Alfred, right there. One turn could be enough to get that 4.07.
Especially turn like that. Turn like that with authority.
I have to say, one turn can make a difference. We've seen it in World Tour events. We've seen it on all kinds of events. Let's see the replay right here. Nice bottom turn, straight off the top. Drifts the tail a little bit.
Very
nice speed,
controlled.
power, and flow. Controlled. Unfortunately, no more offer, but you know what that was? Let's keep that second place alive. Jacob Burke with no priority gets that wave. Probably, in my opinion, could better that score. And look at it. Judges are delivering 6.27.
There he goes.
He runs into that second place position more solid. Now the ask is a lot bigger to
Surfer in green and white.
Surfer in green and white. So the Bayesian surfer there with that exclamation point on that last wave. A lot of waves written in this heat as we see our current heat leader on the screen.
Yeah, the judges are doing an incredible job here, cleaning with that first beautiful turn, goes vertical on that second turn. Alan Cleland in red, sweeping the floor right now, just solidifying his stature here.
Well, I ought to say one thing. By looking at his first couple of waves and having a 7 on the board, that's going to be an excellent score. And I'm going to throw it out there. It's going to be an 8.
You said it. He's building house. So his highest score for the moment is a 7.0. Here's the replay. Otto, talk to him.
Watch this. Nice bottom turn. Good turn off the top. Setup turn right here. Vertical. Straight up. Drifts the tail again. Nice little consistency. Really, really fluid on that one. Gets one more turn here on the whitewater on the inside. 4 turns to total on that one. I dare to say, look at this.
Look at this. It's coming soon. We'll see. It's what we're looking at.
It's got 3 8s on the board.
I think, Otto, you're right on the money.
Otto Flores with the call.
8.0 on the board.
8.0.
So 8 and a 7, solidifying that win for the Mexican surfer.
Building house.
30 seconds remaining, and Blue on screen in second place. Nice little turn. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, but
gets a little loose. But he's still that
I shouldn't be a judge,
punch.
but that was pretty on point.
That was pretty on point. But that's why I have you next to me, because you are an expert, my dear friend. So yeah, right on the money, baby. You got with an 8.0. Mr. Cleveland cleaning house, right? 2 seconds on the clock there.
This one
Mr.
counts.
Math, yeah, it counts for it. He's got a tall order to fill, but I guess that's going to be the end of their run for Surfer in Green and Surfer in White, unfortunately. Burke locking down that second spot, and Mr. Cleveland.
Well, the end of a good run there for Math and Green for the United States. Dane Madsen takes third, second for Jacob Burke, and winning that heat from Mexico, Alan Cleland.
Yeah, absolutely. With a combination score of 15, which is so far, I think, the highest scoring
heat of the day
combination, right, for a surfer today. Nevertheless, coming up next, we got the fabulous Kaloa Andino, Rafael Pereira Reed, also Cole. You know, these guys have already been seated those first 2 spots, and we're waiting for these guys to come up from the lower round. So, yeah, I can't wait to see this heat coming up next.
Yes, sirree.
All right. All right, it's official. The heat has started. We got 25 minutes here. We got Surfer in red, Mr. Andino himself. In blue, we got McCaffrey.
The mini giant, Rafael Nono Pereira, up and riding.
Right away, he gets the door open. Little Nono Pereira, desde Venezuela. And then we got Surfer in green.
Yeah, there's a pretty stacked heat right now. Kaloa Andino in red. Colin McCaffrey in blue. No, El Gigante Pereira from Venezuela. And Reed Planctus, as we see, up and riding on that replay. Nono Pereira starting his campaign. This guy, very lethal. Winner of the Corona, multiple winner of Pro-Am events. Very, very, very popular surfer for his acrobatics, aerial acrobatics.
Yeah.
And no stranger to Puerto Rico and its coastlines. Opens up his campaign. We'll see what the judges deliver. But, yeah, early days, round of 64, heat 2. We're running about 7 or 8 heats of this round, and we're going to finish the day and start the other half of this round tomorrow. So it's going to be some interesting names as we see that replay. Nice bottom turn, hits it off the top right there. And Alfred, got to be very strategic. Find that hollow spot of the wave. The wave seems to be flattening a little bit, but also has a really steep section. So it's interesting to see how the surfers are pinpointing it.
And how they're adjusting to that intersection of the bowl, too.
And a very smart play there by Nono Pereira. You know, Rafael getting a 4.50 early days.
I agree.
You know what?
Really
Build a house, get a bunch of waves. Try to get those excellent scores. We saw Alan Cleland really just little by little stepping it up, making it happen. Ends up with a 15-point score, 8-0 and a 7-0.
Yeah.
15-point score total. So very interesting to see how this is playing out for the surfers in the water.
Yeah, we got a surfer in red, Kaloa Andino, putting his first bid down. He gets one turn out of that. I guess Andino is just trying to feel the groove out. Here we go, the goofy footer. And blue gets a little drift and comes loose at the end. Unfortunately, that's gonna be an incomplete for Cole. But so far, yeah, like you were saying, it's good to kind of like within that first 30 seconds, he gets a 4.5, and you know that puts you at ease a little bit. You know, like you can kind of sit back a little and kind of play out for the next couple of minutes. These are 25-minute heats, so there's plenty of time here for us. We can see anything and everything can change. But so far, as you can see, that 4.5 is a relatively I wouldn't say a decent score, but it's a good opening situation for surfer in white.
Well, going back to a little bit of history here, you know,
I love history.
Kaloa Andino, A big shout out to his dad, Dino Andino, no stranger to Puerto Rico. Really good friends with our fellow countryman, Rafi Lompard. And Kalohe spent a lot of his early days surfing here in Puerto Rico, going to the Corona, surfing around events, surfing with his dad. So it's great to see Kalohe back in Puerto Rican shores and enjoying. I know he's the lead of the pack now with that 2% crew from San Clemente. And I believe he started his own clothing brand as well. So it's awesome to welcome Kalohe back to Puerto Rico and see what he has to offer. He's got 20 minutes and 20 seconds. We got to see what this heat offers for him. As we see Surfer in green, nice little off the top right there, starts his campaign. This is Reed Planktus. Nice little cut back, the wave not offering much. It seems like a quantity game today. Like you got to get a lot of waves, and the wave that opens up for you is the one that's going to get you the points. So short period swell, a lot of waves under your belt. Try to get 2 excellent ones, get that first place.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. Stay as busy as possible, actually, because based on the conditions and all these different peaks, you're never really going to be able to actually sit in a place where you can comfortably say, the set is coming, I have priority. So priority, like you said, it won't really take a factor until the ending. I believe we got a interview on the beach from the previous heat winner. We got Pauline on the shoreline. Pauline.
Continuamos. Bueno, estamos aquí con Alan Klein, que hasta el momento tener la mejor puntuación, 15 puntos. ¿Cómo te sientes el día de hoy?
Sí, no, súper feliz. Las olas han crecido bastante y es un poco storm surf que lo hace mucho más divertido. Hay muchos picos por todos lados y hay bastantes olas. Entonces, sí, me encanta cuando las olas suben un poquito y puedo surfear más tranquilo y agarrar olas que sé que puedo agarrar, ¿no? Y sí, feliz.
Ok, dime algo. Esta competencia, este contexto no te da ninguna calificación. Diríamos que, ¿qué estás haciendo aquí?
Sí, entonces ya estoy calificado a los Challengers para el siguiente año por el ranking de los Challengers. Quedé a un puesto de calificar el CT, pero sí, estoy aquí nomás disfrutando. Me encanta Puerto Rico, pero más que nada quiero nomás entrenar un poco más de hits, estar en esa energía de eventos sin parar hasta que me toque otra vez el Challenger. Y sí, nomás quiero mejorar mis estrategias, mi surfing y más que nada en ser mi persona propia, ¿no?
That is amazing. Ok, nosotros continuamos con ustedes en el estudio.
Otro que bellas palabras del caballero Cleveland, living in the moment.
Bueno,
saying he doesn't necessarily have to be here, but he's here because he's living for himself.
I love the bilingual webcast.
I like
Spanglish,
it.
baby.
Spanglish, un poquito de español, un poquito de
español,
inglés.
un poquito de inglés.
Ahí tuvimos a Alan Cleveland en rojo, mexicano, hablando de lo bien que se siente.
Well, for those who didn't understand the Spanish, here I am going to translate. So
Yes.
Alan doesn't need to qualify for the Challenger Series, but he's here to better his strategy, to hang out with friends. He loves Puerto Rico, as does this guy. And yeah, he just wants to clean his strategy. I'm sure the money of winning an event is not bad for his bank account. Definitely one of those guys that could favor a win here in Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
so
a few extra dollars there wouldn't hurt no anybody.
a few extra dollars.
Will make you holler.
A little surf trip to better circumstances. As we see our current heat leader right now, actually not really. Our current heat leader is Kalohe Andino, but with this wave, Rafael Pereira, with a combination of scores, could become our current heat leader. So jumping the gun a little bit there myself, but yeah, Rafael Pereira gets a 5.50 and runs up to the lead.
There you go. We got Nico back in the house. Nico Morera, he was with me earlier, but yeah.
Well, he's going to be in the booth sooner than me.
But no worries here. I can definitely use your presence here. Don't leave me. Just
I won't leave you. I won't leave you. I'm a fan of the sport, and here I am. Just
gonna have to pry you away from me, man.
Blab myself out of here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let him take you that easy. Come on. But yes, so far right here, Surfer in white with that last wave gets a 5.5 combination, and his backup score is a 4.5. So he has a flat 10. He's currently leading. Kalohe Andino has a 3.73 and a 3.0. I'm sure he's going to better that. He's got 17 minutes on the clock. Surfer in blue, he's currently sitting in third.
he needs a 3.14 or better to find himself moving forward. And Blackness, surfer in green with priority, he needs a 4.1 or better. He's got a backup score of 0.5. I don't think it's going to be an issue or a factor for him at all. So we'll see. We still got 16 minutes here, and things are changing.
Well, I'm gonna take this time to give a shout out to all our sponsors. Medalla,
yes,
official beer for Puerto Rico. If you don't drink a Medalla, you're not here.
You're not here.
Winmar right there, energizing my house and a lot of houses around, even though the sun's not out today, but a battery's working. Solar really important in an island like us. Let's not talk about our energetic values, but Municipio de Autónomo de Arecibo. Arecibo, thank you for having us, the municipality. Doing a great job hosting these events, and hopefully they host more. And a big shout out to Hector and the people from Acai Express, bringing some fresh, beautiful acai to all the competitors and the fans that are going to come see this wonderful El Marginal Surfing Pro here in the beautiful coastline of Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, el Rastral del Pueblo en Arecibo aquí.
One of my favorite surf spots, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. You will find Otto here. But particularly, I don't know, what did Cleena say? This was a storm surf.
Well, it is. It's a short period.
And he really enjoyed it, right?
Short period, bigger kind of swell. As we see Kilohandio, nice turn off the top right there. Wow. Excellent for the young surfer from San Clemente. Two big hits right there. And if he got
blows the roof
a 6.73 for his first turn, I dare to say that's going to go excellent. Probably 8 point something, maybe 9 point score.
Wow.
Too solid. We'll see on the replay here pretty soon.
Chloe and Dino flying down the line, lays a bottom turn, puts the rail up, and just dumps buckets of water. He could put out a forest fire from that distance.
The boys are going to put this replay here pretty soon, and we'll see this double attack from Kilohe Andino. Really nice drawn-out bottom turn.
Yeah.
First turn right there on the whiteness of the water, and then that's following up with a second turn. So we'll see an excellent score there for Kilohe Andino, as he has a total of 6.73, but he's going to get one of those threes off the board and solidify that.
The lower three. Here's the replay, Otto.
Nice bottom turn right here. As you can see, hits it off the top. Carves that rail. I love this second turn. Climbs it up right there. Still not done yet. Looking for that section. So really great surfing there. One solid maneuver in the critical part of the wave.
Right.
Really fluid. Put his rail right in there.
With the little foam climb gets
I see
past
some of the
gobbler.
scores that I was talking about falling. 3 more scores to go, but I was pretty on point on that
on
one.
The excellent score range. Oh my God, you were absolutely right.
I did say that number. So three. Okay, so he did get
So all right. So his last wave comes in a 9.
God, dude.
Stop it. Jesus. 9.0 for
well,
Surfer
that
in
first
red.
turn was super clean off the bottom.
Absolutely.
Big spray. I liked how he actually
He timed it. He couldn't hit that first section, but he knew he came
used
around.
the rail really nice on that one turn and brought it back, kind of drifted the tail after he used the rail.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why the judges awarded
And also,
him
I
9-point
believe
ride.
what gave him the absolute 9 was getting past the gobbler, the little foam climb at the end, and he was able to come out in front. So that gave him a little bit extra. The judges saw his efforts and awarded him with a 9.0, which is right now the highest scoring wave of the day.
There you go. There you have it. Kilohandino, no stranger to the coastlines of Puerto Rico, opens his campaign with an excellent score of a 9.00. He's got a backup of a 3.73. He's got 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. I'm sure he's going to get rid of that score.
Me too.
Following him with priority.
Any predictions on his next wave? You've been so spot on without even seeing it. What do you think he's going to get?
I don't know, but here we see Reed on his second attempt. Nice little flow right there. 2 maneuvers. Whitewatery part. Nice little hit. Makes it.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be the second best wave of the heat so far. Nice little fluidity.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of that 0.5. We'll see if he's able to do that. We got 12 minutes on the clock.
Well, he needs a 7.37 to advance. Now, it's a bit of a taller order.
It could be on the 5 range. I don't know.
He's going to be a mid-range score for sure.
Yeah.
But it's going to better his campaign and going to get rid of that 0.50.
Yeah.
And the order's not going to be that tall. As you could see, 5.17, 2.60. Now he needs a 4.84 to advance, but still, early days. The halfway mark coming up here for heat number 2 of this round of 64. And what we see present, La Marginal Surfing Pro 2024 WSL here in the beautiful Marginal de Arecibo.
La Marginal aquí en Astral. And we continue, we're carrying on. We got 11 minutes and 30 seconds here. Carlos Andino in red just laid down a 9. I'm sure, like you said, he's going to drop that low score that he has, but he's currently sitting in first. Surfer in white may have something to say about it. Surfer in white holding on, climbing down that white water. He's currently sitting in second, Rafael Nono Barrera. Yeah, but it's a tall order for these guys. The surfer in green now betters his situation. He got a 5.17 on that last wave, so he's currently sitting in third, but he still needs a 4.84 or better to find himself onto that second position.
Well, Nono Pereira is going to have a mid-range score again, if I'm not mistaken, and he needs a 7.24 to run into that leading position. He's comfortably in second right now. Third needs a 4.84. That would be surfer in green, Reed Planktus, and Cole McCaffrey needing a 6.40. So anybody's game right now. As we see the Water Patrol, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like Wee Wee. Big ups to Wee Wee and all the Water Patrol here on site, taking care of the competitors. These boys are rad. They spend all day out there keeping an eye on everybody. Water safety, super important.
Ramses is out there also. Ramses Morales de Rincón.
So Rincon Water Safety in the house.
By Bragg also. We were talking about that earlier. Yeah. These guys were certified by Bragg. You've been breaking them down here for the last couple of years. And
we've definitely been teaching the water safety program for a lot of years now in Puerto Rico, and it's really cool to see the boys out there.
Yeah.
Also, building that community of water safety and surf responders. Everybody here that's in the lineup has come to Bragg, and we don't have a lifeguarding system, so we have to take care of ourselves. So
we do have to take it upon ourselves to save our own people.
Really proud of the surfing community showing up for Bragg and learning the skills to save each other out in the lineup. I'm just a little part of it. It takes a village.
It does. But we do appreciate all your efforts in bringing it all together. Without people like you in our community, a lot of these things wouldn't be happening. But here we got Surfer in red. Yet again, Kaloha Andino, he's trying to drop that 3.73. And I'm sure with that wave, the turtle strikes again. He was on his way. It could be a little bit better than his 3.73. But nevertheless, Kaloha Andino with 9 minutes on the clock.
Really weird how that board's stuck there, as you can see the replay.
Yeah, so weird.
Nice little turn. I like how he's using his rail, comes back into the power section, finds a little bit of a transition section here, but really gets stuck on that turn. And that was another transition turn going into that inside.
Correct.
Unfortunately, he didn't make that wave. It probably will better his campaign, but, he still wants to get rid of that low backup score. He's got a 9-point on the board. He's got 8 minutes remaining. So he's got plenty of time to put another excellent score.
He does. And even if he doesn't, he's still sitting okay up that first transfer spot so far. But it's with that 9, all he needs is just a little bit more. The other competitors, the only one that's closest to him is Surfer in white, Rafael, and then after that we got Reed, and Reed needs a 4.84 at least to get into that second transfer spot, and Nono needs a 7.24 or better to find himself taking over that first spot over Glohe and Surfer in red. Got 8 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, still early days. Anything can happen as we see Surfer in blue, Cole McCaffrey from the United States. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that one. But, if you look at the average scores that they need to get to the advancing position, a 6.37 for McCaffrey and a 4.84 for the Surfer on the screen. Nice cutback there by Reed Plantis. Another nice sweeping little cutback right there. He's looking for a 5 or better. And fortunately, that wave not offering too much, Alfred.
Yeah, for Surfer in green. Mr. Platinus, he looking for a decent little score, halfway score there. He's still against the ropes, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to be enough.
I like how fluid this guy is. He looks
He's
really
got a nice cutback. He's definitely looking down the line to capitalize and get some points out of there. But it's all about decisions and positions, right? Decisions and decisions. That's will make break you during these heats.
Well, let's see what's on deck right now as we see Surfer in White kicking out. Round 64 heat, round 3 coming up. Taj Lindblad in red. Kei Kobayashi in blue. Nicholas Coley in white. And Max Asher in green. So a lot of action as we see here. Surfer in green.
Yeah. Surfer in green comes in with a 3.73. That's his last wave. We'll see what happens now. We got 6 minutes and 20 on the second. We got the replay here from Surfer in White, Rafael Nono Pereira, but he decides to kick out. Unfortunately, he doesn't like what he sees. He does find himself a little bit under pressure. The Surfer in green doesn't really need a huge score. We got Surfer in red, Aloha Andino with a beautiful turn yet again, kind of working his way down the line.
Well, he's reading the wave really well and using the rail really nice, not making that error of drifting the tail on that one, finishing that up, riding out of this one, and that's going to be a good backup score for him.
That's the one we were looking for, actually. We were just talking about that. He's definitely trying to better his situation and add to that 9.
Yeah, look at this sweeping little turn, drifts the tail a little bit, nice transition turn here, uses the rail, finds that pocket. Can't go really vertical, but really enhances the wave. Now he throws the tail on that last one, finishes the maneuver, falls into the energy of the wave,
and gets past the gobbler super easy there. Aloha Andino showing us how it's done. We got Rafael Nono Pereira sitting in second, falling out of the sky on that last section. Nono is trying to better his situation. Last wave for red comes in at a 6.33 there, so he's definitely holding the lead with a commanding point combination here with 15.33.
Well, if you could see, the guys with experience, they're just building house. They're just looking for that wave. Very consistent waves, short period. They're catching a lot of waves. They're doing their due. But they get that excellent score. They back it up with a mid-range or better than that. And, now he's looking at a 15.33 total score.
Yeah.
Bigger score than Alan Cleland.
Yes.
Because he got that 9 off the bat.
Right
and I have to say, one clean, good turn on the difficult part of the wave where the power source is, that was already the 9-point ride. The rest was just a cherry on top.
The judges will award you for the effort. So let that be known for all you competitors that are out there still listening to us. The judges are looking at that, and they are awarding surfers for those critical maneuvers,
Yeah, so 4 minutes remaining in this heat as we see our the Water Patrol. Big shout out to Carson, Rincon Water Safety, Ramsey, and everybody that's doing the do out here. Ramses Morales, a local from Rincon as well.
Yeah, big wave surfer as well.
Part of that water safety team there in Rincon, part of the crew at Tres Palmas. So
he's also my housemate during this stay.
There you go.
So we're having fun.
Alfred's roommate, probably one of the kindest guys I've ever met. A friend for many, many years. And happy to say that he's taking care of us and being part of that important water safety team that we have on hand. As we see Surfer in blue, who needs a 7-point ride. Unfortunately, this wave not offering much, getting a little bit white there on the inside. Let's see if he could do something. He seems a little bit of lackluster there.
Yeah, the frustration is showing. Obviously you get a stature and a figure such as Kalohe, and it'll make you kind of think a little bit. Also, Rafael is an experienced surfer as well, so these guys know they got to try to get the job done. Surfer in blue, just trying to make it happen. Unfortunately, wave selection plays a huge factor in your results, so that wasn't quite the best choice for Surfer in blue. So,
Very, very, very interesting how this played out in the water. Experience definitely coming into play. Kalohe Andino and Rafael Pereira holding to that first and second place position as we see Reed, who only needs a 5.47 to take that away from the Venezuelan. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. He has priority. This could play out pretty differently if he's smart.
Absolutely, I agree. Priority, he's definitely sitting there thinking about it. He really knows the score that he needs. So this is what these guys live for, right? This is final seconds. You're looking for a score. You have priority. So a lot of these guys, and I think that's what the sports therapist is for, so for these moments for you to actually try to make the right rational decision and pull the trigger on something that's going to get you the score. We have a surfer in red surfing under priority, and he's having some fun out there. He's just adding to the fact that he's controlling the scene right now with 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Well, it's interesting what you say. The psychology of it is very important. The strategy is very important, but that patience game that you have to talk to yourself and identify that perfect wave, that wave that looks like a 6-point ride. As we see here, surfer in green, nice little top turn right there. Flowy little cutty right there. He's looking for a 6-point ride. Nice little turn right there, redirectional. If he finishes off this wave, it's going to look pretty interesting there for surfer in green. He needs a 5.47. A 6 will get him in that second place position with 1 minute remaining. I have to say, I would give it to him.
All right, there you go. I really like the way you're thinking there, buddy. He actually played the cards right. We got the replay here.
Nice little turn right
Nice
there.
little turn right away. He's looking to score, finding himself in the pocket, patiently waiting. Gets across onto the next section, gets a nice little cutback. Gets right back in the pocket and closes this wave out. So I definitely agree with you. That
speed, power, and flow is the criteria. And I think he hit all those, not into the extreme level, but he did. Here's the answer back from the little giant, Nono Pereira. He needs to better his score now that surfer in green. Nice little top turn right there. He needs to go for something big. Does he complete it? Unfortunately, comes unstuck. This could be the end of the road if green gets the score.
Yeah,
and
for
in
sure.
my book.
Yeah, for sure.
In my book,
green just dropped a 4.7, I believe.
Not get the score.
He did not get the score.
So lucky for Nono Pereira. If I am not mistaken, he keeps advancing on to that round of 32 as we see the culmination of this Heat 2 round of 64.
Yeah, it's absolutely on the money. We're going to keep Otto here for another heat or two, and then we're going to bring over Nico. All right? Otto's leaving soon. I don't want anybody to take my homie away. See, everybody keeps trying to replace his chair, bro. Like, what's up?
Early days, early days. Beautiful heat there by Kolohe Andino. Rafael Nono Pereira holding on to that second place spot. I think we might be waiting for a score, or are we not?
Yeah, on that last wave, I don't think it's going to be anything for. But Pereira, if he landed that last maneuver.
I think we're waiting for that last of green. That's why the judges are deliberating.
That's
I'm
right.
pretty
That's
sure.
Right.
Yep, last of green.
Oh.
No, not enough.
It's not enough, unfortunately, for surfer in green. Oh, we're about to start the next heat. We're flipping pancakes really quick here.
No commercial break, no nothing, baby.
Nothing. We're just getting to it. And now, so these guys, surfer in red, Lindblad, right? And also Kobayashi. Kobayashi.
It's all an American affair.
Kobayashi.
Everybody's from the United States.
These guys they're already seated, and they were waiting for these guys to come up.
So Nicholas Coley and Max Asher coming into this round, and the seated surfers are Taj and Kei Kobayashi, right?
Yeah, right on. And Asher's been working his way. Nicholas Coley, he also had a really nice heat, winning the heat, his last heat out. He was actually thanking his family out in California. And, he surfed really well, the goofy-footed surfer in white. We'll see what he does here. He's got 24 minutes on the clock, and we'll see what happens. But so far, we're moving along. Heat number 4 is coming up next. And who do we got next?
Michael Dunphy from the United States in red. Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica in blue. Gabriel Arturo in white. And Dylan Horde in green. So that's the next heat. That would be heat number 4, round of 64.
Yeah, right now we're heat number 3. Getting started. And happy Halloween, everyone.
See that heat draw set.
Yeah, I think that's from yesterday. I'm so sorry. That's the theme. Also. Yeah, we got Surfer in Blue here. This is the replay for Surfer in Blue. I guess that's his first wave. Well, Surfer K. Kobayashi. Little Koba.
Yeah, so we have Kobayashi, Nicholas Coley, Lindblad, and Asher. Early days, Nicholas opens up with a meaningless ride of a 0.50. And going for it, we see Surfer in white. This is the replay in and out. Nothing to write home about. He probably wants to restart that campaign. He's in fourth priority at the moment.
Yeah, he just wants to pretend like it didn't even happen.
Yeah. The only bad thing about that is, you get that priority.
All right, I believe we got Pauline yet again outside with last heat's winner. Here we go. Pauline, talk to us. Well, all right. Pauline is apparently not available at the moment, so nevertheless, we keep going. Otto and I, we're flowing. I really appreciate you sitting here. Actually, I'm getting the queue again for Pauline. Let me know when. All right, here we go, Pauline.
All right. Vamos ponchado. Ready.
Hey, I'm here. Back to the interviews. How are you? How are you doing? How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Are you happy after this is amazing hit?
Oh yeah, I was super stoked. Really exciting to get out there and have a bunch of opportunities and waves. So I was stoked to get a big score and move on.
That is amazing. How special is to back in Puerto Rico for that 3,000 important points?
Yeah, it's amazing that the country of Puerto Rico, put this up and allowed us to come here and enjoy their home and surf their waves and allowed us to have a big event. So it's really cool.
That is amazing. Okay, guys, we're back with you.
All right, that was the interview with Kaloha Andino. We got Pauline Moreno. And yeah, that was Kaloha being stoked to be here in Puerto Rico with us. And we are a Commonwealth of the United States. We're part of the American country itself. Just a little side note for the people watching.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. We don't really, but nevertheless, we are here and we appreciate all these competitors coming down and visiting us. Really, truly means a lot to us.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful, beautiful place. Done my fair share of traveling, and I can't say that I love calling this place home. That's what I was trying to say. And infinite good things and good reasons to call this place good home.
La Isla del Encanto.
Yeah, the island of enchantment. Yeah, it's no lack of waves around here, is there?
Absolutely not. That's surfing green here.
Wow, really nice wave. Stands up for him, but he really did not do much.
No, he got a really good view of the wave, though, right? He actually was like, hey, this looks amazing.
In my opinion, and I'm sorry to be so harsh, there was a lot of scoring potential on that one. One bottom turn there.
There was. I think he was looking for the barrel, but unfortunately the wave didn't cooperate, and he missed his opportunity.
There. Yeah. So, wow. Very, very good opportunity there for Asher, a surfer in green.
Yeah, 19 minutes and 30 seconds here.
Yeah, definitely. Still waiting to see some action unfold here on this, the Heat 3 around a 64.
Yeah.
Beautiful things on hand here as we are present at La Marginal Surfing Pro WSL event as we see Surfer in red.
All right, we got Surfer in blue there. Surfer in blue trying to open up his bid going left.
That is Kobayashi from San Clemente looking at the right, too. Nice little reform. Blows the tail on that one. And very creative there by the young surfer from San Clemente.
Yeah, this is a special part about this beach that you can find yourself going left, make a couple of turns towards the end, and all of a sudden you got a right-hander in front of you to get those little extra points that. And then we can see Surfer in blue on this replay also. Kind of a bit of a foam climb, gets caught up a little bit, but then he decides to go right and then gets a couple of turns out of that. So, kudos to him for heads up surfing.
Very smart there. Very smart reaction as we see Surfer in green. This is Asher from the United States. Nice little bottom turn. Hits it right there. Flew it off that one. Nice little cutty right there. Throws the tail. Gets a little bit stuck there on top. A little bit of hard times reading that wave, but very well surfed by the young American.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was his second wave for Surfer in green. We got the replay for Surfer in red. Surfer in red, I believe that was his first opening wave. Fortunately, we didn't get to see it. I got another chance here.
Yeah, one turn combo right there for Tars Limblad. He opens up his campaign with a mid-range score, I believe, on that one. Hey, one good turn, and you're already in the conversation.
We'll make it burn, baby. One good turn makes it burn, and those pencils for those judges are on fire right now because we've had a couple of decent scores. You saw Kalohe with that 9, and so Surfer in red currently leading with a 4.33, you said, with that single turn, right? And then currently sitting in second, we have Surfer in green with a combination score of a 4.0. Opening wave for Surfer in blue came in at a 3.5. He's currently sitting in the third position with a single opening score. He's got 17 minutes on the clock, and I'm sure he's going to have plenty of time to get it done. And this is what I was talking about, Surfer in white. He's been has that little flow style, nice little power hack at the end. It would mean the difference for him on that wave. But you can see how he's very calm and I like his posture.
Got good flow.
Got really good flow.
Really bigger guy, strong turns, really good rail turn right there.
Yeah.
Comboing that wave really well. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. But look at that bottom turn. Nice little rail turn right there. Speed for a big guy, he's got good speed, great style, nice little top turn right there. Big bottom turn, huge spray. Unfortunately, digs the nose on that one, but even though he did that, that'll be his second score, and he's building house. I like his flow. He's understanding La Marginal. He's understanding the Rastial. And this is a wave that, we've been involved in a couple of contests here, and I've seen the best surfers in the world. And the rhythm you get with this wave is how you advance through heats.
For sure.
Ramsey Bukaim, Gabriel Medina, Yago Dora, and the last ISA, they just really clicked with this place.
Yeah,
and
they did.
As soon as you click with it, it actually becomes this unraveling of incredible sections.
Yeah, it makes
this
it
is
dangerous.
why I like this wave so much, because when you learn how to read it, it offers you speed, it offers you power, it offers you flow. And if you tick all those boxes, the judges will really like that. And, you'll be getting those advancing positions.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Medina heat by heat getting better and better and better and better. And the last time he was here. And, all of a sudden, you're unlocking the code, So I think basically
like unlocking the code.
Yeah, unlocking the code, little by little is basically what you're saying with that statement. So I certainly agree with you 100%.
So a lot of what I saw is that these guys picked a lineup and they stuck with it, you know, and Gabriel kind of found his lineup back in the comp. And I think Limblad is kind of showing those colors where if he finds a lineup, he finds where to sit on the wave, how to surf it. That was a perfect explanation of what he did on his last wave.
For sure.
I believe the judges are taking their time because that score is going to be significant, even though he didn't finish that last turn.
Yeah, for sure. So that being said, last wave for White comes in at a 4.0. He's currently sitting in first with a combination score of 4.
That was Nicholas Coley, so I'm talking about the wrong guy. It's actually Nicholas Coley. So
you had the right color, wrong name for temporary. We fixed that quickly here, but
Coley definitely looking like he's finding his rhythm. He's building house. Starts with a 2, puts a 4 on the board. Didn't finish that wave, but I guarantee you if he gets an open one, 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
He's got fourth priority. He's got to get smart. He's got to find that lineup, but I'm a fan of his surfing. Goofy footer.
Goofy footer. You and I are both goofy footers, so we usually tend to lean towards the goofy. Bueno, también tenemos que hablar un poco de español. Me acaban de comentar el productor que por favor, nosotros somos personas bilingües y es posible.
Este es el Spanglish Webcast.
Este es el Spanglish Webcast. Podemos hablar español también para toda esa gente latina que nos están visitando.
Bueno, un saludo caluroso a todos los latinos y a todo el mundo que nos está viendo y que está en sintonía. Cuando vemos al surfista en azul, Kobayashi, que está buscando un second score, un mejor score del 3.5 que ya tiene. Estamos hablando un poquito en inglés sobre cómo uno tiene que tener una fluidez y mantener como que encontrar el código de la marginal. Y entiendo yo que Nicolas Colley en blanco como que tiene una idea de dónde están las olas.
Está encontrando su flow, está entrándole a... Ahí vemos el competidor en verde ahí preguntando por el tiempo. Creo que obviamente se está percatando de la urgencia del momento, ¿no? Y se encuentra en esa cuarta posición. Pero ahí tenemos el competidor una vez más, decide no tirarse, pero con prioridad tenemos el competidor en rojo.
Pierde esa prioridad y
acaba de perder la prioridad. Solamente necesitaba un .97, ¿no? ¿Estás hablando?
0.97, no, 2.84 para entrar. Nicolás está en la primera posición.
Sí, pero estoy hablando del competidor en rojo. Solamente necesita un .97 y está ahí en la puerta de Kobayashi, ¿no? Y solamente tiene un score de 4.33.
Pero ahora mismo, con 12 minutos, una ola puede cambiar la conversación muy
absolutamente. Fácil. Estos scores aquí los vemos en los 4.33 máximo. O sea que no es un score significante para hacer una gran diferencia. Pero sí, te quedan 12 minutos aquí. Este heat número 3. La ronda de los 64, ¿no?
Sí, así es. Y vamos a tener 8 hits o 7 hits de esta ronda cuando vemos al surfista en rojo. Lindblad, buen top turn ahí. Un buen tail drift, como que barrió el tail un poquito ahí. Él necesita un 0.97, no necesita nada para entrar en esa conversación. Obviamente va a sacar a Kobayashi de esa segunda posición. Cuando vemos el replay aquí, no tan drástico ese primer turn. Aquí entra un poquito a un speed turn y desafortunadamente
todo,
sí, fue todo para él. Igualmente para el surfista Max Asher de Estados Unidos. Up and down, nada muy significante.
Bueno, ahí tenemos el replay del competidor en rojo. El competidor en rojo aquí con su segunda maniobra. Buscando ese score que necesita. Vamos a ver si los jueces le dan esa oportunidad. Pero yo creo que se lo van a dar porque solamente tenía una ola y solamente necesitaba un .97 así para esa segunda posición.
Aquí vemos a Colley, up and down también. Y queda de esa ola. Afortunadamente no puede seguir. Ya estamos a la mitad de este hit.
Y mira,
pasa el tiempo.
Estamos aquí, el competidor en blanco en primera posición y ahora en segunda posición, con prioridad. Por el momento tenemos el competidor en azul. Pero todo ha cambiado con el competidor en rojo, con esa última ola de 6.00. Competidor en rojo, que estábamos hablando que solamente necesitaba un .97, acaba de conseguir un 6.0. Así que
ahí lo vimos.
Le cambian los muñequitos, como dice Pito.
Una maniobra.
Una
maniobra sólida y ya entra en la conversación. Así que ya sabemos lo que los jueces están buscando. Si quieren saber la receta y se la quieren textear a un competidor, es una maniobra sólida en la parte más crítica de la ola para empezar esa conversación de mid-range score para arriba.
Exacto.
Así que
si quieres un plato de arriba habichuela con una maniobra te lo darán.
Bueno, y si la metes bien grande te dan doble porción.
Y te dan una chuleta. Te añaden una chuletita.
Te ponen una cancán ahí para
una
que
cancán, como decimos nosotros aquí, las chuletas grandes.
Saludito allá al productor, a Aldi, que se comió una chuletita hace poquito.
Sí, yo lo estaba viendo, está fuerte el tío ahí. Estaba embuchado con una cancán. Pero ahí tenemos el competidor en rojo con 6 minutos. Tiene un backup score de 4.3 que no está tan mal. Es un mid-range score, como nos gusta a nosotros decir. Pero con 9 minutos ahí se le ha puesto, como dicen los viejitos aquí, los huevos a peseta.
Mira, la matemática no miente y Nicolas Colley necesita desaparecer ese 2.33 de su sumatoria. Cuando vemos a Kobayashi amenazándolo aquí, buen top turn, ahí está la roja habichuela con toy chuleta. Y vamos a ver que esos son los que consiguen el excellent score. Vimos una ola de 2 maniobras de que los andinos sólidas. Entonces esta acaba de meter 2 maniobras sólidas, el color azul.
Sí.
me atrevo a decir que lo vamos a ver en la primera posición después de ese score.
Yo creo que le darían hasta un 8. Yo no me gusta decir mucho los números, pero
Estás adivinando.
pero estoy aquí poniéndome otros flores un poco aquí y creo que le pueden dar hasta un 8. Bueno, yo le daría un 8. Vamos a ver esa manubrio.
Te voy a dar claro.
Háblame claro. ¿Cómo?
Buen bottom turn, buen turn.
Sección
tiró el
crítica.
tail, y mira, hizo un segundo. Chequea, esperó la ola, ¡boom! Otro más.
Cierra esa
Ahí
sección
está,
totalmente.
Y tú sabes que el daño estuvo hecho.
Sí,
yo le voy a dar un
exacto.
8 también. Vamos a darle un 8.
Vamos a darle un 8, vamos a ver si...
Y va a cambiar la conversación.
Absolutamente, yo creo que sí. También, con esa urgencia también el competidor en azul sube arriba a encontrar esa posición una vez más y tratar de adquirir esa prioridad, que sería la tercera prioridad, creo yo.
Bueno, los jueces están bastante favoreciendo nuestra conversación, aunque creo que nos vamos a quedar toque corto.
Un toquecito.
Pero entiendo yo que estamos bien cerca del score. Falta un score. Esperé un segundito en que caigan los cálculos, pero hay par de 7, hay par de 8, entonces podemos caer todavía. Vamos a estar cerca.
Vamos a estar cerca. Un 7-5 a lo mejor.
7-8-3. ¡Bam! Cuando vemos a Blanco, desafortunadamente no baja esa maniobra, la llega a bajar. Y ahora que cae en la cuarta posición, el surfista tiene que apretar.
Totalmente.
Nicolás Colli ahora está buscando un 6.33, nada muy lejano. Ahí vemos que si cae esa maniobra, obviamente le van a otorgar esos maneuvers.
Sí.
Pero 7.83 para Kobayashi lo pone súper sólido. Pero el backup score de 3.5 no es muy grande, o sea que quiere eliminar eso de la sumatoria. Así que vamos a ver qué puede hacer el joven de San Clemente en azul para quedarse en ese primer lugar. Taj Lindblad necesita sacar ese 4.33 de su sumatoria para quedarse en la conversación. Y Taj es el hermano de Sawyer Lindblad que está en el CT. Taj, otro surfista de San Clemente.
Increíble.
Muy buen surfer y definitivamente aquí los muchachos de San Clemente dominando el hit número 3 de la serie de 64.
Wow.
Cuando vemos el
replay
7.83 de Kobayashi, tremendo surfing para el joven de San Clemente.
Increíble. 6 minutos y 25 segundos de reloj aquí, como me has dicho. Ese gran manubrio en alza, el competidor en azul. Brinca a la primera posición, pero como me acabas de comentar, su backup score es bastante bajito y creo que tiene suficiente tiempo para añadirlo o cambiarlo.
Bueno, I think we should switch it to English just to let people know what's happening here.
The switch.
So Kobayashi with that 7.83 solid score. Bingo, bang, bong.
Yeah.
It's got a low score of 3.50. As a backup score, he definitely wants to get rid of that with 5 minutes. Taj Lindblad, 6.0 and 4.33. Those guys want to get rid of that second low score just to keep that advancing position. Because the tall order for Max Asher and Nicholas Coley is only a almost a 7-point ride. So 6.63 for Asher, and in fourth, needing a lesser score of a 6.33, is Nicholas Coley. So very interesting to see that the Sussex change now with priority. San Clemente still has priority though. Like Taj Lindblad, first priority, second priority for Kai Kobayashi, fourth priority for Nicholas Coley, and Max Asher with third priority. I have to say, Nicholas, if he had completed that last maneuver, the conversation would be a
little bit different right now. Correct.
But it's anybody's game. There's still basically 5 minutes remaining, and one wave exchange could just change the whole situation.
And it's interesting also, like Surfer in red, he's got a really low wave count, but he's getting the job done. We got Surfer in blue yet again, trying to like better his situation and get rid of that low scoring 3. Unfortunately, comes loose on that gobbler zone, and he gets a little bit.
He was on his way to getting rid of that
score. He was on his way to get rid of it. You know, unfortunately, as the cookie crumbles, doesn't get the turn he was looking for. On that one, he was like a little bit forceful, and then this one he gets a little bit hung up. So
just got a little bit flat.
The previous turn kind of set up that second turn, and unfortunately, kind of took him off his rhythm a little bit.
I agree with you. The wave flattened out on the top for both turns, and that second one just didn't let him come down.
Yeah, so he was a little bit off on the rhythm.
Yeah. Well, hard to read out there. You know, definitely he found some rhythm. He found the open section, but it just didn't really pan out for him. Didn't really deliver. 3 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. Situation still the same. Kobayashi in first place from San Clemente in blue.
Yeah.
Second place with priority.
Correct.
Lindblad in red. Second priority for Max Asher in green, and third priority for Coley. And Coley really looking for that excellent wave just to put him back into the conversation.
Yeah, and so there you have it, people. Right now, it's looking like Kobayashi, surfer in blue.
He still needs to get rid of that low second score.
I would definitely advise him to, right? But unfortunately, he can't hear me. But yeah, he definitely needs to get rid of that. You know, he's got a 3.5. It makes it a little bit unsafe. Also, I want to bring up to note the clock, the official clock here is 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left, not 5 minutes and 40 something that you may see on the screen. So we apologize for that technical mistake, but there are 3 minutes on the clock here officially.
Okay, so officially about 3 minutes on the clock. I think the next wave, because of that low score of our leader, could change the situation. Strategy-wise, he's moving away from the pack. He's trying to get that second score. He's trying to solidify his lead. But any wave, a 6.33, 6.63
would help.
Would take him out of the conversation for that second place position, Lindblad.
Yes.
So an excellent score will definitely change the pole position in this heat. Very capable, Asher and Coley, of achieving that. Let's see what the ocean throws at them. As we see Surfer in white, this is Coley trying to look for that 6-point ride. Nice little flow right there. Engages, good little turn. Nice little flow right there. I have to say, in my opinion, the wave didn't really offer that much. No. He had really good flow, really good tempo, but
yeah, he had the right attitude, I would say. But unfortunately, the wave wasn't cooperating much.
Yeah, I mean, if he was really hungry, he'd go for that Medina recipe and just go off the side and try to get one of those little bangers off the the wide peak, what I call it.
Yeah.
And but a minute and 40 seconds remaining. We'll have to see if the judges award him that 6-point ride. I believe it fell a little short.
It fell a little short, unfortunately, for him. But yeah, with priority right now, we got Lindblad. He's sitting with priority, Surfer in red. Surfer in red only needs a 5.34 to find himself in that pole position. But nevertheless, for the moment, he's sitting in that transfer spot.
Yeah, so finalizing this heat with a minute remaining, we're still looking for scores of that last of white, which will not be enough, as we see our second place surfer. Nice little off the top right there. Nice little fluid re-entry right there. He's looking to get rid of that low second score. Surfs his way to the inside. He wants to get rid of that 4.33. Is that going to be enough to put him in the first place position? But it seems like San Clemente surfers Kobayashi and Lindblad at the finalizing seconds of this heat, trying to put a lock on it.
Yeah, they're definitely not letting anybody else into the room. They have locked themselves in there with approximately 30 minutes on the clock here. So we got a little replay from Surfer in red. Surfer in red, Lindblad driving down the line. And then unfortunately we cut over to Kobayashi. And I believe it's 16 seconds left on this heat. Sorry for the technical mistake here on the clock. We apologize for that.
Well, that one from white was not enough, but it puts him in the third place position as we see him on screen. This counts. Big turn for the big guy from San Clemente. This wave counts. Another big turn right there. Two more turns. Hopefully he gets the score. He needs a 7.34 now.
Oof.
So
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be enough. I'm going to
open
my mouth here. He knows it, too. He's sitting out there like, was that
right
enough?
Here. Let's see the replay right
he
here.
He's asking himself, was that enough?
Nice first turn right there. Falls in the pocket. Second turn, vertical little hit. He needed to complete that wave, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He throws a fist pump.
He's feeling good about it. Let's finish this out and see what that score comes in as. What do we see?
Not enough for the surfer from San Clemente. So Taj Lindblad wins the heat. In second, Kobayashi.
Well, we're flipping pancakes here. Next heat is coming up in the water now. We got heat number 4. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave you here with Nico, as I can definitely trust you to run this ship So here we go. I'm taking off for a little bit. My name is Alfred Bobet, and up next is coming Nico Moreda.
All right, all right, all right. Well, welcome back. This is the round of 64, heat number 4, when we see in red Michael Dunphy, in white Gabriel Arturo Vargas, in blue Anthony Fillingham, and in green Dylan Ward. I'm Otto Flores, and in the booth with me is the legendary Nico Moreda. Nice to see you, Nico.
What's up, buddy?
We're no strangers to this corner of Arecibo. Talk to us a little bit about this wave and what it means to you.
Wow, this is probably one of my favorite spots on the island. We don't have a lot of lefts, so when we find a long left, it's like goofy heaven for us. Otto and me are both footers, and we live on the land of the rights, so El Rastreala is special for us. Sure.
I definitely share that with Nico and with a lot of our friends. Very rippable left. I think a lot of the surfers from all corners of the world are finding that out slowly but surely with events like this. As we see surfer in red, that is Michael Dunphy. Unfortunately, that wave not panning out for him. Nico, tell me a little bit about what it means to you to have a qualifying series event here, a WSL event, and what it means to you and what it means to Puerto Rico.
I'm super stoked for it. I was talking earlier with Alfred about it, how this definitely helps to raise the level here in Puerto Rico, especially for the younger generations who are like just seeing all the preparation and all the hard work it takes to make heats and just continue to progress during the contest. We've seen really, really good names drop out, and we've seen others that have made it. It seems like the level of surfing is really high, and this is a great place to showcase it, and the Groms here in Puerto Rico get to look at it, see what needs to be done, and hopefully next year they'll be making even more heats.
Well, it seems like this will definitely help the level of surfing in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's no stranger to events. I mentioned before, since the 60s, we've been holding major events for every kind. We've crowned many champions, in the World Tour circuit and other circuits. So this is definitely something that's going to help Puerto Rico's campaign and Puerto Rico's surfing mature into what it should mature. So going back to the heat, as we see surfers on the screen right there, we saw Dylan Horde from the USA in green and Michael Dunphy, both of them kind of putting some scores on the board on the same wave. Nice little top turn right there, a little bit of a tail drift.
Two-hit combo by Dylan Horde. I think it's going to be a good score. We didn't get to see a lot of the Dunphy, but we see the finishing turn, and we know that Dunphy has quite a lot of experience coming down to Puerto Rico. He's a surfer that from the East Coast that has made his way down here for many years. I know he's really good friends with one of my best friends, with Brian Toth, and he's definitely paid his dues down here, Dunphy, and we take good care of him because he's one of the boys over here.
Awesome. And talking about experience, talk to us a little bit about this round of 64. We're going to be seating. We're going to be seeing a lot of seated surfers. We're going to see some local seated surfers by the lights of like Dwight Pastrana, but we're also going to see names like, we saw Kalohe Andino, and a lot of the seated surfers are going to start coming into this round.
That's right. We got Lucas Messinas, who's an ex-CTer. We got Kano Igarashi, who's a CTer. We definitely have a high level of surfing. The best probably in the biz are here from the North American region, and I think it's gonna definitely, we're gonna see some highlights for sure. I'm looking forward to see how our boys from down here, Brian, Dwight, Hamburger, Juan Carlos Herena, a couple of the boys which I think have made it through, get their opportunity to see how they fare. I think they're up for the challenge, and I'm looking forward to it for sure.
A lot of goofy footers in the mix too, on those names that you mentioned. So I share that with you. I think we definitely want to see the lights of all those surfers, especially here at La Marginal. They're no strangers to this wave. They know how to surf it really good. They spent some time practicing in this wave, so eager to see. As we see surfer in blue from Costa Rica, this is Philem.
Anthony Philem, he's also come down here quite a bit. He's come down for the Coronas. So, yeah, he's been here quite a bit as well.
And it seems like there's a bit of a trifecta.
We're going to interviews. So, we'll be back. Take care, guys.
Well, here we have last seed's winner, Taj. Tell me, you were telling me the nuggets were a little bit hard to find, but you were able to get the job done. How was it out there?
It was fun. It seemed like there was more opportunity than I thought. But I went out there and just kind of sat for a long time. But I ended up getting a couple, and it's pretty fun. It's nice to surf a contest with a bunch of water moving and having to battle. So yeah.
Super cool. What is your favorite part about Puerto Rico so far?
I'm pretty stoked on the warm water.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you looking forward to in these next coming heats for you?
Well, I think the waves are getting good. That's the word around town. So I guess that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here we got Surfer in Red, last season's winner. Todd, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
So we're back, Otto.
Yeah, we see Dumphy in red. Nice little campaign right there. Hits that oncoming whitewater section, and yeah, it seems to be. We got a really cool roster of young QS surfers or WSL surfers here that have never been to the island. So it's going to be quite a bit of surprise when they see when the swell fills in and the conditions get a bit more like we're used to seeing. What's been the rumor around town? What are the boys saying? Are they looking forward to that?
Sure. I think the winds are supposed to get really good. So we have a couple of days coming up. I think Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday look really promising forecast. So I think we're in for a treat, definitely for the weekend. And even tomorrow, it already looks like it's starting to clean up compared to earlier in the morning.
Yeah, I believe that I think I've been looking at the forecast for this island for a couple of years. So
forever, every day, every minute.
I believe that, this rain is actually favorable for the conditions. And this town has a very good wind pattern. It holds wind really well, as you can see on your screen. And I think this is the start of the cleanup. I'm looking at the swell really closely for tomorrow and the next couple of days. And I don't think I could forecast a better swell for here. Even that short period, the shorter period's going to really benefit El Rastrial as a wave. When you see 10 to 11 seconds, it actually favors this wave a lot. We like more seconds for the other waves, but this wave really particularly likes that. And when I drove up today, I saw 3 waves spit. So I'm eager to see what the next couple of days have on offer.
Yeah, definitely Otto is the guy for the forecast. This guy knows. He doesn't know what the first swell is doing. He knows what the second, the third, and the fourth swell are doing. He's like, yeah, there's a good swell, but then he has a secondary swell, and then there's a third swell. And I'm like, wow, how do you know all this info? He's like, you have no idea how much stuff I look at. I don't want to even try to question you.
Well, I look at the clouds, and I look at the wind, and I look at the smell, and I know what's happening. So I'm going to say that it's going to be a really exciting last couple of days for sure. So eager to see. Let's talk about the situation in the water
Look
right
at
now.
White.
As we see Vargas just ripping the bag out of this one. Nice backside surfer there.
The goblet, like Alfred likes to call it. Here's Dylan Horde. First turn, second turn.
I really like the
Oh,
fluidity
come
of
on.
this guy.
Oh, getting right out of that. That inside section gets so shallow, and all this energy of water makes it really hard to ride out of some of the maneuvers, just because there's so much water coming from different angles that it makes it really hard to pull your board out of all that white water. But
Well, Nico, as you could see, these guys, they're dropping into a normal looking wave, but when they do their bottom turns and their hits, you kind of see the power of the wave. And I think one piece of advice I would give them for that last section is to kind of ride the coping. the more encrusted you are in the wave, the harder it's going to be to ride out of it. But if you ride the coping and ride away from the wave, that's usually how you make that section. So very interesting surfing from Dylan right there. I really like his flow. I think these goofy footers, when they find the rhythm and the tempo of the wave, it's going to be really interesting because this wave has pockets where it's really strong and really explosive. And as soon as these guys kind of find that recipe and tune it in, we're going to see some airs and some radical maneuvers come into play.
Oh, for sure. I think like what you're saying, I agree with you. I kind of sometimes that end section you gotta hit it a bit earlier because if you time it a bit late, you're gonna come down with the lip and all that white water. It's gonna make it way harder to ride out of it. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it seems like that power of the wave. If you harness it a little bit preempt and you fly away from it instead of being part of it, that's kind of how you get away from it. But let's talk about the situation in the water right now as we see in green, with some mid-range scores. Heat. Yeah, if you look at it at the heat closely, he's got the best rhythm. He's actually surfed the waves the best. In second place, you see in red, Dunphy. They're mid scorers, and I've been talking to Alfred throughout the day. And when you have mid-range scores like that, just one turn could just change the whole heat.
Agree.
We saw it with Kolohe. We saw it with Kobayashi. It's just that one vertical hit at the critical part of the section with that speed, power, and flow where you see those excellent scores drop in. And right now, if you were going to tell me about it, Dylan seems to have the rhythm, but one turn could just change the whole situation.
So everybody's in the heat right now. Everybody's has a chance. Everybody's got one good wave, and it seems like who gets the best backup.
Yeah, it seems like that backup has been very consistently like a mid-range score. As we see Vargas there wanting to get that 0.50 out of his score range. And he's probably going to have two mid-range scores, and it's going to be pretty equal for everybody. So one excellent wave or one potential maneuver could change the conversation.
Yeah, it seems like this wave was enough to push him to advancing position. So it's now pretty tight heat right now between Vargas and Dunphy for that second spot. And Anthony needs a small score as well, so it seems like it's anybody's game right now for sure.
So 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and we're going to see a couple more heats. I think a heat coming up in this round of 64 as we see live action in green. That's an up and out. We're going to see Dimitri Poulos in red, Luke Gilando in blue, Kai Barton in white, and Will Dane. And that's heat number 5 of a round of 64. So a couple of heats, a couple of entertaining heats. I think we're going to see Brian.
Here's blue.
Anthony filling in right there. Run me through this one, Nico.
I don't know. Those are 3-hit combo. I think it's the score definitely he needed. Probably it's going to be one of the best waves on the heat. So I think this is going to pull Anthony into advancing position, and it's going to put some pressure on Dunphy and on Vargas. Here's the heat leader, Dylan Horde. Oh, nice closing section. Seems like that we were talking about the timing. It seems like we didn't see so much water as we would have liked to see, just because the timing was a bit off, but it still was a powerful maneuver ending section. So it might replace that 4.1.
It's still going to stay in that range score.
Yeah, definitely.
From what I believe. And I'm pretty eager to see when one of these guys blows up. I really like the tempo. I really like how he's flowing and reading the wave. I agree with you on that. Like, he kind of got stuck a little bit on the lip, a little bit of a tail release. A 5-point ride looks about accommodating, as we see Surfer in red from the USA, Michael Dunphy, getting a combo, but also looking a bit stuck to me.
Yeah, it wasn't clean like we like to see it. I think like that's what I wanted to ask you, Otto. Like, do you see like it's become like a 2-hit combo wave right now, and whoever makes those two-hit combos best is getting the best scores?
Well, what I've seen the judges award is those clean face top turn hits in the most critical part of the wave. Kolohe got one, Kobayashi got one. The guys who seem to get that open bottom turn and really release and torque their body on one turn, that's where the excellent scores come. Those two-hit scores have all fallen in the mid-range. This is kind of a nice little combo. He had a little bit of a rhythm. He had three 3 nice little turns, but he still falls in that 5 range. So that major bottom turn with major maneuver on those, bigger sections, that's where the scoring potential is in my book.
I agree with you. Now we got to see what Dunphy's going to get for his last one. I think it's going to be his best wave. I think Dunphy's going to get back into the battle this heat.
He just needs a 5.50. I still agree, or I still think that he's going to be in that mid-score range. And it's just an explosive wave what's going to get them out of that conversation. When they get that bottom turn, when they get that release, there are 6 sections. And, there's surfers in prior heats that have already shown the judges that those could be found. So I think they're going to be pretty critical about that. And they already have set the curb. I do see a lot of surfers having these 2-stage turns, but they're falling more on the mid-range. It's when they get that release and when they use their rail that the judges are awarding the point.
You think Dunphy got the score on that one?
I think it's going to be a mid-range score. I don't know if it's going to be enough. If you were going to compare his wave to, say, Dylan's, like the consistency of Dylan just having a little bit more flow is what awarded him the 5.20. So in my book, Dunphy will get like a 5 or a low 4 or a high 4. He still needs to get one of those set waves and really put it up. I mean, as he's very capable of. See, that's very different.
I'm almost sure Dunphy is the reigning champ of the North American Tour right now.
Could be. He could well be. He's definitely a consistent surfer in the WSL. I know he's does really well in the East Coast events and is a very, very constant name on the regional tour. As we see his last wave, nice little top turn hit. That was good. Little on the survival mode on that one, to be honest. Nice little hit right there. I mean, he did the work. He's definitely going to get out of that 3rd place position now, as he got a 5.33 on that last one. So to your point, he still stays on the mid-range score, but he got the better of that. The highest mid-range score, the highest score of the heat so far. So now with that second wave, he may fall into that. Actually, they gave him a 4.53. So he's in second place right now. He's in the advantage position. But I think the judges are really awarding Dylan for a little bit of that fluidity and being more on a connection and a speed with the wave. But to me, if you're still on that mid-range score, which all the surfers are, it's anybody's game, especially with 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I agree, Otto. I think if we're in round of 64, any of those 4 guys are capable of getting a 5 or a 6. So it's anybody's game still. Definitely you want to be either Dylan Horder, Matt Dunphy right now, just because of time remaining. But definitely it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game still. Anthony just needs a 4.87 and Vargas needs a 5.39, which is super makeable scores with one good wave. So we still got our eyes glued to the screen and just see what's going to happen.
Well, if you look at Dylan's strategy, he's leading the heat, but he's looking for that excellent wave. He's got the 5s, he's got priority. So now he's going to pick the eyes out of the lineup and try to get a wave that at least offers him those 2 big major maneuvers so he can get that excellent score. And he's sitting pretty with priority. He's just got to pick the eyes out of the lineup and get that good wave.
And he's got the priority, so that'll help him control a lot of the heat.
Yeah, and with a day like today too, it's hard to identify those waves. That shorter period swell. We saw a bit of a storm all day today, making it choppy, putting peaks everywhere. It's really hard to identify. Usually, when it's glassy or when it's a lined up ground swell, you can see what the good wave looks like. Today, it's a bit more tricky. And that could play in his favor or could play against them.
I agree. But definitely, you could see, sometimes it's not good to sit out too far back. Seems like there are a lot of opportunities in the inside. So if you're planning on playing defense, you wanna sit more inside than be on the outside of your competitor would be my best advice. Just because a lot of waves are passing under the guys sitting really out the back, and there's some opportunity definitely.
Well, I was talking to Alfred a little bit about this. It seems like Gabriel found his rhythm in the White Peak, back in the ISA, and really identified this wave on the shoulder. Even when he had priority, he wouldn't go too far up the point, and he would stay on that wide peak, and what that offers you is that inside section. And I think Yago, I think Ramsey Buchanan, and Gabriel really took advantage of those waves and found their rhythm and kind of found the recipe of a very mismatched lineup at El Rastrial, but identified that wide wave is always going to be a good scoring possibility.
That's some good insight on. I agree that there's definitely one wave that gives a lot more opportunity than the regular wave that comes out.
Well, sometimes that peak will be super standing up, and then it'll just die out. That one wide peak always lines up and kind of rides out the reef. So I agree with you. Dylan shouldn't just bank on staying outside. He should have his eyes open. And having that pole position with a priority, if he sits on the shoulder, he still has the right of the waves. So he doesn't really need to worry about that. So 4 minutes remaining. First and second still sitting pretty, but that mid-range score just allows anybody to get into that advancing position. We see filling him.
Seems like Dunphy made him go on a bad one right there.
Sold him on that one.
Sold him a super terrible wave, it seems, and made him lose priority. And now Dunphy's going to have 3 minutes and 40 seconds to.
Very good strategy from Dunphy right there.
There you see the experience. Dunphy is a master of the game. I've always watched his game, and he's super smart competitor.
Well, I guarantee you he has got a bunch of heat under his belt. And he's been in this situation so many times that he knows exactly what to do. As we see Vargas here, nice little top turn right there. Could have gone more vertical in my book. Looking for that inside. Big turn right there on the inside. Loves it, feels it. Is that going to be enough? Is that a 5.39?
I don't know. It's going to be close. Dunphy let him go, having the priority. I don't know if Dunphy could have blocked him, but
I feel that first turn could have been a bit more vertical, but the second turn, Nico,
had a lot of downtime between the two turns. Is the only critic that I would say, but there were two powerful maneuvers, and it's not a big score, so it's gonna be close.
Well, if we compare it to the other waves,
they gave him 4.7, I think.
So he stays in that fourth position.
4.87, yeah.
4.87 on that last one.
Wow, look at those scores, all in the 9 range. I mean, between second and fourth, it's super tight. It's just decimal points.
But it's a 5 to get into that first place position. So, a 6 will get fourth into first. So it's really equal out there with 2 minutes remaining. So, like I say, and I probably repeat myself, one wave could change the heat. One turn could change the heat.
Definitely. I think right now it's hard for the judges who've put themselves between 4 and 5s, and now it's hard to throw a 6 when everything is between a 5 and a 4.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the score pans out. 2 minutes remaining, 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this heat, and we'll see what happens, what unfolds. Nico, I believe one more wave is just going to change the conversation. It's a matter of who catches it.
Seems like waves are coming. At the end of the heat, it's going to be a scramble for sure.
Yeah.
Look at everybody paddling out the back. Seems like something's going to happen.
Well, we'll have to see if any of these waves pan out. Hopefully Dylan could take advantage of that priority position. Second place, Dunphy in red, wanting to hold on to that second place position. Anthony Fillingham and Gabriel Arturo Vargas, one score away from advancing. Let's see what the ocean provides with under a minute remaining. Wow.
See that other peak we were talking about?
That white peak had 5 waves.
had something, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the people that really find that and don't even worry about having priority or positioning really come out with great scores. I think Kolohe found a wave down there. I think Kobayashi found a wave absolutely down there. And finding the recipe is really important for the surfers out here because it could be the difference of winning or losing. As you see red going
Dunphy.
right.
Oh, you see he blocked blue. Good
strategy.
He used his priority.
Good strategy right there. 9 seconds remaining. He's waiting for somebody to not catch a wave, but it looks like Dylan Horde and Michael Dunphy are going to make it out of this one. Great surfing by the young Americans. Unfortunately, Latin America not making it out of this one. Surfer from Peru and from Costa Rica bowing out of the event, as we see on screen, Michael Dunphy.
And if you see Dunphy, it was so important what he did with his priority when he made Anthony Fillingham, sold him on the bad wave, took his priority, and then at the end of the wave was able to capitalize on that decision and hold Anthony Fillingham from catching a possible scoring wave.
Awesome. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be coming back with heat number 5 around in 64.
We're back on. This is heat number 5 of round of 64. We got in red Dimitri Pools. We got in blue Luke Ginaldo. We got in white Kai Barden. And in green Will Dean. This looks like a stacked heat, right, Lenny?
Stacked heat. Actually, it's East Coast versus West Coast.
Wow.
So, pretty good one here. And
I know Dimitri was doing good on the Challenger Series this year. He's from, I want to say Santa Barbara, right?
He's from, I believe it's in that area up there in the Central Coast.
Yeah.
And of course, Luke Guinado's down in Costa Rica.
Oh, nice.
Even though he's from America itself. So, and then of course we got Kai Barton and we got Will Dean from the East Coast.
Nice. So this is going to be a showdown.
I can tell you what, I was outside in the rain during my break. I actually had to put these on because my eyes are getting a little tired. But the paddle out is intense because the tide is dropping. That area where all the white water is just getting bigger. And the water is still moving. The swell is still increasing. It's supposed to be increasing all the way through tomorrow.
Yeah.
And,
and I don't know if you can see it from the screen, but the inside of Rastial has a lot of sea urchins. So you got to be careful where you go in and where you go out. This is green. First good turn. Second good turn. It was Will Dean.
And he holds on to it.
Yeah.
So it's a good start. It's always important to get a good start.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in round 64. This is it. I believe in round 64, if you can win a heat in round 64, you can win this.
Wow. Yeah, the level already at 64 is the best of the best.
It is, because this is the last seeded round.
Last seeded
before you go in. So, yeah, if you can win a 64, you have that chance. Even second place, you have that chance of pushing it all the way through the finals, giving yourself that opportunity for that win.
How many more heats you got to make, Lonnie? It's 32, then it's 16. Then it's
quarters.
Quarters.
If they run 2-man heats after that, it'll be quarters, semis, and then finals. So the last 2 QSs that I was part of, because of the lack of waves, they skipped those 2-man heats and just made them 4-man heats.
Okay. This is white.
We got Kai Barton up, a little insider going left. He's going to see if he can find an end section so he can maybe pop something here.
Work that little wave down, but there were no major maneuvers, right?
No major maneuvers. Not going to be a real good score, but again, it's about getting that blood flowing and that rhythm going. And I noticed also the keyhole that you see in this video screen.
Yes.
Is not really being used right now just because of the conditions. They're actually going into the area where all the sea urchins are. So to paddle out, but it's and it looks like we need Blues looking for some information.
Yeah, I think I don't know if he was asking for priority or if he's asking for. Well, he's got the priority now, so maybe that's what he was asking for.
Yeah, because he's still without a wave. And here he
he
drops
goes.
in, comes up with a nice little carve, wraps it back around again.
He's looking spicy, huh?
He is. I've talked to his parents before, and I've talked to him. Super good human. and he surfs just like that as well. So, but
It kind of seems like a lot of the surfers, and I'm not trying to make a generalization, but for me, it seems like a lot of the surfers in themselves are usually, most of them, I don't want to say all of them, most of them are humble and really nice. Travel and you meet obligate, humble and friendly. Well, sacrifice. Economic.
So
Sometimes you want to take the sticker off the board.
Prop.
I heard somebody had to go to the hospital.
That they have. I was at a. Doctor said that here's play that actually have my part fourth priority, third eating just small.
So, Lonnie, do you think that the reason why Luke Wave wasn't scored higher is because judges are looking for more vertical turns, not so horizontal, more vertical, more bottom turn into between each turn? That's what they're looking
for. Bottom, but everything else like. I think it was just the wave.
Yeah, it was the wave that didn't provide.
It just kind of flat a little bit out. But you know what? That'll find maybe a little bit big wave. Lift that up. They'll have your choice of. We're still waiting for Dimitri.
Open up his campaign.
Absolutely.
Definitely those 5 extra minutes that they're getting now, and they're in for the time. Before it was 20 minutes each. Now they're giving them 25. And I think those 5 extra minutes are really helping out the competitors, just because it's like you said, it's really hard to paddle out there. A lot of current.
Bueno, mi gente, aquí estamos con el ganador del último heat, Horde. How was that last heat? You pulled it through somehow. Talk to us.
Yeah, the waves are getting better. It's getting clean, and I had a heat this morning, and it was kind of all over the place, a little windy, and dude, it was a lot of work. But that one was a lot of fun. I mean, I got a couple of good ones, and I had one that I wish I landed my last turn. I got close, but whatever. At least I squeaked through after not landing that.
Absolutely, you squeaked through. What are you looking forward to?
Just enjoying Puerto Rico. It's my first time here, so just kind of getting the lay of the land and cruising around, meeting some cool locals, and yeah, surfing some fun waves too.
Awesome, excellent. Thank you so much, Horde. Good luck on the following heats coming up, man. Be well.
So we're back on, Lenny.
You're DJ today.
Yeah, I'm DJing. I've never had this experience, so I'm learning something new, but I'm enjoying it. That was a really good turn by Dimitri.
Blew the fins out on that one.
I think it was one big turn, but I think he's gonna get scored well. It got a 5. It was the best turn of the heat.
I
agree.
So it's possible out here. Really gnarly look. Went up. We'll see here with Will take back a little bit. Probably not on purpose.
I don't know if the judges are gonna deem that complete. I think it was like kind of messy finish. Yeah. But what we were talking about, Lonnie, that I was talking with Otto, it seems like the judges have been between those high 3s and 5s, and they kind of like put themselves in a box, like on scores. And I hope it happened on the heat before. Everybody was between a 4 and a 5, and it seemed like harder for the judges to differentiate the scores and the surfing. And I hope it doesn't happen on this one, because I hope we can see higher scores and more and better total scores at the end of the day.
They're all kind of surfing on that standard score wise. Want to see some, Blue, that was awesome right there. He hit the lip a little late, but it was still critical.
Yeah, and it was a hard. Oh, there we go again.
Right up. Gonna make that right there. Like, I think that's probably gonna be way right now.
I think this could go into the highest wave of the heat.
He hit it late, but it was still critical.
Oh yeah, it was a hard wave. Then he comboed it up a couple of more turns. I think judges are. This last turn, are they gonna deem it complete?
It looked like. There it goes. Will.
Oh, he got deemed 6.17 for Luke Ginaldo, so I guess they deemed it complete. Taking over the lead.
Put them in first. And Will Dean, so we'll wait for a score here. Currently in second, 5-6. Eden a 5. Still have a second priority. Sitting with a 5. 6. Still third. Anyways, are you from the area here?
Well, let me tell you, Lonnie, my family originally is from Arecibo. My grandfather is from this area. He left and we moved to the city. My grandfather moved to the city, so I grew up in San Juan. And then I started working over here 15 years ago and haven't turned back. I really love Arecibo. The quality of waves in Arecibo is probably best town. Between Arecibo and Isabel are probably the two best towns for surfing in Puerto Rico, I would say. And yeah. And to tell you the truth, like a lot of people don't know this, but Arecibo till recently was very localized, very how can I say it? It wasn't the safest place to go. Your car would get broken into before, or locals were pretty heavy here. There's a big boogie board family here that demands a lot of respect as well. So a lot of people were scared of coming to Arecibo, and with these events and through the years, it's gotten a lot better, and a lot of people are coming more down to Arecibo now and getting to see. Oh, look, now it's blowing up. Blue just did an air reverse
on a smaller size wave, but still.
Yeah. His surfing is spicy though. His board looks good under his feet. You could tell it's a board that's worked for him. And he doesn't look like stuck or like glued onto the wave, generating a lot of speed. So I think this is gonna be a good wave.
I've tried to break.
Okay.
So probably about 3 years to the last. Tried hollows.
Hollows is them.
Over the box.
Cueva Vaca is really fun.
Okay.
Cueva Vaca is really fun, and there's a bunch of other waves right up. Like even like if you look right now at the contest site, if the cameraman could turn just a bit to the left, there's another left up there called El Pico, which gets pretty good, and not even half a mile from here, there's another wave called Malgara, which are version of pipe and backdoor, and hopefully tomorrow or Saturday, you guys get to see a bit of it.
I think
this is for us for sure.
Like
That's what I was talking to yesterday, Alfred, about Hawaii 7 Mile. This is our. There's actually even another wave. Like if you're looking at the screen towards the right, far right, when it gets really big, there's a wave over there as well. That's like a left lab. Ask Brett Farley about it. He'll tell you that caught a super sick.
And reach blue when he go get it. That
Put them in the lid.
That lead with a 1-4, 2-wave full, 2-wave full.
Here's red. One hack. Second slash. See it.
And he's sitting on a 5 as top. But got 7.
Here's white. This wave looks good.
Fighting.
See how the wave like divided itself into 2 waves or something? It was like weird. He
Double.
timed it pretty well.
Kind of fell there.
Just didn't seem like he had a lot of control on it, right? At the end.
So
I think judges, like, that's one thing that I've seen from surfing that now judges really want to see any maneuver be really controlled and written out cleanly to get the score that you're really looking for. If it looks messy or you take a bit too much time in getting back up or back out of the white water, then the score is going to.
At this level, it's all about really make you look. But anyways, right now currently we have Otto, Dimitri Poulos, who started slow, now in second. They have the East Coast third, fourth. Ty Barton third, fourth priority with a 6-13 to 4. Will Dean Green sitting in the priority 5.
So low scores.
Yeah, low scores. 1 to advance. He already has.
Here goes white. He has a sweeping roundhouse. Little turn in between. Oof, here's red. That's what I mean, Lanny. Look at the transition from maneuver to maneuver, how he doesn't lose speed. That's what I think the judges are looking for.
Oh, movement rail is.
I think this is going to be another 5, high 5, maybe even a 6. Demetrius looks good. Right now, I think, like we're saying, it's just the speed, power, and flow that you see from turn to turn. Look at this wave.
This is Will Dean in green.
Oof.
Oh, killed that.
Good one, Will. And out the back. Oof. I think judges want to see you finish the wave. That's the important part. It's like the exclamation point in the sentence. You need to finish it cleanly. But I think the damage was done with that. Second turn was really powerful, and I think the judges are going to reward.
So it was 2 big turns outside.
Yeah.
Where he getting control even when he was thrown.
I think now there's going to be a battle for that second.
No, well, I mean, Luke, the 10-14. The other. So, got almost 8, 5. So, plenty of time. Still big force, but.
Good.
Little. Side.
This is the turn that we were talking about. Whack!
The big.
And combo followed it up with another one.
That might put him in. Get in second. Well, so wait.
Yep, getting on scores.
Red, we got a. What I can say about this area here,
that gets me really happy. I love We're back, Lonnie. Getting work done. We just saw a couple of waves, right?
They that is
Oh, he claimed it. He liked it. It was a 394 what he needed. Dimitri's, see this. Gonna be around. I think I would like to see a little more water that turn, but still it was a critical wave. Like about it was I just saw my good friend Brian Toth arrived. He's like the mayor here in Puerto Rico for his performance. Oh yeah. Ooh, it's on the count. Oh, so we're waiting on the score for Will Dean.
Good.
Wow, this is gonna be on the. This is gonna be. Oh. We're waiting on scores, right? That is last wave?
Looks like.
Then we're not waiting on anything. Not enough.
So,
so Dimitri made it through. He with the bullet. He was that was a close one. Oh.
On for like ever. Here we go. We got it. Have
Yep.
Going at it. But hour break.
Oh yeah, it hasn't stopped raining right now. Since daylight, it's raining all day. There's a storm on top of us.
Yeah, there's a tropical system that actually I think southeast of us, but bringing slight side shore off, and it's supposed that system is supposed to putting up. You're on the west side of the island. Got a year.
I heard Rincon was really good today. I heard had some really fun waves.
Getting that push.
Yeah, and the wind over there super off.
Yeah, when we go surf early trade,
Wilderness is a match, one of our,
and it's super.
And it hold huge swells. Like I've seen, seriously, it holds up to like 20.
I've been out there on. So, yeah, and it's just you can actually.
Oh yeah, there's so many other points down there. It's a mix called Pressure Point and Wishing Well, and there's just so many waves going down there.
It's like Florida.
Yeah, this is our Disneyland. And Wilderness for me is like wave that we compare to Sunset. Really powerful, really big, and it has a huge wall to paint on. Sometimes it even barrels up. Amazing wave. What Wilderness we say should be one of our national.
Well, it is. This place, solidify. Hook some art. Using Arecibo as a backdrop.
Nice. Here's green.
And that's Blair Lavick. Not much going on that. I think it was kind of decided after that bottom turn.
Even seemed like maybe he had his leash like wrapped around his leg or something, because he didn't seem like it stand up like what
Like
he
a
wanted.
like a normal guy.
Yeah.
Kind of reaching. And
If he, oh,
got the dunk.
there's
But it
a
was-
lot of bump and grinding out there.
He got the dunk on the back, which is better than on the right. So, but anyways, he got up 5-0. That just put the lead. 21 minutes, seconds left. So waiting for Jillian, Riley, and Rube get up on the board, get their house order, and get it.
I definitely want to see Jet Chilling and Rylan Rubin surf. I know they're two really good goofy footers, and I really want to see how they fare here in this really good left. You know, when the ISAs came, like all those like Gabriel Medina, Ramsey, and Yago and Cowley, all those guys were the goofy footers were just having a blast out there. There's this the end section is so good for airs. I think like those guys are gonna have up.
John. So.
Oh yeah, he was surfing so good. Like I had some free surfs with him. He was just how he finds barrels and waves that it was windy, onshore winds. He would still be getting barrels and coming out of them. I don't want to say what beach we were at just because it's gonna make for crowd, but he would find like barrels and waves. Here goes Jet. Oh.
Get the third one in. Find that little end section. Seal the deal on that one.
Yeah.
So that was pretty heavy wave, especially.
Yeah, he had some critical sections for sure.
That's going to be a good start for the first wave. Got a little bit behind the 8-ball at first, but tapped that lip. Nice little float off.
Floating. Oh, closes it correct. Like judges like
half finish. You know, finish. So green before that again had one of those really weird waves.
Yeah, maybe there's a fin, loose fin.
Could be, but there you go with Jet. 6, 7, start off campaign here on 6 with 8:45 seconds left. Excited to see A. Hernandez been lights out prior. He'll be the local come November when.
Nice. I know Ray been here in Puerto Rico before. I think he was here for I want to say the Corona. Yeah.
And you know that Corona is back to the recent. Back.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped. It was kind of back to back because we had the Corona and we had the local national contest. Then we had the Alice. Now we have this. So it was like 4 weekends straight of contest.
So we're just actually got two of the surfers right now.
Rylan Rubens and Ray Hernandez.
Do that hot waves. So we're
been almost 8 minutes since the heat started, so you can tell.
There goes Red. Jet, see what he does. Oh, throws a nice air, lands it and rides right out of it. Didn't have much after that, but that was a really nice wave.
I think this is gonna back up as 6. Now it's gonna allow full row.
Full row, no hands.
Oh, it's gonna be a.
That's gonna make it hard. That 2 good waves right off the top. That's the way you.
Yeah, now that it allows Jet to sit and wait for a really good score. Oh, here's Here's Ray Hernandez. Second turn. Third turn with a lot of water.
And that's the way to start off.
At least you got one on the pot. Now you got one keeper.
Absolutely. And you know, that first turn was
wow.
Just all that power. Here he goes.
And look at this other turn. Look at this third turn too. A lot of water here too. Boom.
Beautiful. That could be Jet first.
I liked it better than Jet Wave. I don't know if I liked it more than the full row, but it was a really good.
It was. The flow was super. And it was a different
717.
Yeah, 7-7. So yeah, so that was actually better than Jet. Actually better than both of his, the 402. But Jet Chilling now with first wave is first place 12.
They're going to interviews, so we'll be back later.
Won that last heat. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. The waves are super fun, and yeah, it's really nice here. I like the waves.
Right on. Is this your first time in Puerto Rico?
This is my first time in Puerto Rico, yeah.
Right on. How are you liking it?
I like it. The local food's pretty good. Everyone's really nice. And yeah, I'm just kind of stoked to be here. There's like waves everywhere around here.
Yeah, there is actually a lot of waves. What are you looking forward to this past couple of next days coming up? What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, it looks like the forecast is going to be pretty good. So I'm just excited to keep surfing, show what I have. I definitely think I have a lot more left in the tank. So I'm super excited just to put on a show and yeah, it'll be fun.
Awesome. Luke, congratulations, and I'll see you next heat.
Thank you so much.
All right, brother. Be well. Yep.
We're back.
And so during that little break with the interview, saw one.
Rylan Rubens caught a wave. Here's the replay.
Comes up and hits it.
This is going to be a good one. Oh.
Finish right.
See all that bump on the bottom of the wave. You see how.
So, you know, that was similar. That was kind of a wave that Ray was surfing. Kind of wave that Ray was.
Yeah.
Didn't have speed.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ray had a little more water in his turns. You could see a lot more splash. You see the difference for
4-8.
But definitely puts Rylan back in the heat. Now he needs what? Need the.
This is 2-3-5.
Yeah, but Ray he hasn't had a second score.
Yes.
So if you're trying to compare it to probably with Jets or Ray's second wave, probably going to need around a 5.
Well, he's
5 or 6. It's going to be like.
I mean, look at great.
You don't think that number is going to last if he wants to make it.
If he wants to.
You think it's going to be around the 12-point total? Need to be around those.
I mean, you know, if break. So currently, we have with Jet Chilling sitting in the lead with priority spread with 12. With wave kind of throwaway.
Oh, Jet Chilling looks like he wants to fly.
Out of that. Then we got Rylan currently in third. Going to move up. Going second. Just a one-way. And Laird is sitting in fourth. Back. There we go, Medallia Light.
Yeah, that's our beer sponsor.
So,
our local beer, amazing beer. Oh, good turn for Laird.
But it looked like when I caught it. But high score right throwaway. There we go. Oh, I don't know. Wait, got third. Still sitting 12 back a little bit
Oh
more.
yeah, he just wait and wait on a good wave. Try to raise his six.
Made 0 on that wave. That
Wow.
green. So the judges were really impressed on that, especially the finish.
That was
so that jumps him right back up into second place. He's sitting in fourth priority, but Ray Hernandez with really just one kind of score, all one.
Oh,
Sometimes that saves the paddle when you know you might lead it, right?
Oh,
so you know the wind is in their favor. The wind is kind of coming out of the south southeast. So when they do throw that board up, that wind is pushing. It's not a bad. Good, try those errors left.
I agree. I agree with you, Lonnie. Here in Puerto Rico, hard to do errors on the right. Need to grab on board most of the time, or the wind will blow it out of. But on the left, close it on. It helps a lot for front side footers or side for the regular. Definitely, air winds for left, not air winds.
I have some friends that I'm a good putter, putters, and come to Puerto Rico, and we're always expected to surf back.
It's always
but this is but this is the one time that I've seen where it's basically all left so far.
Laird, that wave, important wave right there, fell on his turn. Yeah, Lonnie, like you were saying, definitely. I'm a goofy footer as well, and I recently had 2 kids, and my oldest right now, I'm trying to get him to be a regular just because here in Puerto Rico, it's way easier to get a good wave on a right than on a left.
You know, and I believe that your backside is usually your more. You learn how to use it.
Yeah.
Because you really can push off back. But it's good to to see some lefts.
We have some really good, like Hobos, like we were talking about the other day. Hobos is Disneyland for sure for any surfer who wants to surf a right point break. It's wave off the rock, hit it many times as you really. Sometimes your legs won't even hold up till the end of the wave. That's how good it is. So yeah, when I think about my kids, I'm like, I hope they can go front side on this one day. But we have the same fun backside, so it's fine. It's just like,
you know, what's unique about that wave is it goes into a cove, so that cove kind of controls the current. Paddle out.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, you're gonna just turn around and try to paddle out. You're gonna get washed down.
Yeah.
You have to actually kind of come back in towards the beach and let the current take you all the way around. You know, out back to the rock.
It's funny because there are a lot of the local guys, the really good surfers, don't even wear a leash because the wave, if the board goes out, it just goes into that pond kind of inside, and they just grab it and just swim around the cove and go through the rock back out there.
Yeah.
So it's perfect setup for you don't even want to wear a leash.
And it's a wave for all to.
Oh yeah.
So if you have if you're a competitive surfer and you got your family there and so forth, they.
Oh yeah, the inside is like it has this little sandbank, perfect for Grom to learn. Sure.
There it goes. There's a replay of red. Yeah. Beautiful.
I don't know if you met him, but I have a really good friend here, Ramon Peluca Santiago. He has a surf school down there in Hobos, and he has a acai place, and he's like.
Oh, and that was sweet right there.
Oh, Ryland had a good turn right there.
And he looked happy. You see his face?
Yeah.
The expression on his face, he was like, yeah.
So now it's going to be a tight heat between Laird, Ray, and Ryland. Ryland now got his backup. Now we're going to see what judges are going to give him. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And
and here it goes with the replay. Let's see how this is just super fast. Right up into it. Right back.
Oof, was a powerful. It was one turn, but it was a. If you compare it to Laird's turn, which one do you think?
Well, he needed a 3.98 to get into that second.
Oh, he definitely
get above Laird. So we'll see.
Ryland, here he goes. It was a 5.13.
5.13. I was a little surprised about Laird.
5.8. 5.8.
Thought it was a little. I was a little high, but we're not judging. And but anyways, yeah. So that puts Ryland back up in the second. Got 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. The Jets still sitting on that 12-7.
Look at Ray Hernandez. He's there. He just needs a 2.79, which isn't a big score at all. It's probably one good turn. It'll be enough.
Just needs that backup.
Here we see Red again. Jet chilling. Ooh.
Oh, there you go. And that is live.
Wow. That was a big. He even liked it. He claimed it. He liked it.
That's going to better, I believe, his other two top scores.
Oh, for sure. I think that first turn was kind of a bit out of control, but for some reason he got out of that white water, see, right there, and was able to turn it into a full good air reverse. Comboed it up. I think the judges are going to like it.
Yeah, I think he hit a few bumps on the way back up out of that turn.
Okay.
To come up. That's where he looked like almost kind of reached down a little bit. Might have been moving, but you know what? He threw the air right after that.
There's some small scores to move into advancing position. So Ryland Rubin is not safe at all. Laird Lavick and Ray Hernandez need small scores. Laird leads 4.16, and Ray needs a 2.79. So Ryland Rubin needs to be on the defensive side right now, or get really offensive and raise his backup score. Definitely, right now it's 10 times for.
Yeah, look, and this score coming in right now for Jet is looking
6.83.
6.83. So that is his highest.
Yeah, 13. There you go.
Score.
They made it to the 13 range.
Made it to the 13 range.
You were saying they were gonna get there.
Yeah, I mean, as these rounds go, scores, that's gonna be your get out for the heat. You know, those 13s and those 14s.
Oh yeah.
Like there's no letdown whatsoever on the gas. Get going. So you have to just go.
Not even a letdown. You need to raise the level up.
Yeah, I heard one of the judges spoke to me and says, you know what, Lonnie, they just gotta show no fear. They just gotta throw it at it, go at it. And that's what it's gonna take, especially in conditions like. So and the really cool thing is, I think when it's kind of wild like this, kind of uncontrollable, and there goes, didn't quite make that. That
was an important turn right there, for sure.
You know, when you get conditions that are kind of like this, big, kind of nasty, they really give you opportunity to do things you never. So or let your, so kind of exciting to watch.
Oh, do you think that would have been the score?
Could have been, yeah. He couldn't finish that last turn he needed. That was Laird. He needed just a 4.6.
Seems like Ray Hernandez is been with the highest score for a long time in this heat. Hasn't been able to find his backup, and there's only 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
And I have seen nines and heats.
Oh, that's the saddest story in the world.
That didn't advance in the top two because they couldn't get back. Sometimes you just gotta say, you know what? You see everybody else getting scores. You're sitting on that one, and it's getting down in time. You know what? You gotta
paddle to their inside, and just grab something.
You've got to do something. So you got to start moving.
He needs a 2.79, and tell you the truth, a 2.79 is a weird number out here for the wave, that because not an easy score. With
it's in between like
two turns. Else. It's one decent turn or two minimals.
And I just saw Ray paddling to the east, scrapping. So he sees something out there. Kind of paddle out of our screen. Here's a replay of Jet again on that. You can see where he kind of reached down and kind of hit something.
Oh,
but then he just goes at it. And look how close feet were to the front of that board.
Yeah. Now he moves his feet. His feet dance is the amazing.
Moved it in the air and then moved it back. So he didn't have to quit up. That take a lot of work, a lot of practice, a lot of unsuccessful attempts to get those attempts, to get those makes. So, but we got a minute 52 left.
Here's we got blue.
And there goes Rylan on a really nice first turn. Coming up and hitting the lip again.
Oh, this is going to be a...
Just the tail.
Oof.
And
Finish
he is sitting on a 5-1-3 and a 4-8-3. And we'll see if that one betters any of those two.
I think this is going to be his best score. Look at the replay.
It's going to...
One turn in the outside. Second turn on the outside. Open face. Rack. Another third. Rack. Stay back. And
he's still going.
And he's finish it off. I think this is going to...
Yeah, at least.
And
maybe
Ray Hernandez better put... There, we got 1 minute left.
Maybe even a little bit higher. Because the wave had size very beginning.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So, but there's Laird on his replay. So good first turn. That second turn was a little soft on it. Wave kind of didn't give it to him. But he's still working. He's still going to work on it. Got 39 seconds left.
Here's Ray, who needed a 4.9 now. You see,
And
Rylan got a 7.
He got a 7.03. So that makes Ray's
needs a 5.
4.99. So and that all because of Ruben. Rylan got that 7.3, changed the whole situation.
You and I would be sure that. Oh, look how shallow it's down there. If he wouldn't have, now he's gonna have to walk on those tears.
I think he's gonna flip his board over and come in upside down on that. But here, let's see his replay. Just a little setup turn, not much on it. Another little setup turn, just kind of working towards getting the inside.
He didn't get it. He got a 3.2.
Yeah, that wasn't going to be that 4.99. It just didn't have any oomph to it.
Bonnie, I got to go take care of my kids, but thank you for having me at the booth.
Oh, God, thank you for having me.
I love you guys. Have a great time.
Well, all right, here we go. Alfred Bobay back in the scene over here, taking the control room. I'm all over the place. I'm conducting interviews here in the booth with my boy Lonnie yet again. And these are the last 2 heats of the day, right? And so far, talk to me. Who's in the water?
So anyways, we got Tyler Gunter and John Mell who were seeded in this round of 64. And we've got 2 guys that have just killed it. The prior heats in Oscar Urbina and Jack Zeitz. And so this is going to be a really, really exciting heat, I believe. We got 25 minutes now in this round of 64. So we're at 23:47. So, but I met Oscar a couple months ago and just totally blew me away with the surfing. And I'm a big fan of Oscar. And
right on.
You can see the excitement in him when he talks about the surfing.
Yeah, he's a very, very passionate surfer. Oscar Urbina desde Costa Rica aquí visitándonos y en esta ronda de 64 el competidor, el tico, Oscar Urbina en blanco, ahí se encuentra una vez más batallando y tratando de lograr y terminar con esa campaña para llegarle un día más, ¿no? Y pues aquí seguimos con 23 minutos en el reloj.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is maybe, I don't know, kind of put a little ruffle on the surface a little bit.
Yeah, I think it actually went down in size a little bit. the tide is so low. I was just out there. All these guys that are coming out of the water, actually, they're all getting like ripped with sea urchins. Like even as they're paddling. So these guys, their fingertips are coming out with all the sea urchins. So it's not a good feeling. To be a competitor and have to deal with that.
When
talk to me.
I'm sorry. When I was on my break, they were not using the keyhole because the conditions were not allowing them to really use it and get into that surf zone.
Yeah.
So they had to use that area that they've been told really not to with the sea urchins, you know.
No, unfortunately, like it's just a matter of sometimes they forget, and based on current and such, you just fall into that bad spot. But just to keep in mind for all those surfers that are coming up tomorrow, when tide does come down, you want to move as far off to the right on that wall and away from that huge reef line and the rug of never-ending sea urchin.
And there goes Oscar on his start for his round of 64 Heat 7 with a 3.33. He looked excited when he finished. Turned around and was kicking and paddling, really excited.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, we'll see what Tyler Guntner, I believe he's actually from Newport Beach.
Okay, yeah, Tyler Guntner.
Southern California, as well as John Mel.
Nice. Yeah, we got a California crew out here. They're representing. We got Surfer in Blue here. J Mel blazing one off the top. And crossing over a nice little cutback. Trying to connect that little inside section. You got Surfer in Green out of the back.
And that was Jack. And he went to town on that one with what we could see. We'll see what happens with when we come with the replay. See if we can get the full length of that ride right there. But it looks like Tyler now is left without a ride. The only rider without a ride. So we're waiting for scores for John Mellon, for Jack Zeitz, for Green. So, but anyways, we've got 20 minutes and 37 seconds left. And, you know, it's been a kind of another quick day. It doesn't feel like it's been a real long day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, maybe, you know, I did get quite a long break. So,
yeah, no, we've been out here. Like, this is actually not work for me. I'm having a great time. I'm having a blast meeting all these competitors. The level of surfing super high. And as we see Surfer in White here, Oscar Urbina, yet again going from 6 to 12. Small guy, big, you know, like getting in those lines. You know, he's unfortunately seems a little frustrated with that last little. He may want to have squeezed it out a little more, but Surfer in White doing his thing.
And there's Tyler Gunter on his first wave and couldn't quite get around on that second turn.
Why was that? The turtle.
The turtle's
still here, man. The turtle's attacking everyone.
Their turtle doesn't take a break.
No, the turtle's busy. He's Puerto Rican.
And it looks like we're going to go to interview with Pauline.
All right, Pauline, waiting outside. Pauline, talk to me.
Hi, Dee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How fun was there?
Yeah, it's really fun out there. Just stoked to surf a left in a contest.
This is your first time here?
No, second time.
When was the last time?
I was here 6 months ago, filming some stuff, and yeah, stoked.
Was fun?
Yeah, super fun out there. Surfed a pretty bad heat, but managed to do a couple airs and make it through. A couple little sixes get me through, so I'm fired up.
That is amazing. Do you want to say something back home?
Shout out to the SC boys, Griff, Cato, Crosby, Cole. Shout out my parents, Pat Tenori, Snake Patterson, Snake the Jake, couple sixes through the heat, boom, boom, boom. That's up.
You have so amazing energy. Thank you so much. We are continuing here, and this is WSL.
All right, that was super fun. Thank you for that.
And there's the secret. You really want to shoot for 6 to 8 point waves every time you get up on that surfboard.
Well, actually, I think the secret is having fun.
Well, absolutely.
Because my man seemed like he's having a good time.
And those scores make it fun, too. So.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he just did admit he was able to sneak on through. So he did get the job done. You know what I'm saying?
And I think he might be a comedian when he grows up one day. And
well,
he gets done with surfing.
He seems pretty grown up to me at this point, but he is a lively character there. Saying a huge shout out to the boys out there in California.
And there goes Oscar in white.
Oscar's currently sitting in first. He's got a 3.8 and a 3.33. So that is the situation right now out in the water. Surfer in white is currently sitting in first. Gunter, with an opening wave, I believe, it came in at a 3.3, and his backup score now is a 2.5. Surfer in blue, J Mel, cracks it open with a 4.67. So does Surfer in green. He also has a 4.67 there. So relatively
not
early here on the on this second to last heat of the day. We got Surfer in white with the replay, comes out hands in front, letting the judges know that he did come out of the whitewater. Talk to me, buddy.
Absolutely. That actually might, I think, help Oscar's campaign. We're checking to see. In fact, I think he got a 4.30 on that. So that actually helped him.
Yeah, there you go. Unfortunately, it's not up on your board, but we see here we have this head judge's scoring table readily available to us. We can see that Surfer in white has a 4.3 with a backup score now of a 3.8.
So and Tyler sitting currently in third priority. I just need a 4.8 to move into that leading position, that first position.
Yeah, I mean, these guys cracked it open. Surfer in blue and Surfer in green. They busting the door down with a 4.67, and they don't really have a huge ask. That's a single score. So right now, this whole heat is up in the air. So we'll see how it finishes, but let's talk about what's coming up next really quickly here, okay?
There you go.
Let me inform you, for all those people at home, this is the round of 64, and out of the 64, these final 4 competitors happen to be of huge talent. These 2 surfers were already seated and waiting for these last guys to come up, like Carlos Munoz and Sage Guinaldo. These guys were coming up from the earlier rounds, but now they're meeting the great Kanoa Igarashi and also our local legend, Brian Toth. And Brian Toth is very familiar with this wave. So that heat coming up next is going to be on fire, and that is how we're going to be closing out our day. So we have 15 minutes on the clock here. So far, we got Surfer in white leading the heat, followed by Surfer in red. However, nevertheless, this heat can still go either way. We got the replay there on J Mel. J Mel pumping it up. Gets that second closeout section maneuver. So that should be getting him a decent score coming up. And sure enough, Mr. Mel with a 6.0. Hello. 14 minutes and 40 seconds here. So as I was saying, my dear friend here, anything can and will change.
Will change. And we knew, I think, earlier, both of us, when you're in those 3s and 4s very early on, you know those are probably going to get thrown away.
Yeah.
Sooner or later. And because all of these heats have been ending up in the advancing sides in that 11, 12, 13 kind of point range. So you're going to need those 6s and 7s plus. And here goes Oscar dropping in backside. And he just goes right over the back. And I think he's going to go out for an ice cream outside.
Yeah, it's definitely ice cream time.
And here's Tyler. Just kind of nubs the top of that lip a little bit and kind of whacks it right there. Nothing really critical or major. And he finishes. He finishes on his feet. So that's
it's always good to finish on your feet.
Absolutely. And so I think that's going to better his 2.5. Even though everything, it was more horizontal kind of surfing and not as vertical.
Did you say horror sounds whole?
Well, it's Halloween.
It is Halloween.
So, and you know what he didn't get? He didn't get the gobbler.
I got jokes. I got dad jokes for days.
Oh my gosh! And he didn't get the gobbler.
He didn't get the gobbler. He
So-
pushes on through. He's trying to get rid of that 2.5. We'll see if the judges award him and see what they give him. Surfer in red. From what I'm seeing here, it's probably going to be in a 4 range. 4.3. It's for Mr. Gunther. He has a high scoring wave now of a 4.3 and a backup score of a 3.0. He's currently still sitting in that third transfer spot, so he needs a 3.81 to find himself back in the game. Zeitz, however, Surfer in green, he only needs a 3.43 for the moment to find himself back in the conversation. This is almost a halfway point through this second to last heat of the day, heat number 7 here, round of 64.
But Jack Seats is sitting in the priority position. So
yeah, look at that fresh air.
Oh, there you go.
Medalla, come get some. She's like, hello.
She's got the hat going.
That's 2 for 4 over there. You can see. Although they change it every 30 minutes, it could be 2 for 3, 2 for 5. You know, you never know. Puerto Rico's got tricks. But so far, here we go. John Mel finding himself in that first position right now with a combination score of a 10.67. Mr. Mel has a 6.0 and a 4.67, therefore currently in the lead, followed by Surfer in white. However, Mr. Gunter on that replay, we'll see what the judges award him. He had a lot of flair on it. He only needs a 3.81.
He's such a stylish surfer.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the replay right here. It's just not just a one single maneuver, but it's just like the flare out of it, hands up, forward, letting the judges know he's in full control of that. So we'll see what they give him. We have seen a couple of huge scores with those one single maneuvers. So he's trying to get rid. Yeah, sure enough, there it is. Mr. Gunter with a 4.17. That now becomes his backup score. And then we have Oscar desde Costa Rica, Ertico. He's currently sitting in third right now, which is okay, though, because he only needs a 4.17. I mean, I'm not saying that it's okay as we look at the replay. I don't think that wave is going to give him much. So at this stage of the game, the wave selection, absolutely everything. We have 11 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock here.
Absolutely. Wave selection. Oscar dropped in on that, did the bottom turn, came up and came out.
Yeah.
Not happy with it.
Yeah, you know, like you don't want to lose priority, especially with, I mean, he's got time on the clock, obviously, because there's 11 minutes or so left on the clock here. But you want to hold on to that priority, especially you never know. It's like a bullet in your pocket. You never know where you're going to need.
But he's like Rocket Man. He's right back at it again.
Rocket Man gets attacked by the turtle. Surfer in white. Jesus, I'm going to have to talk to the turtle community again. Jesus. Yeah. Like, guys, come on. I paid you yesterday. You mean I got to pay you every day?
So he is, he's not quite surfing like he did, I think, in the prior heats, but, you know, we got time.
Yeah, I mean, he's been surfing his way. You know, he's staying busy. He's currently sitting third. He's very knowledgeable, high IQ type surfing. So he's very aware of his situation. Although we do see a bit of sense of urgency with his surfing with those last couple of wave selections. So hopefully he can get his wits back about him and keep going. But Oscar is not putting it down. Yet another up and down for a surfer in white. I wonder what he's thinking.
And I think they're wondering. They all looked at him after he got that wave as well. So
yeah, all the other competitors are you all right?
Because they see him moving and he's attempting, and it's just not the wave selection. Is just not
but it's okay.
there.
I mean, with the time that he has on the clock right now is ample time. He also has fourth priority, so it's absolutely game on to him. He doesn't care. He's just trying to surf his way on through. He's not waiting for priority. He's taking matters into his own hands. So.
He's going to surf underneath. He's going to grab this one.
Exactly. Surfer in white as we go to Acai Express, and we lose the surfer, but nevertheless we come back to it. And there he goes. That was Oscar. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get to see the full wave, but we can see his intentions. He definitely wants to move on and see live to surf another day.
And sometimes, you know, when you've got to do that, you got to kind of be a little scrappy out there.
Well, yeah, this is a scrappy kind of day, so he's definitely got the right strategy.
And just go at it. Just don't second guess yourself. Don't have any negative thoughts. Just go.
Yeah, for sure. I think Nico before was saying how he heard a surfer say once, if you see wave, you surf wave. Kind of like don't wait for the next one. You see it and you can ride it, get to it. You know, sometimes you opt out and trying to get, no, maybe there's going to be one better behind this. But as you can see, surfer in white taking matters into his own hands. We'll see what that last wave comes in as.
You know, there is a saying, and it's probably more for the free surfers, the best wave of your life is still out there.
Yeah, and there it is. Here we go. Oscar really super busy on this heat. This guy probably had a few shots of caffeine prior to. Boom, closes that out. Oscar in white with Urbina desde Costa Rica, el tico. Vamos a ver qué es lo que hace nuestro caballero de Costa Rica, el señor Urbina Oscar, aquí en blanco. Tenemos el replay. La conecta aquí y trata de conectar también el inside con un segundo turn. Desafortunadamente se siente como que está un poco suelto, pero como quiera, coge su score. Tiene un backup de 3.8, a ver si es lo suficiente para el competidor de Costa Rica. Aquí tenemos a J Mel en azul, competitor in blue. Blue is currently sitting in first with a backup score of 4.67. Cracks that at the end. He's trying to better that score. What do you think?
I think he's going to probably better that 4.67.
Yeah.
It was a good size wave, and he could have waited till the end, but he actually got that second turn in.
Yeah, that first turn was right in the pocket. Buckets of water dumping out of the back. Over here, he's looking down the line. You can see how he's trying to close this section out.
There you go.
And he gets through the gobbler, as we've been calling it all day, and he gets that score. So hopefully he will be knocking and taking down that backup score.
You know how you get through the gobbler? You wear blue like a police uniform.
Oh, I see.
And that gobbler is going to stay away from it. But anyways,
so you got a few dad jokes too there, buddy.
We do. We've got 6:25 left in Heat 7 of round 64 with John Mel in the lead at 11.67. And then we have in second place, we've got Tyler Gunter.
Yeah, we as we saw the replay there, Surfer in green.
That was a pretty nice finish.
Yeah, Surfer in green. Jack Seats, is that correct? Yeah.
Jack Seats.
Yeah, Jack Seats over here. He was looking for 3.8, which is not a huge ask at this moment, but we only have 6 minutes left on the clock here. And so far, we got Surfer in white searching, and his last wave came in at a 3.77. It's not enough to make a difference. He has a 4.3 and a backup score of a 3.8. So he's still looking for I will tell you right now, 4.17. So he's definitely capable of doing that.
And it looked like John Mel actually increased his score line as well with that 5.67 to replace his prior score of a 4.67, which was lower.
Right now, so John Mel currently sits in that first pole position here with a combination score of an 11.67. But we have Oscar in white driving down the line, squares it off from 6 to 12. He's currently sitting in fifth, but he only needs a 5.3 to get himself back in the conversation and into that next round of 32 here. So,
and it's just a 3.8. We'll see what the judges give him on that. For me, that wave was just kind of cut up and kind of jumbly, and and kind of you had to race the sections and.
Well, 4 minutes and 40 seconds here, so he's trying to definitely make it happen. We can take a look at the replay. Nice little bottom turn. He's trying to work his way into the inside. He squares one off. That's actually a really good hack off the top. And then he maintained control, so he's trying to get over onto the next section. So kudos to him for keep moving forward. And right here, he closes the gobbler out and gets right through it. Gets another little turn for some bonus points out there. So Surfer in white definitely giving them a run for its money.
And needing that 5.3 to get into that advancing position.
Yeah, and with 4 minutes on the clock here, 4 minutes, Surfer in white. You got Surfer in red, Gunther. I think he had that last wave with an up and down. I don't think it's going to be much for him. It's not going to be much of a difference. But Gunther also needs a 5.3. You see a three-way battle, but Surfer in green with priority gets the better hand of it. Gets one turn. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but he's still currently sitting in second. He may want to further distance himself from the two guys coming for him, Surfer in red and Surfer in white.
I really like that wave. I like the first turn. He jammed it up in the pocket right there, and here comes that first turn again, right off the bottom, right into it. And another good second turn as well. Wraps it around, doesn't get caught up in the whitewash, and throws it at the very end right there. And
he comes up with a relatively decent score there with a 4.93, and his backup score now is a 4.67. Surfer in green currently sits in second. However, Surfer in blue may have something to say about that. Still, he's solidifying that first place, Mr. Mel. Melly Mel's in the house here in Puerto Rico doing a tropical style with approximately a little bit under 3 minutes. And we take a look at the replay. His intentions are very clear from the very beginning. Throws the fins up into a reverse, hands forward, showing the judges, I got this.
Pretty much made it all the way out in the flats, just a little into the lip area, but still kind of clean coming out of it.
Super clean, I believe that he had full control, and as soon as he got up on his feet, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. We got Oscar Urbina here. Oscar, his last wave, he has a 4.3 and a 4.03.
That was a heavy no-make.
Yeah, that last wave of his kind of puts him in the game, but he still needs a 5.3. 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
There
we can see
goes.
the replay here, and I don't
He's
think
looking at the urchins.
Yeah, pretty
coming
much.
down.
That's very, very tense zone to hit. And that was the gobbler at his finest. And he was trying to hold it. He's a really powerful surfer. And he wasn't able to hold on to that. So I don't think it's going to be enough for Surfer in White. 1 minute and 45 seconds here with the 1-2 punch. Surfer in blue controlling the situation, followed by Surfer in green.
It looks like it's kind of calmed down just a little bit out there.
Yeah, it's the calm before the storm, because you know who's coming up next, right?
Oh, absolutely. Kanoa, I think.
Kanoa Igarashi.
And the local.
Arigato.
The local legend.
And the Puerto Rican with the machete, Brian Top. Stay tuned. 1 minute and 20 seconds away.
I've walked through a couple trails that looked like they were cut open with machetes here.
Yeah, welcome to the Caribbean.
Yeah, it was just beautiful. And we came up the trail, and then we hit the top of the trail, and guess what we saw? Beautiful peak at over the Vaca.
Ah, okay. We got 1 minute on the clock here.
It's peeling right across the reef.
So beautiful.
Oh my gosh, it looked like it was magical.
Heaven.
I had a little Grom with me, and he was wearing a pirate hat.
That's so funny.
So we're doing a
Surfer
little
in blue with an up and down there.
doing a little Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mr. Melly Mel's holding it down. 40 seconds on the clock. We have over here my partner next to me playing Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay, here we go. So, anyways, right now we got 30 seconds left in this heat. Tyler Gunter or Oscar, they both need that 5.3 in the last 20 seconds to move into that advancing position.
And with priority, Mr. Gunter, 16 seconds on his hands. Try to get the job done, but we'll see if he's able to. It's 10 seconds. Mr. Gunter, I don't think he's going to get a crack at it, but got Surfer in blue yet again with authority. Well, that was it. I think we can officially call this heat right now. 4th place, Surfer in white. Gunter, Surfer in red, gets that 3rd spot, and unfortunately it's not moving on. But the 1-2, Mr. J. Mel with a combination score 11.7, winning the heat, followed by Mr. Zeitz in green with a 9.6. That was the replay for Surfer in blue. And yeah, there we go. We got 25 minutes away. We're from the last heat of the day here. Heat number 8 of round of 64. Got the replay for green also. These two guys will be moving on. Fortunately, Surfer in white here, Oscar, he reached the end of his road, but he definitely gave it a valiant effort. I don't think he had his feet quite underneath him.
Not in this heat.
Not in this heat, but that's just the way it is, The level of consistency needs to be real, right? And you were, as Otto was saying before, if you're trying to build a house, you need a solid structure. And unfortunately, he got off to a slow start there and wasn't able to kind of finish on through.
Yeah, a lot of times when you get those smaller scores,
Yeah.
it really is, like you said, that's that foundation. You really want to start off with a really good score that kind of gets you going. And, and I think we're going to probably see some foundational scores happen in this heat here. We'll see.
Well, let me give you a proper introduction, people out there in the wild, wild world of the internet. We got in red, Kanoa Igarashi. In blue, we got our local Brian Toth. In white, we have Sage Guinaldo. And in green, we have Carlos Munoz. And Carlos Munoz has been putting it down. He took down Brian Perez earlier. And
got a lot of CT experience in this heat alone.
So he's up for the challenge, I would say. But
he looked happy after his last heat. Came out of the water super happy.
Yeah, with that performance, you know. And here we go, surfer in blue right away, Brian Toth. Brian Toth gets attacked by the turtle. I'm going to have a talk with that turtle because that's my local surfer. We cannot have them behaving this way. Hello. Stop it.
We're going to have to bring goggles so we can go snorkel and tell the turtle, stop it.
No, we usually, every meeting after the contest, we have a meeting every after the contest, we normally get together. I
have a medallion.
Bring the turtles community together. We talk about the day and who they attacked. 23 minutes on the clock.
And it looks like Red's going to give it a paddle, give it a go. And here's Kanoa. Backside. And let's see what he's got he's got a plan.
Yeah, Igarashi with 22 minutes and 45 seconds takes to the air right away, so you can just see his intentions. Here's the replay.
And you could tell because he kind of highlined the wave the whole time.
Well, he knew that was like pretty much the closeout section, and he was just like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to put it up right here and see what happens.
Yeah, he had no intentions of really doing a turn. He was going to kind of highline it and kind of come up and hit the lip and get some air.
Well, that was his first opening wave. He still gets a 1.13. And then we got the replay here from Munoz in green. Big old turn on the outside.
That was beautiful.
Gets in front, and he's like asking the judges, did you see that? Because I'm here too. Surfer in green.
And that's going to put me in the momentary lead, I believe.
For the time being, you know, surfer in green, Munoz.
That kind of inverted on that one.
For sure. We'll see what the judges award him for that.
So I didn't see the first part of that wave. If he had some turns prior to that, but that last
6.17. Hello, Mr. Munoz. How are ya?
Oh.
So he opens the door and he immediately grabs a 6.17, and I believe that's a relatively good score as an opening score. So
that's your foundation that you're talking about.
That's the foundation to the house we're trying to build here by the end of the heat. However, he has his hands full with all these other competitors. 21 minutes. 1 minute.
Yeah, nobody here is lacking in contest experience.
No, very knowledgeable surfers here.
So currently we get 21 minutes and 9 seconds with Carlos coming into the lead and first with that 6.17. And we've got Kanoa in third priority with a 1.13. Brian Tooth with in second priority with a 1.0, and then we bringing up that ladder, we have Sage Guanato in priority without a wave yet. So he's sitting out there kind of pretty. It's still kind of early, not quite 5 minutes into the heat.
Yeah, I mean, here we go, surfer in blue, Brian Toth. Punts it off. Unfortunately, he comes off the scene. Are we doing an interview? Yes. All right, we got Pauline coming up. Stay tuned. Pauline, talk to me.
Hi guys, I'm here with John Mel. You passed your first heat and this is amazing event. How are you?
Feeling good. It was a bummer surfing against my buddy Tyler. I wish he could have made it through with me, but we're having a good time here. I got my Halloween costume on, and yeah, happy Halloween, everybody.
Oh, thank you. Happy Halloween. Are you been here before?
This is my first time here, but I love it. It's a pretty sick wave, and it's nice to be at something that's got some power behind it, because most of the time we're used to surfing a bunch of beach breaks all around, so it's fun surfing this way for sure.
That's nice. So how many days are you being here in Puerto Rico right now?
I think like 3 days or something like that. A couple days to warm up, so that's been nice.
All right. Okay, do you want to say something back to home?
Hi to my girlfriend, my dog. I just got a new puppy. Hi to my parents and my grandfather, and yeah, that's probably it.
Thank you so much. He is young as the fierce hit, and this is amazing context. We continued back to studio.
All right, thank you so much, Pauline. This is Alfred yet again back on in the house. Is 4:20 officially on the clock. Hello, 4:20. Everybody's feeling super happy. We got Brian Toth over here, currently sitting in second. Brian's second wave came in at a 4.83, which actually makes it his highest scoring wave for the moment. We got Munoz currently sitting in first, and Munoz is here to play. I mean, he cracked it open with a 6.17 against Surfer in red and Surfer in blue. We're having some technical difficulties here. All right. So 18 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock here. Back on the booth, we have the president of the federation, Oscar. Welcome back, Oscar. We started the day together. Now we're going to finish the day together, right?
Yes, sir.
We're an
Yes, sir.
effective team here. I want to thank my co-host, Lenny, for all his knowledge and everything he's done for us today. So thank you so much. I guess he's going to be coming back tomorrow for a couple of heats as well. But, yeah, man, we're closing. This is officially the last heat of the day. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is the last heat of the day. We've had fireworks. I mean, this round of 64 has just been some excellent scores going down. I saw 9.0 from Kalohe. When we see White here, Sage blowing that top off that wave.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. People were meeting my quotes and blowing the top off, right? That's kind of like blowing the roof out. That's kind of my thing, right? And 17 minutes here, but you know, we got Munoz with a 7.33.
Wow.
That last wave from Munoz in green, 7.33 is an absolute keeper. And his backup score right now is a 6.17. So with what's remaining, what's on the clock right now, it seems like there could be a battle for second place considering Munoz's performance right now.
But there's some high-level surfers in this heat. You have Kanoa Igarashi, WCT, prior top 5 in the world. So we know Kanoa can post 8s and 9s in
all
any
day
second.
Long.
We saw White right now with that big closing maneuver. Let's see what the judges give him. It's a 6.67 for White.
Yeah. But check this out, right? As you were saying, the level of experience here. Who is sitting with priority? The one and only Mr. Kanoa Igarashi, right?
That's right. And we have Toth, our local hero, Brian Toth. And he already put up a 4.83 for just that one turn. So this is going to be a high-scoring heat, definitely. You want to make it through this heat, you got to be up there in the 13s or 14s in the heat total.
Yeah, already we got a 13.5 combination score. So, yeah, absolutely. You're going to have to get into that upper 15 range or something like that in order to knock this guy out. But with priority, there's plenty of time on the clock here, I believe, for competitors in red and a competitor in blue to get the party going.
And conditions have just been awesome here all day. I mean, It's been like overcast. The wind has stayed pretty light all day. You know, the swell has maintained. It seems it's going to get even better for tomorrow. So, I mean, it's been a show out here.
I mean, I know all the competitors are so happy. They're like, oh, finally, we got some good waves, represent some powerful waves. Like, and these guys, you know, they're here to perform. And then when you just give them this type of template, you know, we're going to get a great show. So we already seen scores all day in the 7.5s. We had that 9 on Kalohe. Right now we have a 7.33. So, you know, we've had that little range of scores, but the significant score of the day was the 9 for
Kalohe.
Andino.
I saw an 8 from Alan Cleaton from Mexico. He had an 8 and a 7 in his heat. He just looked really comfortable in these powerful conditions. We know Alan comes from Pascuales.
With no pressure.
No pressure at all.
No pressure. He's here to have some fun.
Here we go. Here's red. Take it away, Alfred.
All right. We go Igarashi in red. Igarashi is trying to make his opening bid here officially. And, you know, Igarashi with a lot of experience. He's got some time on the clock. He used that priority. He's needing an 8.4, but he's just trying to dig away at the necessity of the situation.
And let's see that replay again. He did combo. He had some good variety. Starts with a carve, just setting things up, looking for that section in the inside. Hits there one more time and closes out. Nothing huge in that wave, but definitely a good way to get it started. You know, comboing that, he's going to get a score that's going to be in the board and get it going.
Calming the nerves a little bit as well. You know, you always want to get that second score, and you know you're
4.77 for that. So judges really, they want to see those power moves.
They do.
Look at the comparisons. We saw that one turn from White. It was a 6.67. And red got 3 turns in, but none of them were as, exclamation point like that turn of white. And even that one of blue, where he got a 4.83. So,
however, it makes his necessity a lot less right now.
he's looking for another 4.85.
Kanoa needs a 4.91 in order to advance here. And then Todd, he's looking for a 4.85. Now, Brian Todd sits with priority. We're talking about experience here. And
here's Munoz, who's just having a blast right now with these scores. He's just going to keep on building.
Yeah, he doesn't care who's in front of him, next to him, behind him. He's here to get the job done.
It's another super humble guy from Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz.
Nice guy.
Super nice guy. Toured, veteran tour competitor. Boom, hits that section. That's great, just great guy in and out of the water, and that says a lot about him.
We were talking about, I was talking to Otto earlier, Otto Flores, and you were talking about the more you get to see this wave, the closer you get to unlocking it, right? Yep. And I think that this is a really good example of surfer in green, Munoz, and how he is completely rising to the occasion. On the clock, and 12:35, and we got the replay there for surfer in green. He already has a 7.33, and we'll see if it's any better with that last wave. I'm sure he's gonna place that backup score 6.17. I'm looking at that wave like closer to an 8, if you ask me. Brian Todd, however,
there's a priority change there. The judges deemed that as a paddle.
Yeah.
So Brian Todd goes to second priority, and White goes to first priority.
Yeah.
12 minutes on the clock. So, yeah, Carlos looks comfortable. He's having fun. When you got 2 good heat scores, you're already start to get a little comfortable. But he can't get too comfortable because these guys,
they're coming for him.
They're coming for him, and everybody wants to get to that next round. It's the money round. So you want to get out of this round and start to get in those money rounds. Then you want to get to a quarters and finals day, and that's where the real money is. So a lot of these guys are here for tour points, but other of these guys are here just for the money. I think it's an $8,000 cash prize for first. So
that's a nice chunk of money.
That's a good little chunk right there for coming here and surfing in Puerto Rico.
A couple of days of work, right? Gets you $8K for that first spot. Not only that, they're also gonna acquire 3,000 points that will go towards the Challenger Series. Now we're still determining who is going to be joining that tour. There are gonna be 7 spots available, and 4 for the females, from what I'm understanding here. And so far, I believe Owen Moss is leading this tour and this QS here.
Yep. And it's actually the prize money is a total of $66,000.
Wow.
It's $33,000 for the men, $33,000 for the women. We do have equal pay in the WSL, and just as it should be.
Yes,
so
sir.
There's equal pay, and girls are fighting for that same cash prize, so they're hungry also.
100%. It's all in a day's work, but the girls have a little bit, 128 competitors versus 48. So,
it's a long road. It's a long road for the 128ers.
Yeah, but nevertheless, these ladies are absolutely worthy of prizes.
And the level in the women's surfing is incredible.
And female surfing is growing all around. Typically we now have 48. Maybe last year we had it like in the 30s.
I hope next year we have 64.
And hopefully we keep growing.
And then the year after that, we'll have 128 because the women's surfing is here to stay, and it's growing exponentially every day. We see all those young girls and all those other women that, cleared the way. Cala Canelli,
for sure,
Lisa Anderson. All
women
these
have been
surfers,
here the whole time.
They've always been here representing, and now the level is right up there with the men. So
yeah, for sure.
Stoked seeing this women surf, and here we see White using priority off the boil. That's where you really want to take off, want to hit that first section. Not really giving him, so that's good for Surfer in Blue, who now hits on priority again, sitting a little wider there.
Yeah, Surfer in Blue, great Brian Todd. The last time he was here for the Worlds, he was missing a toenail. He was training, remember? He was training. He stumped his toe and lost the toenail.
He was actually we were already staying here. We were staying at the team house in Arecibo. We were staying right there in Islote. And he went for a little jog in the afternoon. He walked up to the rocks and he blew his nail out right before the event started.
Yeah, that's the worst injury you can endure.
And even though he made so many heats, he beat the current world champion in that moment, Felipe Toledo, in that historic heat where, this it was more than 20,000 people here that day watching.
I
It
know
was
Puerto Rico was
crazy.
extremely proud of his
Yeah.
performance. You know, it's like he, he's our champion, and we definitely love Brian around. He's such a great guy too, and his family, his entire family. We got Wesley, mom, his
I
dad.
saw Seiji. I think he's around there.
Sagey's
Yeah.
around. They've given
great Sage
Sagey the
Cats.
torch. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sage is gonna run with this show.
Here's Blue.
Right, go surfer in blue right on cue. Here he goes.
Oh.
He kicks right out, flies out. Hopefully, it's so cool. Like I love that kick out. All right, that kick out is just on another level.
Well, Sage Cats come from a surfing family from both sides. You know, his father also surfed. and
Yes.
his father and his uncle.
Yeah, they do.
They have a sick magazine down here called Mundo Rad. Keeps a
That's
surfer
right.
magazine, the only surfing magazine right now. But now we have Wax magazine also from
Yeah,
Gonzo.
Wax Max came
It's
out.
always cool. I like having those magazines. Like
Yeah.
we used to have Surfer, where you got the Surfer magazine in your house, or Surfing magazine.
Yeah,
Now
those
it's
are the
all
days.
it's all online now.
You just wanted to see
Yeah,
everything,
you
like,
wanted that next surfer, and then just
Yeah.
sit there. And I remember having all those magazines when I was a Grom. So I'm stoked that Mundo Rad still has a surfing magazine, and now we have Wax magazine here. So we have 2 local surfing magazines in Puerto Rico. That's
Right on.
pretty
Well,
cool, and stays in the family.
Yeah, that's super cool. Sage Cat has been handed down the family torch, and I'm sure he's gonna do his great things. He's a young lad and got a
He
great
rips.
future ahead of him. He's
He
tall.
rips,
He's like
and
almost 8 feet taller, right?
He's about my height. Yeah, he's up there.
Tall
He's
guy.
like 6 something, I think, and he charges, man.
Yeah.
If you guys haven't checked out Sage Cat's Instagram, you should.
Yeah.
The kid charges. He loves those slabs over in the west side of the island. He'll get barreled from 3 feet to 15 feet. So
Yeah.
watch him. He's a kid to watch.
For sure. He's injured right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He wanted to be here this weekend and join and be a part of this.
Look at
He's
that.
been
Look at
training
that.
really
We'll
hard.
be there pretty soon, right under that medalla tent.
Yeah,
we want.
we're
we
all
want
gonna
our-
be there.
So it's happy hour when this is done. We have music here once this event is over. So if you're close, si estás cerca de Arecibo, get down here. We have a DJ that's going to start now at 5. The bar is open. We're going to
Yeah.
start having some fun.
Okay, let's get down to business here.
Let us
Okay,
know what's
let's
going on.
talk business. All right. Surfer in green, Munoz has a 7.33 and a 6.17. Kanoe Garachi's got second priority. He's currently sitting in third, but he only needs a 4.91.
Yep.
It's definitely doable based on what I'm seeing on the clock and my mathematical calculations. It's definitely possible for surfer in red and surfer in blue to still possibly. However, how surfer in green right now places priority is if he's able to capitalize and better up his backup score, then it's going to make it a whole lot more difficult for guys to get on.
Definitely. And seems like Kanoa's staying a little wide. He's chosen to surf another peak. I think I haven't seen him back in the mix here with the other guys. Let's see with this drone angle. We'll know where everybody's sitting right
I
now.
love this drone shot. It makes me so happy to have the drone on board.
We have an expert drone pilot right here.
Yeah,
who
licensed drone pilot.
does
How
all,
about that?
all the ISA events, and great guy. So
Yeah. And so 5 minutes on the clock. We got surfer in red.
Here we go.
Takes a dig. A nice little nugget. Fortunately, gets one turn out of that, but we're gonna see. He's still trying to better that 1.13 surfer in red. Got
Here's
5
White.
minutes on the clock. Surfer in
Wow, White's
white.
got a hammer.
Yeah, he just put the thunder down on that.
Backside surfing. Whoa, this guy.
He's trying to replace that 3.0.
It's out.
However, he is sitting in that second position, so we'll see if this.
It's going to get a lot tougher for the boys now in red and in blue, because White just hammered that wave down. I think he's going to get a score.
We're gonna check out how Igarachi's wave comes in. You got the replay, Oscar. Talk to me.
There we go. Big hammer to start it off. Makes it through that section and puts that tail. He just turns and throws so much water every time. So very
Yeah.
powerful surfer.
Right on.
Surfer in white. He's from the United States. Sage.
Hey. Yeah, Sage. El Señor Sager.
There we go.
And he's
Another
feeling good
6.
about it. Look at that. He's got a pair of sixes. Is that correct?
Yep, another 6. 6.20 for that last one.
6.20. So now we have a bigger ask of surfer in red.
And in blue.
He needs a nearly good perfect score here. Looking at the 8.1, and sort of an excellent range is needed, is required. So is Surfer in Blue. So we got a couple of minutes left on the clock, and like I said, high IQ surfing for Surfer in Green, Munoz, and currently holding that priority just in case he needs to
pull the trigger,
bust out the shotgun, and pull the trigger on them.
Keep those guys out of the wave.
Yeah, so right now he's sitting in the room with the shotgun, trying like not to let these guys in.
Yeah, he's saying red and blue, you're not going.
Not coming in here, actually. So technically, with these 3 minutes on the clock, based on my mathematical calculation, clock it's not helping the situation much.
Not at all. These surfers gotta get waves in the excellent range right now.
Yeah,
Blue is looking for an 8.04.
And he holds second priority, right?
Yep. And Red's looking for an 8.10. So that's a big ask for both guys. We know they're capable of getting those scores and much and more, but it's a big ask.
Yeah, for sure. Mother Nature needs to cooperate to a certain extent.
Seems like Green has decided to cover Blue. Actually, here he's getting a little closer to Blue. They left Red by himself.
I see that. Oh, Surfer in Green actually heads up surfing on his behalf. Like you said, this is not only for pride, but there's $8,000 up for grabs. So, I think this surfer Munoz can certainly appreciate the benefit of grabbing that prize money. I'm sure.
Seems Red's gonna look at this one.
He got Surfer in Red. He got
under
actually
priority, but that's not
a little bit of an up and
potential.
down. He's just on his feet trying to work his way onto the inside. You got Kanoe Garache. A little bit disinterested in the moment, which is okay. I mean, it's that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? You got 2 minutes on the clock, and Brian Toth now has the upper hand, considering that he's got second priority.
Second priority, but he's got Green all over him like a bulldog.
Yeah,
They're not
exactly.
gonna let him catch any waves.
So, the worst thing that can happen is Brian gets second.
Oh, here's Green.
But
So
Green,
now in
utilizing his priority, takes to the air. Right onto the gobbler. That would have sealed the deal for these guys. But,
Let's see.
opens the door a little bit with 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Let's see if Mother Nature gives Brian another chance here in the QS. He's our local
Completely
wild card for this
upside.
event.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Completely upside down, but yeah, we'll see.
It was. That air was. If he would have landed that, he was going to get a good score. Definitely when we're a little bit.
1 minute on the clock.
1 minute to finish this second day of the WSL QS 3000, La Marginal Surfing Pro, brought to you by El Municipio de Arecibo. So it's day 2, and I heard little bird saying around there they're going to go with women tomorrow. The official call is going to be done in a couple of minutes, but it seems we might run round of 32 of women's tomorrow, and we're going to finish. We're going to start with this round. We have to still finish 8
number
heats.
9, right?
Yeah, we need to finish 8 heats of this round of 64 of men's. Oh, when we see Tothy on his backside, that's what he likes. Let's see if he got a good one. No.
Oh, we'll see if it's
That's
enough
it for
to.
Tothy. So Tothy, get down here to the bar and buy us a beer, buddy. It's on you for not making it through this heat.
You're buying.
You're buying, buddy.
Brian, guess what? You're buying.
Oh, there's a little low tail to finish it out from White.
He's
just
feeling
having
happy.
fun.
Surfer in White, definitely.
He's going to the next round, so.
Yeah, Ginaldo kind of slipping on through the claws
I
of the
hadn't
great
seen this guy surf,
Igarashi.
but he rips, man.
Yeah, man. He was able to get a 6.67. 0.2, and there you have it. It's official, my man.
Done. Another day.
Another day.
in
Thank
the
you so
books.
much for being here.
Thank you for everybody who's been watching all day. I saw the numbers. We had over 30,000 viewers yesterday, Alfred.
wow.
So people are watching from all around the world.
Cool.
So thank you. Gracias a todos los que nos ven también en español, nuestra audiencia de Latinoamérica, que tenemos
Correcto.
muchos latinos de toda la región.
Muchas gracias.
Aquí mismo de Puerto Rico, de todas las partes del mundo que nos están viendo. Muchas gracias. Sigan viéndolo mañana, worldsurfleague.com. Va a estar en vivo y sábado también, domingo, finales.
Vamos a estar aquí el
Así
resto de la
que
semana.
Mucha acción, así que desen la vuelta por aquí si no han estado. Un día excelente hoy. Mañana, como les dijimos, terminamos esta ronda de 64 de los hombres. Vamos directito a la ronda de 32 de las mujeres y están en stand-by. Ese primer hit que empezamos en la mañana, ¿quiénes son, Alfred?
Bueno, mañana tenemos el hit número 9 y continuaremos con la ronda de 64. Aquí vamos a tener a Lucas Mecinas, a Dwight Pastrana, que también está esperando. Dwight Pastrana esta mañana estaba surfeando increíblemente. Brandon Jones y Giorgio Gómez.
Que tuvo tremendo giro ahí, Giorgio Gómez.
Exactamente.
Sólido con esa aerial que metió.
Así que mañana se va a estar encontrando contra Dwight y Lucas. Así que vamos a ver
Big
cuál
hit.
es.
Entiendo que Lucas está segundo ahora mismo en el ranking. Lucas Messina, que ya ha clasificado anteriormente a las Olimpiadas.
Es
ahí
correcto.
está, número 2 en el ranking regional.
Es correcto. Pastrana tiene un ranking de número 59.
De número 59. Y ahí estamos.
Bueno, aquí mi gente, estamos terminando nuestro live. Mañana vamos a continuar a las 7:30 de la mañana.
7 de la mañana es el primer call. Puede ser que empecemos a las 7:30 de la mañana. Las condiciones parece que van a continuar bien buenas, Alfred. El Swell se mantiene, los vientos se van a estar poniendo del sur para los próximos días. Así que lo que esperamos son olas increíbles y un show. Así que dense la vuelta y si no se la pueden dar, pues nos ven por aquí mismo en vivo.
Online, baby. YouTube lo tiene todo. Oscar, muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti,
por
Alfred.
tu presencia. Bueno, mi gente, aquí Alfredo Bobé Jr. Ha sido mi gran placer prestarles mi voz y, bueno, traerles toda esta información. Como les he comentado, yo soy un fanático de surfing. Así que ha sido mi gran placer participar con este evento. Así que nos vemos mañana, mi gente. Hasta luego. Espérate, que falta la última entrevista. A mí me tienen trabajando.
Todavía no vamos entonces. Dile a Brian que aguanta ahí las medallas. Brian Toth le toca pagar las medallas porque se eliminó en la primera ronda. Así que Brian, te esperamos ahí en la barra de medallas. Vamos para la entrevista del ganador. Definitivamente queremos escuchar a Carlos Muñoz, que acaba de destrozar ese hit.
Sí, por favor, así que nos den un cue porque vamos a tener a Muñoz ahí. Muñoz también se estaba quedando en Isabela. Y yo lo veía ahí todos los sunsets con su pelo, meditando. Y bueno, le ha ido muy bien.
Le ha ido muy bien. El hermano también surfea muy bien.
Qué cool.
Y me dicen que lleva unos días por aquí en Arecibo, el gran tuto de Arecibo. Si nos está viendo, ese es como que el embajador de aquí.
Qué cool.
Tuto Vieras. Tiene tremendo tipo y de verdad que ha sido un embajador para el mundo. Aquí desde Arecibo. Él ha recibido desde el Mundial, recibió a países desde Indonesia, Ecuador, todos esos equipos y de verdad que todo lo que necesiten ese hombre los ha ayudado. Así que agradecido de esa ayuda.
Muy bien, súper cool. Sí, somos una comunidad y todos nos ayudamos aquí. Estamos esperando el último interview del competidor de Costa Rica, ¿es correcto, verdad? El Tico. Unos minutitos vamos a tener a Carlos Muñoz. Ahí Carlos Muñoz. Definitivamente en ese último hit trajo el fuego en realidad y bueno, puso la situación bien difícil inmediatamente a los últimos dos competidores ahí, Canoe Garachi y Brian Toth. Y bueno, ahí el competidor Carlos Muñoz, el Tico, continuará con su campaña hacia el campeonato y esos $8,000 y 3,000 puntos.
Básicamente los primeros 6 minutos del hit ya el hombre estaba controlando.
Ya estaba conectado. Bueno, aquí tenemos un countdown. An interview.
I know Guinaldo is coming up, a young star from Huntington, and yeah, I just tried to do my best. Somehow I went in the ride and paddled out all the way there, and I find one left at the very beginning, so that gave me confidence. And the hit before, I watched a couple of guys throwing air, so I was like, oh, the wind is helping me, so I'm gonna try though. And then somehow I made it. So yeah, it made me release the pressure and just try to study the lineup, because it's a big space and the reef also, like it has some bubbles and stuff. And I was trying just to read a little bit to my next hit, maybe surf a bit better.
That is amazing. Vamos ahora a intercambiar en español. ¿Qué tal, Carlos Muñoz de Costa Rica? Estoy súper feliz de tenerte aquí. Ha sido un hit grandioso. Cuéntanos qué pasó allá afuera. Sabemos que las condiciones están muy fuertes, pero tú, sin lugar a duda, diste lo mejor.
Sí, las olas están bastante grandes. Yo estoy muy feliz de estar acá en Puerto Rico. Es un lugar increíble. Es la segunda vez en este año, así que es como especial, ¿verdad? Y estoy contento. Estoy con Jairo, mi hermano, y hemos estado ahorrando energía, surfeando a poquitos, y hoy ha sido un día que las olas han estado muy grandes y logré ir a la casa un poquito, descansar y vine con buena energía. Estuve...
¿Qué pasó?
Corte.
Bueno, eso fue todo ahí para esa entrevista. Así cerramos el día con el gran Carlos Muñoz de Costa Rica ganando ese giro. Así que nos vemos mañana a 7 de la mañana, 7:30 para comenzar. Y mira quién veo por ahí.
Ryan
Está vacío,
Todd,
así que
con las
vámonos para que
cervecitas.
pague esas medallas frías. Nos vemos mañana, mi gente. Gracias por vernos. Alfred y Oscar Martínez aquí.
Yeah.
You.
We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.